they're a bit of a problem. I didn't get any Churchill scratches besides.
Thanks for joining us on the Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's closing day of the Belmont Park Fall Meet. We have 2 stakes on tap, including the Chelsea Flower for the 2-year-old fillies on the turf, called D, the morning line favorite, after she finished second last time out in the Miss Grillo behind Breeders' Cup bound Plum Ali. We also will be bringing you the full card from Churchill Downs today in their featured 8th race this afternoon. We'll see Girolamo's Attack, who's won by open lengths in his last 2, especially that impressive victory last time out in his first start for trainer Safi Joseph Jr. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Racing from Belmont Park and Churchill Downs as we have a nice sunshiny day, at least to start, to kick things off this afternoon, as I'm Acacia Courtney, joined by New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling as we wrap up the Belmont Fall Meet. Any highlights for you looking back, Andy, as we have the last day here?
Working with you.
Oh, well, thank you.
What could possibly have been a highlight after that?
I appreciate that.
I'd say Belmont Park's a great place. It's been one of my favorite places for many, many years. So being here is always a special thing. We had great weather until the last couple of weeks, but a lot of good racing here. We saw a lot of horses that are, players going towards the Breeders' Cup next weekend. It's just another good Belmont meeting and a great participation by our fans as always. We appreciate the support from them, and we've gotten great support. So yeah, a lot to look forward to. And I have a trivia question for you. Chelsea Flower, the race, the horse the race is named for today, won our Flower Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
She is the only Grade 1 winner for the great Nick Zito on the turf. He's won just about every major Grade 1 in this country on the dirt.
Ow.
But she is the only, I believe she is the only horse he ever trained that won a Grade 1 on the turf for him, and that was the Flower Bowl here at a big price a number of years ago.
Yeah, I looked up her past performances, saw that, but did not know that was her the only Grade 1 win on the turf for the one and only Nick Zito.
I think Carlos Martin may have trained her when she began her career.
Right. Interesting. As Chelsea Flower will come up a little bit later on, that race named after her, but we also have the pumpkin pie today. It's November 1st, so fitting at this time
bring me some
of
pumpkin
year
pie?
as well. I'm not a big pumpkin fan, I must admit.
I'm a big
sorry
pumpkin
about
pie.
that.
I'm in.
Okay, well,
pie in general.
If we can, I should have known, honestly. If we can get some pumpkin pie for Andy, that would be a help. We'll take a look at the rematch of Bronx Beauty and Never Enough Time last time out in the ski pat at Pimlico on the Preakness undercard. Never Enough Time, now 2 stakes win in a row for trainer Mike Trombetta.
And she's going to try to do something that the favorite wasn't able to do in yesterday's Bold Ruler, and that's Wire the Field. With a scratch of Alicio, and even with Alicio in there, she was in a position to try to lead this field in a merry chase, and we'll see. She's got to bring that form up to New York from Maryland, but she's been in good form, and on paper, she is the controlling speed in this race, and I think that does make her the horse to beat. And this is one of the few races in our Empire 6 sequence with that mandatory payout, where at least I feel like I would use the 5 and 6 Gotham Gal, who I prefer, and Never Enough Time, and try to get through it with those two.
So you mentioned Empire 6 mandatory payout today for closing day. That does kick off in race number 4 this afternoon. We have those 2 stakes. Race 7 will be the Pumpkin Pie, and in the 8th race, we'll see the 2-year-old fillies, the girls' version of what we saw yesterday for the boys. Here's a look at the field here, going a mile and a 16th on the turf. Call D coming out of the grade 2, Miss Grillo, and talking about some early speed, she does have that on the turf in her last couple.
And I think a lot of people feel, and rightfully so, that Plum Ali could be the top American entrant, at least in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf, if not the top overall. And if you feel like that in a race like the Breeders' Cup next weekend, you have to like Kyle D. Now, she's got to deal with a course that was very rain-softened. The court times were very slow yesterday. But her speed will enable her to get good position, because we did see on both courses yesterday the best running with the rails down being done towards the inside. So that could help Kyle D. This is a race where it feels like Kyle D, the number 7, the 4 Ingracia, and the 10 Lovestruck are the main 3 players. And like the other race, this is a race where I would use those 3. The problem is that's 2 by 3 in them, but I'm about 5 by 6 by 6 by 5 in the other 4 races. It is a very tricky sequence. We wish everybody the best of luck that plays.
Very tough one, and best of luck to you playing. Of course, Ingracia coming out of the Jessamine behind Aunt Pearl, who's also another major Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies contender for Brad Cox. Looking forward to seeing those 2-year-old fillies on display coming up a little bit later on, but here's a look at what's on tap from start to finish. Today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, as we have races 1 through 9 at Belmont, and featuring the Pumpkin Pie and the Chelsea Flower. All races on the turf today as we're fast and yielding, and of course that Empire 6 mandatory payout begins in race number 4. Churchill Downs, fast and off the turf. That's races 1 through 10 that we do have for you coming up a little bit later on, as you can get ready for all of the action on today's show and get ready for the Breeders' Cup, less than a week away now. Play all of the action with a special offer from Naira Bets, a $25 free bet plus up to a $200 deposit match for new members. The offer is valid now through the Breeders' Cup with promo code CUP25. Get signed up and get a $25 free bet instantly and make a deposit to get that deposit match. Visit NairaBets.com and use promo code CUP25 to get started. Taking a look at the opener here for beautiful Belmont Park. We start things off with the 2-year-olds. This one's a maiden claiming race for $50,000. 6.5 furlongs on the maiden track in here, and currently a second-time starter in the number 6, Black and Tan, for Steve Asmussen, is your favorite at 6-5.
Yeah, Black and Tan ran at Monmouth, a maiden special weight first time out. Was on the rail. Now, I didn't think the rail was bad that day at Monmouth. Didn't do a lot of running. The Steve Asmussen runners often will improve second time out, and this one drops down. There's not really much form to go on. You've got a firster in the 4, KT's Jilted Groom, and 2 horses from George Weaver, the 2 Sinishak and the 7 Ghost Stalker, that are both going turf to dirt.
We'll see if any of those second-time starters can make an impact as the jockeys come out into the paddock, getting ready to kick off the action here at Belmont Park. The 2-year-olds will start things off, and we'll talk more about that race after this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarshall offers breeders a rare opportunity. Out of a full sister to champions yesterday and Quarter Moon, his picture-perfect pedigree includes 8 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. A winner in his 2-year-old debut at Aqueduct, he was named a TDN Rising Star. He captured a decisive victory at Keeneland and won the Grade 3 Pennine Ridge Stakes at Belmont. The only son of top sire Dubois standing in Kentucky. DeMarshall, new for 2020 at Claiborne Farm.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. Next mandatory payout date today, November 1st. Visit nyra.com/Empire6 for details.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, closing day at beautiful Belmont Park for the fall meet as we get ready to shift things over to the Big A. Aqueduct starting next week as we have the opener coming up from Belmont Park. It is the 2-year-olds in this maiden claiming, again going 6.5 furlongs on the main track. And that is the question, Andy, for many of these horses. How are they going to like the dirt and who's going to show up in here as we start off with one horse going turf to dirt, Stretch the Truth.
This horse has done absolutely no running in 2 starts, albeit against maiden special weights, but on turf and dirt. Did face a lot better horses in the dirt, but was basically eased.
Debuted on the mud behind the well-touted founder and highly motivated as we look at the 2, Sinishak.
Sinishak is one of the 2 horses that's going turf to dirt in the second starts for George Weaver, and Sinishak is the one that has the better turf dirt pedigree, so I thought Sinishak was the more likely of those 2 runners, though the bigger price of the 2 right now.
Blinkers going on as we look at the 3 Centavo dropping in class.
Yeah, now this horse also faced maiden specials first time out, excuse me, but it was an off-the-turf race and did very little running.
4th out of 5th that day, as here's a first-time starter, KT's Jilted Groom.
Yeah, it's a first-time starter in a race where nobody's really shown that much, so for that very reason, even though the trainer doesn't have great success in these situations, this horse has to be respected at least a little bit.
That fresh face, so to speak, as we look at your favorite, Black and Tan.
Yeah, I picked this horse on top as well, and maybe it's a cop-out, but did run with maiden specials and at least showed a little bit of speed early before tiring. Should probably not in front, but forwardly placed.
Here's the 7 Ghost Stalker, the other one for George Weaver.
I'm surprised that this is the one of the 2 George Weavers taking the bulk of the play because the better pedigree suggests turf more than dirt for this one. For what it's worth, though, both of these George Weaver horses have to be considered dangerous. George has had a terrific meet here at Belmont.
He certainly has, batting about 25%. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest. Place your picks now and watch your name climb to the top of the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit naira.com/showdown to get started. About 3 minutes away from the opener here. One of 2 for George Weaver is the 7 Ghost Stalker, who we take a look at this stat here, Andy. Talk about George Weaver having a good meet. Here's some good numbers.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is going from turf to dirt with a 2-year-old, with a maiden in their second start. So it's a move that's worked very well for him. Now, to be fair, a lot of these were on races that came off the turf. But he is 3 for 14 with 21% with a 247 ROI in those situations with horses in scheduled dirt races. So this is a move that's worked well for him. Now, you've got 2 in here. So he's got twice, he's going to win. If he wins, it'll only be 50%. But I think they're both dangerous. I prefer Sinishak based on pedigree, and I think you probably would agree.
Sinishak, the 2 by Shackelford, have to a stakes place horse named Live in Peace, who was precocious and a pretty good dirt sprinter. And it's funny, these 2 are doing the exact same thing, both dropping in class, both turf to dirt, both getting the blinkers on. So we'll see who takes that step forward. And out of Cinnamon Girl by Shackelford, Sinishak, I like the name as well.
I like Cinnamon Girl. It's a great Neil Young and Crazy Horse song. I want to be with a Cinnamon Girl.
Great song.
It is a great song. Love Neil Young.
Blinkers going on today as we bring in the 3rd member of our team, Maggie Wolfengale, getting a chance to look at these 2-year-olds out on the track. Maggie, what are your thoughts here for the opener?
My thoughts are I'm getting wet. The rain's starting to fall already as we have sped up post times for the latter half of our card. I do believe starting in race number 7. We'll see if anything else changes throughout the day. But want to talk about the current favorite is number 5, Black and Tan, as Andy pointed out, showed speed in that debut and then just down on the inside, never a comfortable place for a first-time starter to be, and kind of just gave it up in the last 1/8 of a mile. But he looks like a fast horse. And against this field, I would foresee him being quick away from there and possibly taking these horses gate to wire. At least that's what the money would be suggesting right now. So he makes sense. He's still going to look a touch more fit, to be quite honest, even though this is his second start of his career, as we'll take a look at a few of the George Weaver horses, beginning with Sinishak. I like Sinishak. Andy pointed out the pedigree. He doesn't look overly turf to me, and he's way more fit in his second start, and just adding a shortcut blinker. I think this guy fits well with these, and he just makes a lot of sense to me, whereas George's other horse, number 7, Ghost Stalker, he has more turf pedigree, and he looks more like a turf horse. He really has that proverbial turf hoof. Plus, There has been no improvement in this horse's demeanor from first to second start. Now, granted, I said that with a Belmont second-time starter who blew the field away, but that horse was in a maiden special weight with a serious pedigree. Highway Bound is his name. This one, you see Luis Saez out there really trying to be aggressive with him in the warm-up, trying to get him to focus, expend some of that nervous energy. I don't know if it's working, at least from my vantage point. I would have to say maybe not. So there's some question marks, at least from my perspective, with this horse who is your current second choice. Now moving on to the firster, that's number 4, Katie's Jilted Groom. As Andy pointed out, the trainer not known for his debuting 2-year-olds, more for his claiming work that he does with horses. He looks like he'll possibly need a start. Just a little soft around the edges. Was professional back in the paddock, but a little bit green once getting out on track here with the pony. I'll take the wait and see approach, but there's no killers in here. But I am going to side with number 2 in your Sinishak in the face of Black and Tan. Although I like Black and Tan terriers, Acacia.
That's fair. Thanks, Maggie. Is Black and Tan currently 8-5 right now, taking that drop in class. This one, your favorite, and does seem to be a logical one with Irad Ortiz aboard. But as Maggie mentioned, Andy, doesn't look to be any killers in here. Whoever takes a step forward should be potentially in a good spot.
Hopefully they'll all take a step forward. The question is how far forward that step is. And, it's hard because the favor is a horse who ran a 35 buyer in a reasonable maiden special weight race at Monmouth, but really did no running, was on the rail that day. The rail was not bad at Monmouth that day from what I could tell, so I don't think he was hampered by that, but he's just supposed to run better here. The question is, will somebody step up? These turf horses did no running. Their figures look a little bit better, the 2 and 7, but in turf races, figures of 23 and 36 mean they did absolutely no running, and they probably more like figures of 8 on the dirt.
We'll see how that translates over today as they start to load in. Fast main track here for the openers. We get a look at the 5 Black and Tan, called by Elusive Quality, sold for $105,000 at the Fasig-Tipton sale earlier this year. 2-year-olds in training. There we go. Can be a little bit of a hold up there with 2-year-olds. You never know how the loading process is going to go.
Yeah, obviously the experience, so getting in the gate, we'll see. And is it the 4? No, it's the number 3, Centavo.
Centavo, second-time starter, debuted on a muddy track, as we do see a little bit of rain coming down now. Second out for Carlos Martin, and the gate crew well acquainted with all of these horses. As we've mentioned before, they keep notes on each of the runners so they know exactly what to expect when they get to the starting gate to make that loading process as smooth as possible. Looks like things are going a little bit quicker now as we send it up to the voice of New York racing, John Embriel, for the opener 2-year-olds here at Belmont Park on closing day.
They're in the gate. And the rough. KT's Jilted Groom, Stretch the Truth down at the rail. Now moving up along with Black and Tan. Stretch the Truth has the lead. Black and Tan has moved into second, and KT's Jilted Groom is back running in third. On the outside is Ghost Stalker. In between horses there is a headstrong Centano, and a break of 5 lengths back to Sinishak, who trails the field in 6th. The quarter went in 22 and 4/5 seconds. Long shot, Stretch the Truth, and the favorite Black and Tan, and the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead, with Ghost Stalker right there on the outside in third. Centavo is in 4th, followed by the first-time starter, KT's Jilted Groom, who's down at the rail, and for the back is Sinishak. 3 of them across. Up front, it's Stretch the Truth, Black and Tan, and Ghost Stalker on the outside. The half was run in 46 and 4/5 seconds. Ghost Stalker takes a narrow lead. Stretch the Truth continues to battle on down at the rail. KT's Jilted Groom looking to come on through and now moves to the outside. Black and Tan had to steady there as they pass the 8th pole. Ghost Stalker has come away with the lead, but here is KT's Jilted Groom up on the outside. It's Ghost Stalker, KT's Jilted Groom. They come on for the finish, and Ghost Stalker has won it by a length. KT's Jilted Groom was second, farther back, a photo for third, between Stretch the Truth and Sinishak.
George Weaver with the number 7 Ghost Stalker, that second-time starter. This one a colt by Exaggerator under Luis Saez. Gets the job done here in the opener.
Well, he'll improve his stats as he finished first and maybe even third here with the number 2, distant third Sinishak. But it was Ghost Stalker. It felt like when the 4, KT's Jilted Groom, got off the rail for Joel Rosario, that horse might be going right by, but hung in the late stages in the number 7 Ghost Stalker with Luis Saez able to hold him off as Louis had another nice meet here at Belmont. Maybe not as explosive as we saw at Saratoga, but he did, as usual, have a good meet here at Belmont.
4 Grade 1 wins, I believe, in Saratoga this summer.
Felt like he won every race the last 2 weeks.
It did. It certainly did, as he holds on to win the opener here over the first-time starter, KT's Jilted Groom. Joel Rosario aboard, and did look like this one with that little bit of experience, the blinkers on, certainly paid off there in the stretches. This was a field, as we talk a lot about 2-year-old races and watching horses moving forward, this is one you maybe want to take with a grain of salt moving forward.
I think Acacia is much nicer than I am, something we know anyway, and what she's really saying is throw everybody out of this race in the next start they run it. I second that motion. I think Maggie would agree as well.
There you go. We sent it right out there for you. 5-2 on the 7 Ghost Stalker, as both George Weaver runners went off at 5-2. In fact, Sinishak finishing in third with that first-time starter. Black and Tan, the favorite. Looks like we do actually have an inquiry here, too, on the number 4. Did you see anything here on KT's Jilted Groom, Andy?
Well, I mean, I know he came off the rail, so perhaps in coming off the rail something happened. Obviously, we'll have to see if we're showing some of the replays, but I don't know. You know, we'd have to see the stretch run. If we got a chance to look at the pair and the stretch, perhaps we could take another look.
Before KT's Jilted Groom.
I know somebody got bumped. The number 5, I'm sorry, was tiring Black and Tan and did get sort of mildly steadied when bumped, but to suggest,
there we go.
He sort of, no, this is absolutely nothing, and this should, I would say this inquiry, if it lasts for over 45 seconds, each second after it was a significantly wasted moment.
Inquiry there. We'll keep you updated, as the 5 Black and Tan did seem to be tiring and backing up when getting a slight bump there, as that was your favorite. But it is the 7 Ghost Stalker not affected there in that inquiry. That will be the winner of your first race here at Belmont. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we have the first race in the books here at beautiful Belmont Park. Getting into the winner's circle is the number 7 Ghost Stalker. I feel like we needed this horse yesterday on Halloween. It's close enough.
They were close. They missed it by a day. It was stalking.
It was.
It was stalking
It
Halloween.
was sitting and ready to pounce. There he is, caught by Exaggerator, as no change with that inquiry on the number 4 KT's Jilted Groom, the first-time starter. We'll stay up for second as we have a $7.50 winner.
Gets the job done. Luis Saez, $7.42 to start it out as we inch closer to the mandatory payout in the Empire 6.
Taking a look at what's coming up next. Race number 2 is a mile and a 16th on the inner turf for the New York breds. Back on the grass today for all of the races today at Belmont Park. It's an allowance race for the fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And currently the number 9 in here, Timeless Journey, one of 2 for trainer Christophe Clement. This filly by Verrazano won her last 2, and she's currently your favorite.
What she has going for her is that she can handle given the ground, because while the course was listed as good last time, there was plenty of give. What she has going against her is that she's a short price and she's really not very good. She's completely dressed up by dynamics last time out. In reality, I think she's the least likely of the 2 Christophe Clement winners.
We're seeing the logo for the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association as their president, Joe Applebaum, who does such great work for the horsemen here in the state of New York. Joe standing by with our Maggie Wolfendale now.
Thanks, Acacia. It certainly is a tireless and sometimes thankless job, but we want to give our thanks to Joe Applebaum for the hard work that you have done throughout the year. But Joe, all the hard work culminating heading into the Aqueduct meet, where it looks as though purses are back up, and what else do we have to look forward to for this Aqueduct fall-winter meet?
Sure, Maggie. It's really exciting time. We've worked really hard with NYRA management to figure out a plan for the next 5 months. We spent 5 months at Aqueduct. We spend more time there than any of our other tracks. And it's really important to our New York bred community and our rank and file to have a good meet there. So there's a couple of exciting things. First, you're going to see a significant purse bump going into Aqueduct. Almost 25% in some cases. Maiden special weights are going to be $80,000. New York maiden specials are going to be $70,000. So you can kind of take it from there. It's been amazing. We also all know, look, New York isn't an easy place to do business sometimes, right? But we've worked incredibly hard over the last 3, 4, 5 years. We've brought workers' compensation costs down 40% in 3 years. You get your first 12 stalls for free, and it's just a much better business environment than it has been in a long, long time. I think you're also going to see some other exciting things at Aqueduct. We have a surface there that's second to none. The safest surface in the country, recently redone. I think your horses will find it really kind. And lastly, we're racing 4 days a week, November through February. It's incredible. In COVID, it's been difficult piecing this thing together. We've all worked really hard, be it gaming, NYRA, NYTHA, our horsemen, the rank and file guys taking care of the horses every day. But we can run a full 4-day-a-week schedule. There's just not a lot of places can do that. And it makes it a great place to come and race.
It truly does. And have you had any interest from maybe some out-of-town type of trainers to spend the winter here?
Sure. I have a trainer who's a friend who's actually down in Louisiana, and I've been hustling him to keep 10 horses here. He saw the purse structure. He spends the summer in Delaware. I've been really working. We'll see if he shows up or not. Those Louisiana guys can be little homers, but we've really worked hard to get guys like that to stay, and hopefully we'll see some new names and some new competition to kind of round out things with our old reliables here.
Well, Joe, thank you so much for all the hard work you and your team have done throughout the year. And thanks for joining us as well on the program.
Oh, it's my pleasure, and we hope to see you here. You know, if you can make it in New York, as Frank Sinatra would say, you can make it anywhere. So come on up and compete.
That is the truth, Acacia, and he's so right. Not only is this purse structure and the racing that we have during the Aqueduct season good for the horsemen, it's also good for the bettors, having those types of races, that money offered to fill those fields and make it competitive.
So true, Maggie. You want to be part of that, and a big thanks to Joe and everybody at NYPA and all parties associated to make that all possible in what's looking to be a fantastic Aqueduct meet coming up.
Joe is a great asset to racing in New York, and he's done a great job with NYPA. A lot of hard work for people, not just Joe, but Joe has been a great asset. He also gives me a ride home sometimes, which I appreciate.
So he gets an extra little bonus for Andy. But as Maggie mentioned, the purse structure, the support of the New York horsemen, so important, and we appreciate the support from the New York bettors as well. We're taking a quick pause to welcome in MSG Network. Please stay with us on America's Day at the races. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. If you're just tuning in on MSG Networks, thanks for joining us on this Sunday edition on closing day of the beautiful Belmont Park Fall Meet. Acacia Courtney and Andy Serling, happy to have you along with us. And we were just talking before the timeout, Andy, looking ahead to the Aqueduct meet coming up.
Yeah, Aqueduct meet could be great. I mean, I think if you were to look at last year, 2019, and you look at the first 5 weeks at Aqueduct, first 5 or 6 weeks through the Cigar Mile card, the racing was as good as it was all year long anywhere in New York. We had mostly 10 race cards, big fields, great turf racing. We had the 2 turf courses there as well, and we're able to run turf sprints because of that, because we changed the inner track to a turf course, and the racing was absolutely sensational day in and day out. The 2-year-olds, they always really come out late at Belmont and Aqueduct. This year, even more so, perhaps. So I think we can look forward to turf and dirt racing at Aqueduct, weather permitting, being very, very, very strong. I'm looking forward to getting over the Big A or winter home. I've loved Aqueduct since my first went there in 1974 with my grandmother.
I love that. I kind of consider it my home track, too, as I started out in the industry doing radio with Anthony Stabile there at Aqueduct every day.
No better person to spend a day with than the Big A, Anthony Stabile. And I agree, Aqueduct is, it gets a bad rap. It's a city racetrack. It is what it is, but it's our home for 6 months a year, and we're happy to be there, and we're looking forward to getting over there. And we'll be bringing you shows from there for the first 4 weeks. We're there.
Absolutely, and we hope that you'll continue to tune in here with us on America's Day at the Races as we're taking a look at what's still to come, coming up a little bit later on today. And you can play along with all the action and get ready for the Breeders' Cup with a special offer from Naira Bets, a $25 free bet plus up to a $200 deposit match for new members. The offer is valid now through the Breeders' Cup. That's November 6th and 7th with promo code CUP25. Get signed up and get a $25 free bet instantly and make a deposit to get that deposit match. Visit NairaBets.com and use promo code CUP25 to get started. And also today, some big news. The Empire 6 has a mandatory payout on closing day at Belmont today with a $419,000 plus jackpot carryover leading into today's pool. It's a 20-cent minimum bet, and it must be paid out today. Starts in race number 4. For more information, visit naira.com/Empire6. Taking a look at the field for race 2 today at beautiful Belmont Park. First race already in the books. This one is on the inner turf course. It's a 1 1/16 for the New York breds. It's an allowance race for the fillies and mares, and Timeless Journey, 1 of 2 in here for Christophe Clement, holding steady as your favorite out now at 5-2. As we'll talk more about this second race, get some thoughts from Maggie Wolfendale in the paddock as well. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A graded stakes winner at 2, 3, and 4, from coast to coast, from 7.5 furlongs to 1.25 miles. In 2018, the fastest 3-year-old in the country over 10 furlongs by internationally successful sire More Than Ready. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com to get started or download the app. Taking a look at the field for race number 2 at Belmont Park, which is coming up next. We're on the inner turf here. Currently, the one Corey Scores to the inside, getting some attention at 7-2 off the claim for Linda Rice. For more on this filly, let's head to the paddock and check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Acacia, Corey Scores is a filly that I have not historically liked, and I can't really say I love her on paper, but Linda Rice is a trainer who will put a lot of conditioning on her horses, and that's always been kind of my main complaint with Corey Scores, and that she just doesn't carry the weight that you'd really like to see. But now she looks as though she is. As getting back out to Mount 16th, I think, is probably a little bit better, though she's run well in her sprint distance. It's just looking at her physically, it feels like longer is more suitable. If I had to be really nitpicky, I would say a mile or 7/8 would probably be better, but I can't get over the way she looks. She looks fantastic here. And it's not the strongest New York bred A other than, so maybe she could finally step up her game. As number 2 is the other Christophe Clement horse, Panda Mom. And just physically, I do prefer Panda Mom. I always am going to. She's the daughter of Uncle Mo. He gets big, robust, but also very athletic and well-balanced horses, and that's exactly what she is. You can see that big hind end to her that you just want your horses to look like that. And nothing against Timeless Journey. As Andy pointed out, she is definitely dressed up the way that race was run last time. And I even talked to Christophe Clement after that win up in Saratoga, and he was pretty surprised himself. He said, what happened there that she won? I said, they went really fast down the backside, so that allowed her to get into the race. So I just feel like Panda Mom is a much more concrete choice of the 2 Christophe Clement trainees. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Panda Mom, filly by Uncle Mo, and have to another Christophe Clement runner, Governor Malibu.
Yeah, I mean, Maggie's alluding to the last race with Timeless Journey, and I watched that race with Christophe Clement, and we were both a little bit surprised she won. And he said to me after the race, and I completely agree, that was really on Joel Rosario. Gave her a fabulous ride. And the fact the pace did get kind of hot, whereas Pandemon, I think she's really improved. I mean, throughout her last race, obviously, that was an off-the-turf race. And I also like the fact that she can be more forwardly placed, and she draws in the inside. And if we look at those turf races yesterday, while there were only 2, the course was really soft, more soft than yielding. Inside position with the rails coming down was beneficial. So she should get a pretty good trip in here, Pandemon. We'll see. We'll see how the pace develops in here, but I don't think it's supposed to be that fast, which won't help Timeless Journey, and it'll help Pandemon and the horse who's favored in doubles, the number 12, Kilkia.
Timeless Journey won those last 2, got a fast pace to run at last time in a field of 5 to get the win at the end of August in Saratoga on a good turf that day as well. As we take a look at that last race, closing again to win, homebred for Mary Legs Farm.
Right. I mean, for me as a handicapper, and I think you agree with this, it's not necessarily winning can be overrated by bettors a lot of the times. You know, how did they win the race? Were they fortunate? Did they have good circumstances? Were they just the best horse? Which is often the case. But in the case with Timeless Journey, she's gotten 2 extremely good trips in very beneficial circumstances. Now, that's not to say she can't win today, and I think she showed last time that she can handle some give in the ground, which will benefit her in today's race. As you don't know, perhaps her competition today won't handle it. But all things being equal, she's really not as likely to win as either her stablemate, the 2 Pandemon, and the number 12 Kilkia. The number 12 Kilkia, I don't think it's really arguable. She comes out of the best effort overall, and she seems to be improving for trainer Mark Hennig and should be in a good position. She only has post 8 here, and she should be able to get good early position.
And I think she's faced some good company last time out as well in that allowance race back on October 4th, which we're taking a look at, where she finished 2nd. She also doesn't have to be too far back, which is a benefit.
Yeah, I agree. Now, it's up to Jose Lozcano to find a get position. I don't think you want to be 3 wide around the track on this course. And she lost to her chocolate cookie for Todd Pletcher and Mike Rapoli. It was a somewhat unlucky loser here the last race last Sunday when she got in traffic. The horse who beat her was the 4th place finisher in that race. So we did see a couple of horses that finished behind her come back. That race is strong. Now, maybe both benefited from the fact that the last week's race was 7 furlongs and this race was a mile, but I don't think that detracts from the performance that Kilkia put in.
You mentioned yesterday what we saw with the inside being good with the rails coming down. For those that aren't familiar, explain a little bit how that might affect a race.
Well, when we put the rails up, we're doing it to keep the horses running on fresher ground, because even when, let's say, the rails are down, you don't see too many horses doing much running outside the 4 or 5 paths. So the inside paths, if we run that position for a week or two, they get chewed up. So you move it out another 9 feet or even 18 feet, and you get onto fresher ground. But in this case, the rails came down, and they had been up for, I believe, 3 weeks. So that gave a good 3 weeks for that grass to grow, and it was growing. The weather has been nice until the last couple of days. So it grew, and it really filled in. You could even see it yesterday, and you could watch on TV when they turned for home, the difference between the horses, the pass down on the inside. You don't see as well here, but you could see when they turned for home during the race, they just were sort of more lush, and that'll be much firmer going. So I think the horses that are down the 1-2 path have a little bit of advantage, especially over horses that are trying to rally down the middle of the course. You get horses that are out there, they may be in more chewed up ground a little bit, and especially that could be exaggerated by the fact that we've gotten about 14 inches of rain over the last 2 days. I mean, we actually got about, I kid, but we got about 2.5, 3 inches of rain.
Yeah, we absolutely have had quite a bit here at Belmont, and it's up to the jockeys as well to take note, and you've seen a lot of them maybe taking advantage of some of those fresher inside paths.
Sure, they all want to do it. Now, everybody can't fit through the head of a pin, so it can get kind of tricky, and it's up to the riders to try to do it. It's a manageable field, 8 horses, so we'll see how it works out. But it's interesting to watch, and I always find that stuff interesting going forward, you know, where horses compromised. I'll give you an example. We talked about a little bit after the 4-star Dave in Saratoga. We talked about a Raging Bull, Without Parole, and Uni, the 3 Chad Brown runners that didn't perform well, but they were all compromised by trying to make runs in the outside part of the course. The rails had come down. Halliday, who was running the Breeders' Cup, he benefited greatly, as did some others. Well, Uni came back and won a Grade 1, and Raging Bull and Without Parole came back and ran 2nd and 3rd in a Grade 1 behind Ivor, who's a big-time player in the Breeders' Cup turf. So those were horses where you legitimately could throw out their performances because they were compromised by being in tougher, deeper ground than some of the horses that performed well in the race.
Things to watch moving forward, things to note, and things to look for on a card like we have today with being on the turf as horses heading out. Panda Mom, now your favorite at 2-1 as we get set for our post parade, starting with the number 1, Corey Scores. First off the claim for Linda Rice.
This is a dangerous horse, in my opinion, off the claim. Linda Rice has solid enough numbers off the claim in the turf. I don't think she prefers the distance, maybe a little bit less, but she does get a good inside post, and we'll see if she gets enough pace to close into.
Here's Panda Mom, 1 of 2 for Christophe Clement.
Junior Alvarado should get a good ground-saving trip with her, and she is a major player.
Filly by Uncle Mo, the half-sister to Governor Malibu, as next will be the 6 2-cent Tootsie.
15th race was the charm for her, breaking her maiden last time out. She moves up into tougher company today.
Dropped in class, added the blinkers on, all did the trick as we look at the 7 Della Lute.
She's a gigantic price in here and has done very little running in any of her races. She comes off a win on a sloppy track at Finger Lakes.
Next in our post parade will be the 10 Amos, first off the claim.
This horse goes for Wayne Potts, who finished 2nd in the last race, was 3 for 15 for what it's worth, with a positive ROI off the claim on the turf. And it's not as though her last race is impossible. I think she's not impossible to price.
Here's the 9 Timeless Journey, won her last 2.
She's another horse coming in from out that has credentials to make a bit of an impact at a big price. She's not that bad for a 20-to-1 shot.
That's the 9 Timeless Journey, as we'll look now at a 20-to-1 shot. We're a little out of order here. Pioneer of New York.
Never too early for you and I to be confused here. That's the one we just talked about. Pioneer is a big price who has credentials. Timeless Journey we've talked about ad infinitum.
And here's now your current favorite, Kilkia, coming out of those 2 races that were solid.
She projects to be the favorite, Acacia. She is favored considerably over the 2 and 9 in the doubles. And I think she should be. She's simply run well in her previous 2 races.
Some of them coming out of order just to keep us on our toes here in closing day.
Always good to try to do that.
Follow along and get all of the stats on horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all of the races for today's show. We want you to have all of the information that you need to be locked and loaded for all of the action as we get set to kick off our early pick 4 here. Pool growing, favoritism bouncing all around, though, as you mentioned, Kilkea does look to be the one who will go off favored. As you look at the pace in here, Andy, certainly we know Panda Mom has the ability to show some early speed. How did you see it playing out?
Well, you know, Junior Alvarado rides Panamon is not one of the most aggressive riders. And I know Christophe is a trainer, Christophe Clemano trains Panamon, that doesn't love being forwardly placed. So I think that other horses going that they won't mind letting them go, and she'll probably sit the pocket. So the question becomes, how aggressive is Luis Saez with 2 Cent Tootsie? And maybe she clears, but also the number 12. Jose Lezcano is not a rider who is looking to take back horses that are forward. So she is going to be forward as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if the race sets up with the number 6 in front, 2 Cent Tootsie, Kilkea outside of her with the 2 Pandemon tucked in behind. I think that's a very possible scenario, unless Junior Alvarado is aggressive with Pandemon, or perhaps Jose Lezcano is aggressive with the 12. But I think we'll see 6-12-2 be the setup. We'll see if it plays out that way.
For more on the rest of this field warming up out there on track, let's check in again trackside with Maggie.
Andy, I commend you for being that specific in regards to pace scenarios here on the turf in New York racing, because I wouldn't want to be in that position. But one of the pace horses that you were talking about that should be forward with Luis Saez aboard is number 6, 2 Cent Tootsie. Now, it did take her 15 tries to break her maiden, but how many times do we see this with horses sometimes when they break their maiden after not being able to for pretty much their entire careers, come back and run well, if not win, in the subsequent start? I don't think she's good enough. I don't. But I do see an improvement with her, at least physically, even from that last win in that maiden 40, because she's put on weight. It's almost as if, oh, I own it now. I'm a little bit more confident, and that's what she's shown me, at least prior to this race, as she is going to make her way over to the turf course now. Like I said, Acacia, I don't love her, but maybe one that will step up her game a bit.
Maggie, thanks. 2 Cent Tootsie, good to see. It looks like the light bulb may have clicked, and while it did take dropping in class last time to get the maiden win, maybe it is something, a sign that she could be moving forward.
I agree with the philosophy that sometimes these horses that we call almost proven losers, they break through, they find they like winning. The problem with 2 Cent Tootsie is she doesn't have races that are fast enough on paper to win this race. So I'd be surprised, because she'd have to improve a great deal. Maybe the going could be a great equalizer. And I agree with Maggie's assessment. She can say that she said I'm showing some courage in the pace scenario. No, Maggie, I think it's just stupidity on my part and an inability to mind looking like an idiot.
Well, that's always a good thing.
Why not?
Why not? It is closing day here. We're getting set for the second race. We're on the inner turf, and we'll send it up to John Embrial for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there at the start for number 1, Corey Scores. Pandemon is out for the lead with 2 Cent Tootsie, Kilkea on the outside. So 3 of them heads apart for the early lead. And they've got 3 lengths on Pioneer of New York, who's racing in 4th. Amos is running in 5th. Corey Scores down at the hedge is next in 6th, followed by Delalute. Timeless Journey is the early trailer in 8th. The field has straightened away and is heading up the backstretch. The quarter over the yielding turf, 25-2. Pandemon leads here by a neck. Kilkea on the outside in 2nd by a length and a half, with 2 Cent Tootsie next in 3rd. Amos runs in 4th, followed by Pioneer of New York. And then it's a 4-length gap back to Delalute and Corey Scores, and farther back is a Timeless Journey, who continues to trail. It's Pandemon on the inside and Kilkea, the favorite, on the outside. Those two are heads apart, the half and 50-4. Pandemon narrowly, Kilkea right there in 2nd. 2 Cent Tootsie draws closer now in 3rd. Then it's Pioneer of New York and Amos midway around the far turn. Pandemon and Kilkea, they continue to battle it out. They are heads apart for the lead, with 2 Cent Tootsie moving up from 3rd. Pioneer of New York, then Amos and Corey Scores. The field comes into the stretch. Kilkea's in between horses. Pandemom down on the inside. And 2 Cent Tootsie on the outside. They are 3 across the track with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And here is 2 Cent Tootsie. Now to take over the lead, it's 2 Cent Tootsie. Clear of Kilkea and Pandemom and Timeless Journey, who's putting in a late bid here. But it will be a sweep for Saez in the double. 2 Cent Tootsie wins it here. Turned out to be a photo for second between Timeless Journey and Kilkea.
You heard John Imbriel. Louis Saez sweeping the early double as 2 Cent Tootsie broke her maiden last time. She comes right back with another win.
Yeah, and Louis Saez was the one who took back off the duel and not the 2 and ended up in a garden spot behind. Soft turfs can create odd results, and I think it's not, to me, a question of her finding she liked winning. I think she liked the turf course because she was a dominant winner here, and perhaps Pandemom didn't handle it that well. Kilkea ran fine, but for this horse to win, she really liked the going. And you rarely run races anywhere in this country on courses with this much give. It's closing day. We'll tend to let the courses take a bit of a beating that we won't, because we're not going to be running back here for another 6 months. So this is unusual, and so you just don't know horses' form on a course like this. And I just think with 2 Cent Tootsie, she found a course that she absolutely relished, because this is a better performance than she's ever given, and maybe a poor performance some of the others.
Looks like the number 9 Timeless Journey might have got up for second or just held third. 12 might have held on, but she did come from last closing as Maggie. A good trip for the winner, 2 Cent Tootsie, and back-to-back wins.
Yeah, Andy's probably right, because she's never been on a course that has had given it. But I do think that, coupled with the fact I think she has improved a little bit as well, to be fair to her. But a really good performance in defeat from number 9 Timeless Journey, the only horse really making up any sort of ground. She has a patented way of running. There's no changing it. And I think that compromised her chances today, but still ran well in defeat, Acacia.
Absolutely, Maggie. Thanks. As 2 Cent Tootsie back-to-back wins, handled the surface today, and gets another victory. As Churchill Downs, we have the full card of racing from there as well. Getting set for the opener in just a few minutes. We're off the turf at Churchill Downs. First race, an originally scheduled dirt race, 6.5 furlongs on the main track for a $32,000 claiming race, and rare form. At one time, third in Grade 3 company back in January, in for the $32,000 and turning back in distance. We'll talk more about the Sunday opener from Churchill Downs after this.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at Belmont Park. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool, plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners, with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6. Next mandatory payout date today, November 1st. Visit nyra.com/Empire6 for details.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and there goes Promises Fulfilled onto the lead, blazing first fraction. It's Strike Power taken on by Promises Fulfilled, a half mile in 43.92 seconds.
Good Magic has been defeated. The leader, Promises Fulfilled.
Promises Fulfilled is still there, close to home. Promises Fulfilled is going to win the Allen Circus.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Trackmaster selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on NYRA Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Trackmaster selections available on NYRA Bets and the NYRA Bets app.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Into the winner's circle at Belmont Park went the number 6 2-cent Tootsie. Broke her maiden last time out. Comes right back with another victory on the yielding turf today for Luis Saez.
Gets the job done, and you know it's tricky with this course. And it's a funny because the pace I think was relatively quick. You know, people see those times and they go, "Oh, look, they're walking." Well, they're not walking for this course. They went almost 150 for a mile and a 16th in here. So 50 seconds, especially in this inner turf course, which features slow fractions. They're actually moving a bit up front. 2-cent Tootsie ran well here, stalking the pace, got the good trip, as did Kilkia. Timeless Journey once again benefited from a quick pace. Some people said to me, "Why was Joel Rosario so far back?" Joel Rosario wasn't so far back. Timeless Journey was so far back.
$23.80 winner in the second at Belmont Park as we have the first from Churchill Downs coming up. Again, 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Rare Form, 3-2 as he will kick off our post parade.
Yeah, I guess Rare Form is okay in here, and he figures to be the controlling speed. I guess that's why he's favored in this race.
Does have some back class, was once running in graded stakes behind his stablemate, Mr. Freeze.
But he hasn't run in 5 months in his previous form. His last 2 races was atrocious for Dale Romans. He's a hard one to trust.
Yeah, we'll see if he can turn things around today as we look at the 2, Moon Over Seba.
Moon Over Seba figures to be stalking maybe behind the number 1 Rare Form in here, but another horse coming off a 9-month layoff for Eddie Keneally.
Hasn't raced since February 7th. Here's the 3, Debating.
Coming in from Prairie Meadows, where he's won back-to-back races, but I think he'll find the company a little bit deeper today.
9-2 right now. The full brother 2, Fedbiz.
Wow.
There's your
Impressive.
trivia for the day.
He's bred to be a turf sire?
Yes, I guess so. Here's the
Unfortunately,
5.
he's a gelding.
Too bad for him. Here's the 5, Greeley and Ben.
Okay, I'm not going to touch that one. I actually prefer this horse. He has the recency, and I think he should be stalking the number 1 Rare Form in the outside second or third. I prefer a horse with recency and better efforts, and prefer Greeley and Ben into the layoff horses.
Twin Spires is the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, and Twin Spires is offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the races today. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Taking a look at the number 2, Moon Over Seba, who was claimed for Eddie Keneally, ran against some solid company back at the end of 2019 and start of 2020 for Eddie Keneally. Just hasn't been seen since.
Well, there's no question this horse has some back form. He's running actually well at Thistle Downs before, and the races are fast enough. I mean, Last Judgment, what a race he ran last week for Tom Worley here. But I just don't want this horse coming off the long layoff.
Takes a drop in class off the bench as well as we look at his last race at Gulfstream when he was beaten there in the middle. Last Judgment on the outside. He was the favorite that day, closing to get up the win. He also lost second as was just nabbed on the inside. He's certainly, I guess, a logical player, as is everyone in this field as you look at the board, but I agree with you, bit tough to trust off of that layoff.
Yeah, I think you have to make decisions, and we have to make picks. So I prefer the horse who's now favored, the 5, because of the recency. But that doesn't mean that Move Over Seba. But here's a stat for you. 180-day layoff plus layoffs in dirt sprints for Eddie Keneally. He's 2 for 39 with a 42-cent ROI. Wow. So that's good enough for me to avoid this horse.
Sometimes those stats can help you if there's a few that you're kind of wondering about, and that can really, I think, help put separation in a field if you find some numbers that help you lean towards one or another. As 3-2 currently on the number 5, Greeley and Ben, with Gabriel Saez aboard for John Ortiz, who hasn't run many at Churchill Downs, but certainly wins at a high percentage out of town.
Yeah, no, he's a trainer that wins, a dangerous guy, and I just prefer, you're looking up those races. I think he's run reasonably well. The horse who beat him last time is a Tom Amos horse. Always respect those. And he didn't, he caught a fast pace, but I think he'll be a little bit better, maybe stalking what figures to be a more moderate pace in this small field.
Always a benefit to be forwardly placed in a small field, as we talk about time and again, and being able to kind of be in the right position. As one horse that will certainly, you'd have to imagine, be sending from the inside is the 1 Rare Form. Biggest question is, what happened to his good form?
Yeah, he has rare good form. That's the thing. He comes off the layoff, and he doesn't drop that significantly, to be fair. And he was going 1 mile and 1/16 in his last start. And listen, he got into a speed duel, and he finished behind Lexington and Hog Creek Hustle in his last race. So, that is a somewhat forgivable effort, to be honest. He where was he going to run in there? I just don't think he's reliable. I prefer him the 2 Moon over Sheba, as does the public, is 8-5. I just can't totally trust him. I think there is a chance that his form is somewhat fallen apart coming off the layoff. But I do think the winner will probably be Rare Form or the 5 Greeley and Ben. I just prefer the recency of Greeley and Ben.
Those two taking most of the money as it's a compact field, but an interesting one for sure as they load in for the first race at Churchill Downs, and we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Moon over Seba from mid-pack is away okay. Rare Form has got some speed too. Debating is there. And Greeley and Ben on the outside. So all 4 right across the track heading up the backstretch. And Rare Form comes on through to be the early leader. Opens up to lead by half a length. Moon over Seba's racing in second. Debating is 3 wide third, and Greeley and Ben is 4 wide fourth, but it's a tight pack behind Rare Form, who heads for the half-mile pole. Rare Form with 4 furlongs to go. Opening quarter mile, 22 seconds flat. Moon over Seba's on the chase from second as Rare Form holds on to a narrow lead. Greeley and Ben is now clear in third by 3. Debating has tailed off into fourth as they round the far turn. Moon over Seba's looking for the lead. Rare Form's trying to hold it. They match strides at the quarter pole. Greeley and Ben is third and trying to close in. Off the turn, into the stretch. Moon over Seba comes on to take over the lead. Rare Form tries to fight back, but is back into second nonetheless. Greeley and Ben's getting on track late. 1 furlong to go. Moon over Seba, Rare Form. Here comes Greeley and Ben. Greeley and Ben has rallied to the front. Greeley and Ben takes over with the 16th to go. And Greeley and Ben glides under the wire to win it by 2 in the end. Moon over Seba second, Rare Form third.
Greeley and Ben, the recency paid off. 2 races off of that big layoff and gets back to the winner's circle today.
Yeah, it felt like the 1 and 2 kind of sped up too in that second quarter, and they kind of got away from the 5 Greeley and Ben, and Gabriel Saez did a good job of not getting concerned, not feeling like he had to send after those horses. And while they drew away into the stretch, once they got a little tired in mid-stretch, Greeley and Ben was in a position to just easily pick them up. And the recency with Greeley and Ben obviously made a difference. I think that Moon over Sheba and frankly, Rare Form both ran okay in here. They probably both needed races off the layoff.
Off of the layoff and some drops in class, as well as the 2 Moon over Seba gets up for second over the 1 Rare Form, the gray down on the inside, as those 2 involved in a pace duel up front. But it was the number 5 Greeley and Ben to get to the winner's circle for John Ortiz and Gabriel Saez. Well, we've talked a lot on this show about the importance of aftercare, and one group supporting retired racehorses is the Real Rider Cup, where we see members of the racing industry paired with retired racehorses and jumping a course, raising money for aftercare. The winner of this year's virtual Real Rider Cup is America's Best Racing's Penelope Miller. What a great individual she is, as well as a great rider. Taking a look at her with All the Way Jose. Penelope, in her last couple of years involved with the Real Rider Cup, has raised just under $14,000 for aftercare.
That's great. Do you get involved? You must get involved in this. Do you
I've
go
not
ride?
done. I still do. Yeah, I haven't done the Real Rider Cup. Something, it's been a goal of mine. I haven't been part of it, but a lot of respect, certainly. I know Penelope has been involved in the last 3 years, I believe.
Maggie did it last year,
Maggie
didn't she?
did it, yeah.
Last
Maggie
2 years,
and
maybe?
Yeager did it as well, and Tom Morley did it, her husband, too.
Wow.
A lot of people in the industry involved.
I want Maggie to tell us how much competition there was between her and Tom when they got involved in the Ryder Cup. I'm laughing just thinking about it.
Well, it's all about the horse. The horse is your secret weapon, as he had one that was very good at jumping, and I had Yeager, who is marginally better at interviewing jocks after races. as he is to jumping. But this year's People's Choice Award went to Laura Moquette with her Mount Ultrasland. And you can also catch out Laura Moquette as she's the assistant to and wife of trainer Ron Moquette. And she's often the gal that goes all around the country with their very talented sprinter Whitmore. And she really raised a lot of money online and a lot of awareness for the Real Rider Cup. As we heard Acacia mention, they raised just over $52,000 for charities such as the New Vocations, the Retired Racehorse Project, and the Fair Hill Thoroughbred Horse Show. But you can still get in on the action as they are still offering desk calendars featuring OTTBs, as well as they have the auction for some really nice artwork called The Heart of the Thoroughbred Through the Eyes of the Artist. Some really nice pieces featured on the website, therealridercup.com. So check it out. You can still donate today, and well done, and hats off to Maggie Kimmett and Anita Motion for all their hard work that goes into the Real Rider Cup. But looking at horses here in the paddock for today's third race, we are on the turf once again, but it's all about the 2-year-old fillies. And while the horses that have some experience are taking the most money, I want to focus in on some first-time starters, all 4 of which sold at yearling auctions overseas. And we'll begin with the duo for the Chad Brown barn. That includes number 7 in here, who was in the body of the race. Technical Analysis, a daughter of Kingman, and Kingman's very good with his 2-year-olds, as well as getting horses to kind of go out to be really good turf milers as well. She sold in Tattersall's Book 1 for the equivalent of $258,000 to Klarovich Stables. And the Dam won 2 of 4 races in England, and this is her first foal. So there's plenty of pedigree for this gal to be precocious and talented to boot. She's athletic. She's extremely professional here, very fit. If I had to, split hairs with her, and she's actually a big price on the board as of now. Maybe she could look a little bit stronger behind the saddle, but she gives me the impression that she should be able to get over this give in the ground quite easily, as I'm not totally sold on that fact for her stablemate, who does draw in here, who's an enormous price in Single Soul, who I thought was a little bit interesting for this fact. She sold for $335,000 also in Tattersall's Book 1, their October yearling sale. But Mike Ryan, who is a very well-known bloodstock agent and also part owner on Single Soul, came back this year and bought the full brother to Single Soul as well. So I thought that was a little bit interesting, and maybe Single Soul hinting at maybe she has some ability. She's thoroughly Dubawi. Some sires really stamp their progeny, and she looks like a daughter of Dubawi through and through. And with that being said, they are tough ones to judge how fit they are, because they're very round-bodied, very thick through their barrel as well. So if I didn't know she was a Dubawi, I would say she doesn't look that fit. But we'll see how she negotiates going out here. Sometimes those heavier types of horses don't really get over it that well. She's not taking much money on the board as of now, but she was an AE, and sometimes they're a little bit overlooked when they draw into the race. Now moving on to Christophe Clement's number 9, Irish Crush. Daughter of Zoffany, sold at the Goff's yearling sale for only $92,000. A little meager in the face of some of the other ones that sold here. But the Dam was unraised. This is her first foal. The second Dam, champion 3-year-old filly in Ireland, and that makes the Dam have to Viscount Nelson, Horatio Nelson as well, all multiple graded group stakes winners. So she's a little bit interesting from that perspective. And Christophe, so good with his 2-year-olds. That kind of goes without being said. And she is very fit in here, very well defined. I like her overall presence for this type of condition, for the surface that she's going to have to run over. She's a little bit of that lighter frame, true of the Zoffany kind of line. So I think she could be dangerous, as she is 8-1 on the board. Not taking much money is number 10, Never Content. Daughter of No Nay Never, sold in Book 2 at Tattersall's last year for $105,000. Big filly, leggy. Sometimes we see these No Nay Nevers be a little bit more proficient in the turf sprints, but this lady looks as though she should be A-okay at 1 1/16. She's dappled head to toe. Maybe there's a little bit more development for her to do, and the fact she's not taking much money, well, that makes you think maybe she hasn't shown much either, but she's not really bred to show much, at least in the mornings, working out on the dirt, and I think she looks ready for her debut. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Never Content, filly by No Nay Never. Another one purchased at Tattersall's as the number 4 Cadencia. Still 5-2 as we take a look at Todd Pletcher. Still just one away from 5,000 victories.
I'm sure he's glad to hear us covering it
Oh,
extensively.
I'm sure he's thrilled about it.
She actually ran okay last time out in that she made the first move at a pace that collapsed. But she did benefit from a very fast pace that collapsed, so I think it kind of dresses her up. So she has the excuse of being the first mover in it, but she benefited from the overall dynamics.
Here's a look at the company Todd Pletcher will, we're sure, soon be joining with over 5,000 victories. Dale Baird, of course, the leader. We followed Belmont just a few months ago on that road to 5,000. And as we've mentioned, 5,000, a big milestone, but there are many more wins still to come for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, I can't get geared up for these milestones as much because unless you're just celebrating the kind of career that Todd has had, which has been a remarkable career over the last 24 years, almost 25, a certain first ballot Hall of Famer.
Absolutely, as he has a big chance here with Cadencia, currently 2-1 favorite for these 2-year-old fillies. A filly by Mshawish? Mshawish, right? That's how you said it.
Yeah,
Trained by Todd as
the
well.
7 technical analysis, one of 4, I think, in this race that were purchased overseas. And that really all began when Chad Brown went over to Tattersall's 2 years ago with Peter Brandt, and he bought horses including DeMarchelier, who's standing at Claiborne for Peter, but also for Carvage Stables. They had Newspaper Record, Digital Age, who's a big player in the Breeders' Cup Mile next weekend. And that success has really changed the game, and it's caused a lot of people to go over there. Now, this is a Kingman. They've had some success with some Kingmans. We'll see if this horse is a runner. And Domestic Spending is a Kingman, one of the nice 3-year-old turf horses in the country. And I think it's important to note, I'm not saying the 13 Single Soul can't win, but if a trainer enters 2 horses in a race for different owners and the race is oversubscribed, the trainer must say which one is the first preference and which is the second preference. And the second won't get in if the race is oversubscribed. So as you can see, it was, but Single Soul got in off the also eligibles. So note that Single Soul was his second preference. I'm not saying the horse can't win because you never really know, and maybe the 7 won't like the going and this horse will relish it, and especially in these softer courses, we can change things, but just pointing that out.
Absolutely. As we take a look at the start of our post-parade, the 2 My Second Chance will kick things off.
Has experience, but did little running. These Union Rags, not for me on the grass.
Here's a filly by Pioneer of the Nile. Wow.
And wow, is she an overlay at 8-1? I like the race she comes out of and think she is a dramatic overlay at this price.
The half-sister to Breeders' Cup bound Manny Wah. Here's the 4 Cadencia.
And people are going to fall for the 73 figure and the second place finish, and the horse ran fine, but that was a very, very, very fast pace that collapsed that benefit Cadencia. Now, he probably ran better than Gambling Cat, who won the race, and even Evie Jets, who did not. Neither one of those, I think, ran well in subsequent performances, but Cadencia benefited from the dynamics of that race.
Here's the 5 Island Treasure, second-time starter.
A Sugar McGay horse with plenty of pedigree that did not lift a hoof first time.
Comes out of the same race as Wow, as a filly making her 4th start is the 6 Frankel at Ascot.
Well, let's see. Went through the rail in Saratoga, acted badly last time. Can they straighten this horse out? Because obviously has some ability.
Blinkers coming off today. We'll see if that will help. Here's the 7, though, Technical Analysis.
Probably comes down from that 4-1 she is. We get closer to post. Have to think this horse can probably run a little bit, but we'll see.
Another first-time starter is the 8 Miss Empirement.
The dam won 1 of 7 races on the turf, an Empire Maker. We'll see this tap it. Not taking any money, though, first time for John Kimmel.
John Velasquez going to be aboard the Whisper Hill Farm Homebred. Here's the 9 Irish Crush.
It was Bobby Flay Silks. Of course, he is the owner of this one. Another one purchased over at Tattersall's, and that Rosario Clement tandem. They have really been. They're not quite Bailey Mott, but over this year they feel like it.
It's been incredible the role that they've been on as we look at the 10 Never Content.
Another horse who was purchased over at Tattersall's. This one for Mike Rapoli and trainer Mike Maker, and they did team up actually to win the race. The 4 is coming out of with a firster.
We'll see if they can repeat that. Jose Ortiz aboard, Never Content. Here's the 11 Fool Yourself.
I couldn't find any turf pedigree, a $3,000 yearling. You don't see a lot of Moslers. Mosler was trained by Belmont.
We'll see how this one fares today. Big price on the board right now. Here's the 12 Reina del Sol, speaking of Belmont.
And this horse handled the give in the ground okay first time and finished behind the stablemate. The stablemate Ingrassia was the reason he was heavily favored. But Ingrassia is a big player in the Chelsea Flower today. Why can't Reina del Sol win this race?
We'll see her coming up a little bit later on. There's the 13 Single Soul.
And as we mentioned, this is another European. There's so many in here. This is Dubowie, one of the top sires in the world, so there's a lot of pedigree. But this was the second preference for trainer Chad Brown. Not to say that means the horse can't win.
Does have a strong hand in here, though, with 2, as this is the 3rd race. Coming up next in the 4th race, the Empire 6 will begin, as we have a mandatory payout on closing day at Belmont today with a $419,000 plus jackpot carryover leading into today's pool. The 20-cent minimum bet must be paid out, and it starts today in race 4. For more information, visit NYRA.com/Empire6. Everything must go, Andy.
Everything must go. You keep alluding to that. You just want me to talk about that.
I'm trying to.
I love those Raymond Carver stories, you know? They're the greatest.
Here's the 3 wow and overlay, as you mentioned, as she was a big price in her debut, but she ran a solid second. And while Manny was a dirt sprinter, the brother, the Dam, was a good turf runner.
And I like the winner of this race was a horse for trainer Graham Motion. We saw some also rans in there. There's a Klarovich European, I think you could see closing in the middle. There's the daughter of Caroline Thomas inside of her for Berkeley Tag. I thought this was a promising race. Now, listen, the turf condition is a wild card here, but they're all going to have to deal with the turf condition, and I'm not sure why this horse off that performance is 4 times the price or 3.5 times the price of Cadencia. Listen, that doesn't mean he's going to win, but to me, at her current odds of 7-1, and maybe she comes down, she's a bit of an overlay.
7-1 right now. Very generous price on the board right now. For more on this filly, let's check in again with Maggie.
I like wow as well, but the problem is even though you are getting a decent price on her today, the problem was she was 45-1 in her debut, and she ran very well. And if anything, she's taken a major step forward, at least in my eyes. She's fitter. She's just that much more focused and professional, and she should run well here as if she handles the course condition. Now, Frankel at Ascot, as Andy said, she has been a bad actor ever since her second start in which she ran or tried to jump the rail. She's still very nervous. Back in the paddock, she was acting up prior to the jock getting on, and I just, once they kind of start acting like that, it's hard to get them to come back to you, especially with the 2-year-old fillies. They kind of need a break just to reset their brains a bit. So we'll see how she does today. But she's hinted at ability, and physically she looks fine, but I would just like to see her settle down a little bit, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. As she's been a bit of an enigma in her last few races. We'll see what Frankel at Ascot does today. Filly by Frankel. Blinkers coming off after they tried those last time. At eyes on Todd Pletcher. There he is, he's got the number 4 Cadencia, trying to make this potentially win number 5,000.
I think he'd be more happy to get that over with than the horse actually winning.
Sure.
You bring up Frankel at Ascot, and Frankel, he was one of the great racehorses of any lifetime, and he's turned out to be a tremendous sire, yet Rubelinda, who Chad Brown had, was really about the only one that's ever run in this country that was any good. It just seems like the ones, and maybe it's just the luck of the draw, that have come over to America have been nowhere near as good as their European counterparts.
We've not really gotten to see any superstars from that stallion in the U.S. as of yet. We'll see if this one can get to the winner's circle as they load in, and we'll send it up to John Embrial for the 2-year-old fillies on the turf here in the 3rd.
They're all in. And they're off. Island Treasure away well. Cadencia moving up in between horses. And down on the inside is My Second Chance. So 3 of them across the track for the lead. Technical Analysis is racing in 4th. Frankel at Ascot in between horses in 5th. Miss Empirement is moving up from the outside in 6th. And checking there was Wow. Wow has dropped back in the field, back to 7th. On the outside is Reina del Sol next in 8th, followed by Irish Crush in 9th. Then it's Fool Yourself along with Single Soul, and the trailer is Never Content in 12th. The quarter 25-2. My Second Chance leads by a length. And then it is Island Treasure, Miss Empirement on the outside. Those 2 are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd, with Cadencia down at the hedge and racing in 4th. On the outside is Reina del Sol in 5th. Technical Analysis is there, along with Miss Empirement, as the field heads for the far turn. The half in 52 seconds. Big long shot. My Second Chance is still the leader here over Island Treasure. Miss Empirement in between horses. Cadencia down on the inside. Reina del Sol in the clear on the outside. And now Single Soul is following Reina del Sol as the field comes for the top of the stretch. It's My Second Chance, Island Treasure, Reina del Sol, and Single Soul. 4 of them across. Cadencia will need some racing room. Wow is trying to get back in it again as the field comes into the stretch. Here is Island Treasure, who's come away with the lead. And out of this racing room for Cadencia, it is Island Treasure in front. Cadencia is all out in second. A 16th to the finish. Island Treasure in front by 3. Wow, now moving into second. Island Treasure in front, and it will be Island Treasure to pull off a big upset. Wow was second, and Technical Analysis finished third.
Island Treasure, a big price for Shug McGahee, and Jose Lascano gets the job done, and she definitely had a much cleaner trip than some of them in here.
Well, while the majority of the riding colony was more interested in getting their horses in trouble in this race, Jose Lascano said, you know, I'm not going to get in trouble if I'm forwardly placed. So he was forward with her. And in being forward with her, he stayed out of trouble, and she was a completely different horse she was the first time out. Obviously, she liked the going, and she liked the trips that some of the other horses got here. But credit Jose Lascano for staying out of trouble with her, and she ran off. Wow ran well to be second. The best horse was probably the number 7, Technical Analysis, who was Rank, and Irad Ortiz lost all position, got completely buried coming this stretch. You see her on the outside making a big run. I think with a clean trip, she obviously wins this race and will be a heavy favorite next time she runs. But the number 5, good job by Shug, a horse who had pedigree, did no running first time out, a much different horse today.
33-1 on Island Treasure, Maggie. Definitely plenty of pedigree and definitely some trips behind, as we mentioned.
Yeah, it was a tough race to watch because there were so many things going on, and it looked as though there were several horses just spinning their wheels over the surface as well, even though they were trying to run forward as their riders implored them. And so it's one we need to go back and watch. But Island Treasure's interesting. She again kind of caught my eye in the paddock because she just has this massive hoof to her. And the Europeans always say that actually in this going, you want that massive foot to them because they're not going to sink down as much, not going to cut through it and go to the bottom as much. So in her first start, she almost ran like she displaced or something because she was towards the back, but running, and then suddenly she just dropped back. So it was kind of as if Shug may have went back to the drawing board, fixed it. Jose Lascano paired that up with a brilliant ride as well, Acacia.
He certainly did, Maggie. Thanks. You've got a big price on a Stewardess Janny homebred filly by Spitestown. Well, bred filly for Shug McGahee. He gets to the winner's circle. There's Shug with a nice ride by Jose Lascano, who's continued to deliver those heads-up rides throughout the meet here at Belmont. We'll bring you prices and wrap up this race after this quick break.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Into the winner's circle for the third race goes the number 5 Island Treasure, 2-year-old filly for Shug McGahee, ridden to victory by Jose Lascano. Definitely some traffic in the field there, but a clean trip and a good ride by Jose Lascano brings this one to the winner's circle. A $68 win for Shug McGahee. Not something you see too often, Andy.
No, and I think a lot of people playing the Empire 6 coming up the next race with the big carryover breathed a sigh of relief after that race that this wasn't part of it.
And do note, coming up for the start of the Empire 6, it begins in the 4th in a dirt race. The main track at Belmont is now good and sealed, and you're getting those tickets ready. Back at Churchill Downs, we have the second race coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track, $10,000, non-winners of 2 races in life for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Andy will get started with the post parade with the number 1 Majestic Edge at 14-1 to kick things off.
Yeah, would have to improve her form, though she does have some early speed.
Should likely send from the inside as switched back to the main track and ran at this level last time out. Chantel Sutherland will be aboard. There's a look at the number 1 Majestic Edge at 14-1, as we'll look next for the number 2 Miss Elanius.
Yeah, she's dropping down significantly from her last race, and she too has speed and will likely be stalking the number 1 Majestic Edge early.
Ran against $30,000 claiming types last time out, in for the $10,000 today on that drop in class. Off of a layoff is the 3 Bet Your Bankroll.
Well, I don't know about recommending betting your bankroll, but this horse is dropping significantly coming off a 7-month layoff. She will need pace, though, as she has absolutely no speed.
One that will be coming from far off of it. Here's the 4, Queen of Verona.
A reference to a Paul Simon song, I want to say. Queen of Verona figures to be stalking the pace as trainer John Ortiz will look for back-to-back wins.
Next will be the 5. That's great.
Well, that's great, but her PPs aren't.
She broke her maiden at Belterra back in June in an off-the-turf race as we wrap up the field with the 6 Gesture.
I thought Gesture was the horse to beat in here, dropping for Mike Maker, hoping she can get enough pace to run into, but she's a heavy favorite, and I agree with the public. She is way the horse to beat.
1-2 right now on that drop in class. As it's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover, the horse attracting the most support late in the betting, and that is the number 4, Queen of Verona. Was 7-2 on the morning line, 5-1 right now on the board, taking the most money late in the betting. If you're interested in betting the Market Mover or any horse you like coming up, Twin Spires is offering you a $200 new player bonus. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus. Queen of Verona getting that claiming tag sliced in half as she ran at this level 2 starts back and finished 4th, though I have to imagine she could potentially be tactically placed, and as you mentioned, Andy, the trainer looking to sweep the early double.
Yeah, and I don't think she's impossible. She would be my alternative, Queen of Verona, and I think at 5-1 she's a fair enough price. Gesture seems like she's a bit over bet right now as she cuts back a furlong and drops for Mike Maker. I think she's much the worse to beat. 1-2 could be overdoing it. I think Queen of Verona makes a certain amount of sense in this race. She's fast enough, and tactically she should have some better position than the favorite, and hopefully that will help her chances.
The favorite, this is 6 Gesture on the outside, very short price as mentioned. She did break her maiden in an off-the-turf race where she was up close, showing a bit more speed, but typically she's one that tends to come from off of it.
Yeah, I mean that was going a longer distance as well, and I don't think she has the speed of some of the others. Now, listen, the horses that figure to be the speeds are the 15 and 14-1 rank outsiders in here, so I don't think, at least looking at it, that there's a lot of concern about them. On the other hand, a horse like the 4 Queen of Verona, who may be the chief competition to the favorite, and here they'll bet your bankroll as well. Both those horses more forwardly, well, I'm sorry, just Queen of Verona is more forwardly placed. Bet your bankroll would not be my second choice simply because she has a similar running style to the 6. The 6 will be more forward, and the 6 is a better horse. I think if the 6, the favorite, Gesture, loses, she'll lose to a horse that's more forward like the 4, Queen of Verona.
Not a big field, as we often talk about. Again, like we saw earlier in the day at Churchill Downs, having some tactical speed, being forwardly placed, always an advantage. And I think it's important to note, too, for the 6 Gestures, this horse was claimed for Mike Maker for $16,000. A drop in class for this barn, it's just being where this horse is going to be logical.
I agree. I mean, they showed that she couldn't win for that $16,000 level. It wasn't a great claim by them, but at the end of the day, she has that fourth-place finish. She wins this race and gets claimed. They sort of walk away from the whole thing with a small profit, about even after everything's said and done. And they claimed for 16, not a great claim. Doesn't mean she can't win for 10.
And not a huge investment that day as well. We'll see if this is the right spot for her, dropping down to the $10,000 level and your heavy favorite as they start to load in for the second race at Churchill Downs, and we'll send it up to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Stumbling beginning for Bet Your Bankroll. Spots the field about 5 lengths. Miscellaneous racing for the lead. That's Greatest Showing Speed 2. And Queen of Verona right between them. Gesture right to the outside is racing fourth to make it 4 across the track. Majestic Edge over to the inside is racing fifth. And it's 5 lengths back to slow starting Bet Your Bankroll. So Miscellaneous comes on through to take charge for that far turn run and opens up to lead by 2. Queen of Verona's on the chase from second. That's Great as third. Gesture is very wide. 3 or 4 wide racing fourth, while Majestic Edge saves ground on inside fifth. And Bet Your Bankroll still last. So round the far turn, Miscellaneous trying to see it out. The lead's down to a length. Gesture confidently ridden. Comes up with a wide run to be second. Queen of Verona's back into third. Top of the stretch, Miscellaneous trying to hang in there. Gesture's asked to go now, but is still second. Miscellaneous, something left. Miscellaneous has repelled the challenge of Gesture and is opened up by 4 outside the 16th pole. Miscellaneous going from start to finish, rambling home, defeating Gesture by 4 lengths on the wire. Bet Your Bankroll recovered to grab third. Majestic Edge was fourth.
An upset here in the second as the 2 Miscellaneous on that big drop in class took them geek to wire.
And she also found herself controlling in front when the 1 Majestic Edge didn't go in here, and she was able to cut it out. And as Travis Stone noticed, the announcer, Gesture was confident, but as it turned out, Tyler Gaffalione had nothing under him. And Miscellaneous had plenty more to go, and she just galloped in here. Big drop down for Michelle Lavelle. Gets the job done at a big price in race number 2.
James Graham aboard. Did not switch to the outside lead, but it didn't matter. Still plenty in the tank coming down to the wire, wrapped up in the end over the big favorite Gesture, who did put in a bid. Looked like she might at one point go by and then just flattened out in the stretch. Wonder if anybody got claimed out of this race.
That's a good question. I don't know. They could have claimed the bottom. Probably not this horse.
The 2 at 12-1. And Miscellaneous gets the job done in the second at Churchill Downs. Back at Belmont Park, it's Empire's 6th time. It's that mandatory payout, so don't miss out on that as we have the 4th race coming up next. 6 furlongs on the main track. Again, the main track now listed as good and sealed here at Belmont Park. It starts off with a $16,000 non-winners of 2 in life event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the jackpot carryover. Just under $420,000 coming in today, and obviously that pool will build. You can check out NYRA.com/Empire6 for more information and a good opportunity today to take a stab at the sequence, though it's not an easy one. We'll talk more about it as we kick off the Empire 6. There's a look at the 3 cruising strong for Brad Cox. Will be a major player. That's more coming up after this on America's Day at the Races.
Orb, winner of the Kentucky Derby and Florida Derby. His runners have scored on both dirt and turf. His recent stakes success includes Mrs. Orb, winner of the Bay Ridge Stakes at Aqueduct, Pippin Stakes victorious Whoa Nelly, and Derlou, a determined runner-up in the Grade 3 La Cañada Stakes at Santa Anita. Classic winner, classic pedigree. or standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Andy Serling, and Maggie Wolfendale. Happy to have you with us as we're getting ready for the start of the Empire 6. It's a mandatory payout today on closing day at beautiful Belmont Park. Wrapping up the fall meet, taking a look at the three cruising strong off the layoff and on the drop-in class for Brad Cox as this race does kick off that sequence for the Empire 6. And for more, let's head to the paddock and check in with Maggie.
And we're dealing with a filly coming back off of a long layoff, taking a bunch of money. So hinting at the fact that, well, she might be working well in the morning, or there's just really nobody else in here. She will make her start back off the bench for Brad Cox. She looks very fit to me. And the thing is, though, as she is a 3-year-old now, she hasn't changed too much from 2 to 3. But again, at this level, I don't care so much. It's not like she's coming back and trying to tackle, an A other than or something like that for New York breds. She fits and she looks ready. So she's 7-2, lukewarm choice as of now. Another horse I'm interested in that has had more chances is number 7. She's a black belt. Participated in a race down at Pimlico in which it was just a crush of horses at the line, at the finish, and the winner actually came from last, so was a repeat winner. But you see head, nose, neck. I mean, they were all together at the end. And sometimes that just speaks of a race that's not particularly strong. But she looks very strong here in the paddock and probably the best looking horse, at least from the physical perspective of things. And Michelle Nevin, her barn's going well. And Michelle's one of those trainers I think you want to kind of jump on that bandwagon when she is having a good meet. And she's a black belt. Looks as though she's ready for this effort, Acacia.
She's a black belt for the always dangerous Michelle Nevin. Maggie, thank you. As the pool for the Empire 6, over $1 million. And do note the main track now sealed and listed as muddy as we've had some continued rain in here.
But what we feel like we've made a commitment to keep our races on the turf as the MTOs have been scratched, the 15, 16 out of the upcoming, I want to say, is it 6th race? And the 8th race, the 12, the MTO is out. And, we have to make that decision before this Empire 6. And right now, you see that there's almost $1.2 million has been bet into it, and I think it's very conceivable we'll see $3 to $4 million added to today's pool with the mandatory payout. So you got to make that decision now. People have to realize we're gonna if they come off, it's going to be because of an unforeseen situation. it'll be after the first race has been run. They become all races. So you don't go to the most time favorite, you go to an all. We obviously want to avoid that situation. And you really at some point have to make a decision whether you're staying on or not. And the decision appears to be that we're staying on because those MTOs have come out.
And some of the post times have been bumped up throughout the afternoon as well, with the expectation of some more rain in the forecast. As this race does kick things off, the sequence in general, though, Andy, as we have a tepid 4-1 favorite in the first leg, it's a tricky sequence here.
It is. I mean, this is a tough race. I mean, if you want to look at, forgetting about this race for 1 second, I think in race number 5, horses like the 4 Workout and the 7 Brew Pub, they might be a race where you take a shot, depending if you can't invest that much. You lean on those 2. Race number 6 seems to be open. Race number 7, I would lean on the 5 and 6, Speed and a closer in there. And in the Chelsea Flower, I would lean on the 4, 7, and 10. So I've gone 2 by 2 by 3, sort of 12 combinations, or $2.40. And then you've given yourself some room, because even if you went 5 by 5 by 5, 125, you've got your ticket. Not great, but it's less than $300, somewhere in the $300 range, right? It was right around exactly $300 or roughly. So you give yourself a chance, because these are tough to hit. And I think for me, if you want to be a smaller player, you're better off going with a couple friends and maybe each putting in $100, because a third of a hit is better than 100% of nothing. So this race, I like the 4 all over the map. I have no idea why Cruising Strong is getting bet. I would probably use the 4 all over the map. We'll talk about more in a minute. She's a black belt, the 7, the 8 Queendom. They would be the 3 that I would use, and maybe I'd use horses like La Negrita, the 1. And the number 9, Charlotte Webley, is like C's in multiple tickets. But it's hard, because every decision you make in a pick 6 sequence, it's not just affecting that race, because if you use 4 here, maybe you can use 6 in a race like the complicated 6th race, or you can spread more in the last race. So you're going to, someone will say to you, that horse was my next use in a race. Well, was it your next use over a race, another race? It's a very interesting putting together tickets. And I think one of the things about these type of jackpot wagers, which I don't particularly like except for the mandatories like today, is at a 20 cents, it gives somebody the idea they can put together a ticket for a more manageable amount of money than $2. But you realize how tough it is.
Very tricky, as it's a 6 consecutive races. The last 6 races on the program does begin here. Did you see anyone, I have to ask, that could potentially be a single?
No. I don't see. I think you're supposed to play multiple tickets. I understand why that whole my single came out, because people putting tickets on the air, you have to find singles to make a manageable amount to put a ticket for less than $100. But I don't believe in that. And I've hit a couple of big pick 6s in my life. Neither one of those tickets involved singles. They both involved, one of them involved playing multiple tickets.
Getting ready for the start of the Empire 6 as we begin with the number 1, La Negrita.
She is obviously a horse who can win. There's plenty of pace. She's a closer. The problem is she's got 7 seconds and 16 starts and 1 win, so she's just not a winning type.
You know where she likes to finish, as here's the 3 Cruising Strong off that layoff.
I understand the Brad Cox barn, strikes fear in the hearts of players, but her 2 good races, 2 and 3 back, were really not very strong fields, but they're not so outlandish that she couldn't win here.
Here's the 4 all over the map.
I don't know how she can get the lead, and her 1 win was wiring the field, but I think she's a dangerous horse who ran fast enough to compete a year ago, and she got a good prep on the turf last time out, so I think she's an interesting horse in here.
Taking a drop in class as well for Ray Handles. Here's the 5, Shannon's Girl.
I don't see much to recommend, with another horse who's 1 for 18 with 6 second-place finishes.
Now 10-1 on the board, making her first start for Gary Siaka. Here's the 6, Dazzling Speed.
Now, she would blow this thing up, because she's already almost 50-1. It does seem unlikely, but she did run well enough to win this race 2 races back. She hasn't run now in 7 months or 8 months.
Beaten a neck that day. Here's your current favorite, though. She's a black belt.
I think one of the appeals of her is that she's a closer in a race that figures to have some speed. Listen, I don't think it's just Michelle Nevins-Barnes been doing well this meet. I think Michelle Nevins is one of the best trainers in the game.
Always does an excellent job, and horses show that as well. Here's the 8, Queendom.
I tried her last time. She is a closer in some raceback speed. She can handle a wet track, as we have one now. She's just not that good. This is a more competitive field than the one she's in with last time.
Here's one of your pace players next to the 9, Charlotte Webley.
She bolted in her last start. In her prior start, she took a right turn in mid-stretch. So the job for Jeremiah Englehart is to get her to not only win, but to run straight.
We'll see if Irad Ortiz can keep her in a straight line today as he won on her 2 starts back. Here's the 10, Handle with Care.
It's been exactly 50 weeks since we've seen her last start, which was a win, and that was an effort that would give her an outside shot here, but it's been a while.
Off a layoff since November of 2019. Here's the 11, Sarah Rini.
She's got one fast race. The problem is she does not like a wet track, this horse, and she was scratching a wet track, and I think Gary Siaka left her in because he didn't realize, like many of us, he thought the rain was going to hold off until a little bit later.
She's the second of 2 for Gary Siaka in this field. As we look at the number 9, Charlotte Webley, dropping in class after bolting last time out. This is the replay, though, from her win 2 starts back where she didn't exactly bolt, but I think the short comment erratic kind of sums it up, as that's just the type of horse that she is.
Right, as you're going to see it. I mean, she starts to come out, and it's not Irad Ortiz's fault. She lugs in a little bit there, and then she just ducks out badly on him, and she's a bit of a nightmare for riders, and Irad takes them out, and I'm sure he's, wondering. I don't know if there are any changes made with her. It may just be one of these things. Maybe she'll be more professional today, but she's tricky to like at a big price, but she's another horse who can win. I think you look through this field, you could come up with little reasons to say just about every one of them can win. It's not like there's anybody that's particularly fast. It's not like you can feel confident. I mean, Charlotte Webley may be the speed of the speed, but there are other potential speed horses. And these races where there's 4 potential speeds and a possible fast pace, it often seems like some horse gets in front whose rider is much more aggressive than the other rider. It's not necessarily going to be the case, but it could be.
We'll see how the pace does play out as Charlotte Webley taking that bit of a drop in class. We'll see if she can keep things straight today. For more on this filly, let's check in with Maggie.
Yeah, I'm not noticing any different equipment with her here, guys. The one thing I can say is that she's far more relaxed than what I've ever seen from her in the past, as she comes off a little bit of a break after bolting in that last race up at Saratoga. I don't know. Sometimes you would expect to see a little bit of an equipment change after doing such things in a race, but maybe she just needs a little break, regroup, and at least she has the right mindset going into this effort. As number 1, La Negrita, they have definitely played around with the equipment on this filly, as she is back wearing the extension blinker, which I had seen her wear going back to late last year, early this year. They had taken it off. They had put a burr on her. She's very difficult to ride. She wants to constantly lug out. So that extension blinker covering her right outside eye is back on today. The theory behind that is a horse won't run to a space in which they can't see, so you cover up that outside eye, they're not going to run out. La Negrita, she's her own worst enemy, and as you guys have said, she's been participating at this level for quite a while and unable to see things through. See if the equipment makes a difference today, Acacia.
Okay, Maggie, thanks. As there's a good look at that extension blinker. It does, as Maggie mentioned, cover the full right eye, breaking from the inside. She won't see anything to her outside. We'll see if that helps her to stay running in a straight line, or if the different attitude today from Charlotte Webley will help her to keep a straight course, looking at a couple of difficult fillies out there on the track, and horses like that can make things a little bit more interesting for the bettors as well.
Right, and Maggie talking about her not seeing any equipment changes. Jeremiah Englehart knows that this horse has got some issues, and they're not always equipment issues. I mean, and as you know, a lot of times trainers will try things with equipment. It doesn't mean it's going to work.
You never know. Sometimes it's trial and error out there on the track, too, for these horses, and especially the ones that are a little bit more difficult. Could have been something physical that was addressed as well, or maybe some changes in a training regime. We'll see if that does help Charlotte Webley, though. The number 7, she's a black belt, your current favorite at 3-1. That seems to be the kind of race that this is, Andy.
I'm surprised I don't know how you take 3-1 on anybody in this race. Now, listen, I took 5-1 on a horse who I thought would be a much bigger price. In the number 4. The only really good move I made was I didn't bet doubles out of race number 3.
Yeah, we had a big upset there in the last race with that number 5 Island Treasure blowing up the tote board. We'll see if things are a little bit more formful as we get ready to start the Empire 6. We hope that you are locked and loaded and ready. It's just a reminder, it's a mandatory payout day today of the Empire 6. Kicks off here in race number 4. So good luck to everybody with all of your tickets. Hope you get some nice wins there as we see the number 8 Queendom being a little bit difficult behind the starting gate, but in they go, and we'll send it up to track announcer John Embriel, the voice of New York racing, as we kick off the Empire 6. Good luck to everybody playing the sequence.
Waiting for Dazzling Speed and Sarah Rini. They're all in. And they're off. Going for the lead all over the map. And she's a black belt. Is racing in second. Down on the inside is Cruising Strong next in third. Sarah Rini far outside in fourth. Then Charlotte Webley next in fifth. Handle with Care moves up in between horses from sixth. And then down on the inside is La Negrita. Shannon's Girl is alongside, followed by Dazzling Speed. And trailing the field is Queendom in 10th. The quarter over the muddy going 22 1/5 seconds all over the map. Challenged now by She's a Black Belt, and the two of them are heads apart. They've got 2 lengths on Sarah Rini, who's on the extreme outside. Down at the rail is Charlotte Webley, and in between horses, Handle with Care. Shannon's Girl will be forced widest of all as the field hits the top of the stretch. And it is She's a Black Belt who has the lead after a half in 46 1. La Negrita is coming on. Cruising Strong is coming on. And Shannon's Girl is gaining ground. And they're all chasing She's a Black Belt, who is still in front by 3. La Negrita on the outside. It is Shannon's Girl. She's a Black Belt is holding on to the lead. Then La Negrita. She's a Black Belt has won it here by 2. La Negrita was second. Shannon's Girl finished third. Queendom came from last to get fourth.
Number 7, She's a Black Belt, who went off as your favorite for Michelle Nevin. Manny Franco aboard, kicks off the Empire 6.
I always root for the shorter prices in these sequences. I like to see the smaller player have as good a chance to win these as people who can put a lot of money in. And I imagine most players are alive after She's a Black Belt is a popular winner. Manny Franco, but a horse who probably had about less speed than just about 5 horses in here, was stalking the whole way, as the only speed that went was all over the map. Like that ride from Joel Rosario, not his fault. She just can't run at all anymore, but She's a Black Belt found her in front. And when you turn around, and La Negrita and Shannon's Girl, who are combined 2 for 34 with 13 seconds behind you, you're pretty confident that they're not going to pass you.
I think if Manny Franco took a look back and saw La Negrita, he was pretty confident that she was going to finish second, like she often does. Now to make it 8 for 17 lifetime as far as second place finishes to go, with the 1 win for La Negrita.
She's extremely reliable.
She is, absolutely. Gotta love it. But it was the number 7. She's a Black Belt for Michelle Nevin to kick off the Empire 6. Hope you're still alive, as the sequence will continue after this. We'll also bring you prices. Manny Franco into the winner's circle here for JMS Stable. She's a Black Belt.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
America's Day at the Races continues, and our program is brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, home to some of the world's leading stallions, including Curlin and Kitten's Joy. Taking a look at the field now for what's coming up next. It's the third race at Churchill Downs on tap off the turf in Louisville, Kentucky. So 5 furlongs originally scheduled for the grass, now to be run on the main track in this maiden special weight for the 2-year-olds in here. Still end up with a pretty good size field. Ultimate second-time starter for Steve Asmussen, currently your favorite at 5-2, as that one did show some form on the dirt in his debut. As we get ready for the post-parade, starting, Andy, with the number 2, Name Rejected.
Comes back in just 8 days after a debut where he took some money at 8-1 and did very little running.
I have to imagine that's a case where they submitted a few different names to the jockey club and couldn't end up with anything they actually really wanted.
They don't seem to reject too many names, so I don't know what happened there.
Name Rejected, Colt by Munnings. Blinkers coming off today at 5-1. Next will be the 3, Clarestown.
Yeah, obviously they wanted to run on the turf, and this horse had run well on the turf first time out at Arlington. The dirt is a guess, but those Speightstowns, they can run on anything.
Certainly can, as Blinkers go on this one today. 6-1 currently with Brian Hernandez in the saddle. We'll wait for the number 4, Dinner Bell.
Yeah. Dinner Bell is probably more turf men as well for Rusty Arnold. They'll stay on. Next, who won the race, came back and won next time out. Actually won in the dirt next time out.
With an 82 buyer speed figure. We'll see how live that
Wesley
race
Ward,
is.
I think, right?
Wesley Ward, yep.
Yeah.
Moving forward, Rusty Arnold, the trainer of the 4, Dinner Bell. Here's the 5, Major Chance.
Well, Major Chance first-time star, but don't forget this horse was entered running the turf. There's not much to love about the pedigree either way.
On toes right now, 23-1. Here's the 6, Loyal Louie.
Didn't run that badly first time out on the grass. On the other hand, that was grass, and now, of course, the horse will be running on the turf.
Florida bred by Country Day, son of Speightstown. In fact, here's the 7, Seas Get Degrees.
I like this horse in the turf. I thought this horse actually ran well with a trip first time in the grass. Didn't really run that badly in the dirt last time, relative to this field, and isn't impossible here.
Michelle Lavelle looking for own
Back
little
to back.
rolling double here. Here's the 8, Devil in the Bottle.
Yeah, there's not much to like about this horse's pedigree for turf, dirt, synthetic, glass, whatever they choose to run this horse on.
Colt by Daredevil debuting here. We'll see how that works out. Here's the 9, Navy Pier.
This horse actually had some turf pedigree, and they're leaving on the dirt, which leads me to believe they probably figure the horse needs a start.
One of 2 for Steve Asmussen. That one by Summerfront. Here's a Colt by Speightstown, the 10, Ultimate, your favorite.
I don't like that they gave up after one race in the dirt that wasn't that bad, but is the horse to beat.
And we have the 14 staying in Wayakin on the outside off the claim.
Oh, yeah, this horse is dangerous off the claim. It ran well in the maiden claimer. The thing was, in the 2 dirt races on maiden specials, didn't do any running, taking some money.
We'll see how this one does, stepping up in class first off the claim for Mike Maker. As Twin Spires is the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, and they're offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the races today. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Limited crowd at Churchill Downs. Looks like everybody's got their mask on. That's a good sign there. As hope you're enjoying a beautiful day in Kentucky.
His Name Rejected seems live here, coming back in 8 days, and took enough money to show speed before tiring. And I bet you Name Rejected, the 2, is a wild card that runs a little bit better in here. Maybe a 2-10, use the 7 and 14 as well. It's tough.
Tricky race here in the third at Churchill Downs as we'll be taking a quick pause to welcome in our regional networks. We'll continue our conversation about this race and a lot more live racing action still to come on America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Thank you for joining us. If you're just tuning in on Fox Sports Prime Ticket or San Diego, we're glad to have you with us on this Sunday edition as Acacia Courtney and Andy Serling here with you live from beautiful Belmont Park, closing day of the Belmont Fall Meet as we're bringing you racing from New York and from Churchill Downs as well.
As you can see, we have a little rain behind us. The track is now sloppy here at Belmont, but we are on the turf for 2 of the remaining races, including the Chelsea Flower, action from Churchill as well. It's nice to be here with you, our closing day at Belmont, and want to remind people that we'll be sticking around, though, for 4 more weeks, covering both Churchill Downs and Aqueduct all the way until the end of November.
And a special Cigar Mile show as well, first weekend of December. So we hope that you'll stay with us on America's Day at the Races. We have really appreciated all of you tuning in and wagering with us throughout the last few months that we have been on, and hopefully bringing you some information and entertainment from wherever you are watching. But Andy, we have the third race at Churchill Downs coming up. It's a maiden special weight off the turf. Tricky race to figure out who's going to step forward here.
Yeah, I mean, the 10 is the horse to beat, Ultimate, the favorite. Nothing against him. I think the 2 name rejected and the 7 C's Get Degrees are both horses at better prices with a chance to at least get a piece.
Loading in here for the third race, again off the turf at Churchill Downs. Main track is fast. We're sprinting here with these 2-year-olds maiden special weight. Coming up next is we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone, who has the call of the third at Churchill Downs.
Waiting for Major Chance, Loyal Louis, Ultimate, and Wayakin. They're in the gate. And the rough. C's Get Degrees hustled out of there. So too name rejected for that inside post. And Loyal Louis between them is fast out as well. Wayakin races up from the far outside with Ultimate. They're together 4th and 5th. Over to the inside for Clarestown in 6th. Dinner Bell advancing up from 7th. Major Chance is 8th, followed by Navy Pier. And at the back is Devil in the Bottle. Name rejected, rounding the far turn in front with 3 furlongs to go. Loyal Louis honing in from 2nd, and C's Get Degrees coming on 3 wide while 3rd. Clarestown set to strike inside 4th. Ultimate is running behind horses racing 5th, and Wayakin very wide off the turn in 6th. Top of the stretch. Name rejected, still trying to hang in there. Ultimate finds a seam, and here he comes now. C's Get Degrees battles on with Loyal Louis. Wayakin down the center of the track, racing for the final 16th. Name rejected, still in front. Ultimate hasn't got by yet. C's Get Degrees is there, down to the finish. Name rejected, desperate. Here's Ultimate surging late to win it. Ultimate just gets up. Name rejected was game, but 2nd. C's Get Degrees, Loyal Louis, and Wayakin.
Your favorite Ultimate, 2nd time out for Steve Asmussen. Ran on the dirt in his debut and gets to the winner circle today.
And the reason Ricardo Santana and Tyler Gaffleone have been so dominating in Kentucky especially, but also successful at other circuits, is good riding. And this was an excellent ride here by Ricardo, who really gave this horse an absolutely perfect trip and needed every bit of that perfect trip to get the money here. We talked about name rejected, and of course there's Ricardo and Tyler Gaffleone running 1-2, as we seem to see quite often. We mentioned 8 days ago, horse really got bet in here, and that caught our eye in here. And we mentioned that seemed like a horse would run better and did run a lot better. better, much better speed, much more comfortable up front. And Seas Get Degrees, the other horse, in a rare situation where we seem to get it right up here. Seas Get Degrees did run better, and I wonder if Seas Get Degrees would have run really well if the race had been on the turf, because that horse was interesting off the trip first time out.
Certainly was after that debut hopping at the start, as we'll wait to see that one potentially back on the turf, but it was the number 10 Ultimate who gets the win over the two Name Rejected, Ricardo Santana and Tyler Gaffleone, running 1-2 at Churchill Downs.
Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third, and now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The two fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Song Hill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Andy Serling, and Maggie Wolfendale. Happy to have you with us on closing day of Belmont Park, bringing you races from Belmont and Churchill all afternoon as we're taking a look at our Breeders' Cup Spotlight. Just a few days away from the Breeders' Cup World Championships. The spotlight now is on filly and mare sprint contender for our friend and colleague Tom Amos. That is Serengeti Empress, who has shown a tremendous amount of heart, Andy, in her last couple of races. This is her gutsy win in the Ballerina 2-back.
I don't think there's any horse in the entire card I'm looking forward to rooting for more than Serengeti Empress, and I think Gamine is going to have her hands full with this horse. Her speed, as well as her stamina and tenacity, makes her very, very dangerous, especially for a horse like Gamine, because Bob Baffer can say he thinks she's going to rate and win, and she might, but until she's really done it in a big race, I don't know that she can. But one thing we know about Serengeti Empress, she can get in a fight in a very, very fast pace and still hold on. This was an incredible performance to win the Ballerina, given the pace. She ran amazingly well and finished second in her next race at Churchill Downs, given the fast pace. And there's nobody with that kind of speed in this filly and mare sprint. She's going to be the horse to beat. I know Gamine is the big name coming in along with Serengeti Empress, but I feel bad for horses having to face this horse. She just keeps on coming. What a racehorse she is.
She really is awesome. And of course, we're all rooting for Tom as It was exciting getting to see her win the ballerina, beating a nose in the Derby City Distaff last time out on the Kentucky Derby undercard behind Bell's the One, as they'll rematch potentially in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. But even though she won the Kentucky Oaks last year as a 3-year-old going a distance of ground, it really seems like she's most potent at that 7 furlongs.
Well, for a 3-year-old filly, the opportunities are mostly in those mile and an eighth races, those big races. So Tom ran the races he needed to run in, and he doesn't have to apologize to anybody. She won the Kentucky Oaks. She finished third in the Breeders' Cup, right? So it's not like he ran her in races she had no chance. But as this year, more opportunities going the 7 furlongs, and Tom took advantage of them. Terrific racehorse, and she is going to be one horse to beat in there. Gamin's the favorite, but Serengeti Empress may be the one they all have to run down.
Looking forward to cheering her on coming up this weekend. In fact, as back here at Belmont, here in the 5th race, we have a maiden special weight coming up for the New York bred 2-year-olds. We're going a mile on the main track, and the 4 workout, stretching out in distance, is currently your 4 to 5 favorite. Workout, Maggie? You think he's going to work it out today?
I always think, now work out. Like I always think of that song, Acacia. But I really think he will work out the right kind of trip today, hopefully, because he looks like a horse to me, and now in his 3rd career start, that has always wanted to run long, as we are going a mile here on the main track. And if anything, he got a little revved up for his 2nd start, but he ran well that day. So, he is a little bit more calm back here. Maybe it's just because it's Belmont as well for Leah Giramati. But always you want a little bit more of a settled horse when you're trying to get more ground for the first time. So I like what I'm seeing from Workout, and wishing my good friend Leah Giramati the best of luck. Here is number 7, Brew Pub, is, I think, his likeliest competitor, likeliest upsetter to work out as he gets to what I think he wants to do. Granted, I thought he looked mostly just purely physical, like a turf router, but sometimes in New York bred maiden special weights for the 2-year-olds, they don't come up, that often. I don't know. Who knows what they're thinking with him, but as he's tried pretty much every condition. So he's going to go back to going long on the dirt. He's definitely a horse that wants to run longer, at least looking at him. I know the running line might not necessarily suggest that, but he looks great here for Dane Kabisky, coming in once again with his New York bred by Street Sense. Number 8, Skipping In a Jumpin', is going out for Kelly Breen, as Son of Bustin' Stone stretching out. Normally I would say no way. And looking at him, I still say no way. He's very short couple, very built downhill, really that sprinter type. But his disposition says possibly. He's really laid back. He's not your typical Bustin' Stones that I often see really on their toes, very keen and eager types. I mean, he is quiet, my man here. And he's very fit. I'm wondering, Workout. I'm wondering if he also, because he broke well going back to that 6.5 race at Saratoga, if he's not forwardly placed or at least just stalking close and he's in an advantageous post position to the outside, he could be dangerous, at least from that perspective of being up towards the front end. Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Skipping in a Jumpin'. 7 to 1 now on the outside, stretching out for Kelly Breen, who's had himself a very solid Belmont Park fall meet.
Yeah, no, they always do a good job, the Kelly Breen barn, and not surprised to see them winning. And this is, I know it's a Bustin' Stones, and Maggie's hitting on that, but there's no reason this horse couldn't run better. The race that Workout was second in, and I don't know that he should be a real heavy favorite over Brew Pub, who I think is about equally likely to win this race at worst. Everybody but judge and jury that Workout ran 1-2 were first-time starters. So I'm not saying Workout's not the best horse out of that group, and maybe the best horse in this race, but I think horses can benefit from a start, and that will help horses like the 6 Recreated and the 8 Skipping and Jumping. And I believe both of those horses can and likely will run much better today.
Both of those second-time starters, and both stretching out in distance as Skipping and a Jumpin', a homebred for Ron Lombardi's Mr. Amore Stables, as we see those colors. That will be on Firenze Fire, getting ready for the Breeders' Cup Sprint next week, and of course wishing him the best of luck, as we've gotten to see him quite a bit here in New York and back in good form, which is exciting to see for a horse like that who's clearly very talented.
Yeah, well, yes, you like to see good horses get back in form.
Absolutely. So we'll be looking ahead to the Breeders' Cup Sprint for Firenze Fire as we get ready for our post-parade here with these 2-year-olds. Mind Freak kicks things off.
Yeah, I think I want Firenze Fire to win that just because I don't want to hear people have to tell us anymore that he's only a Belmont horse.
Right.
I think that's so unfair to him. Mind Freak ran one time for trainer Mike Maker on the turf. They'll try the dirt. There is some pedigree, but didn't do much running on the turf.
Colt by Lauban certainly has done very well as a freshman sire. That's that son of Uncle Mo. Here's the 2 Pulpus for Jonathan Thomas.
First-time stars in a mile. It's a tricky thing, but Jonathan Thomas, a dangerous trainer. Not taking much money right now, though.
Gelding by Orb with Irad Ortiz aboard, but Green with the pony heading out there. Next, we'll look for your favorite, the 4 Workout.
Yeah, this is the favorite off the last race. He's going to have to stretch out. We'll see if this horse is effective. Should be forwardly placed, which may help the chances.
Even money right now on the board at a short price. Here's the 5 Right on Cue.
Did not do much running, going 6 runs at Monmouth first time out.
Big price on the board right now. Here's another long shot. The 6 Recreated will be stretching out in distance.
Rider changed Jose Lascano for the second start for Rick Schosberg. And this horse didn't run that badly and could easily improve second time out.
Jose Lascano already a win today at a big price for Shug McGahee with a filly earlier on in a maiden race. Here's the 7 Brew Pub.
Should be stalking the number 4 Workout, depending on what some of the others do in here. And I think this horse has won race in the dirt, Indiana Grand, around 2 turns. And you know this horse can get long. It was as good as Workout's race, and I don't think there should be a real price disparity between the 2 choices here.
And here's the 8 Skipping and a Jumping.
We'll have to improve off that race, but much like the 6, may well do that. Didn't run that badly to think that the horse couldn't improve. Look at how much Workout improved from a buyer standpoint from first to second start.
Taking a look at the 7 Brew Pub, a New York bred who's run sprinting on turf, long on dirt. We'll go long on dirt again today, which Maggie said looks like the distance is what he is suited for.
Yeah, I mean, I think distance is a real question, and you and I were just talking about Street Sense as the sire of McKinsey, and he's obviously, this horse, you know that it's not going to be the distance that gets him beat. He may not handle the wet track. He may not be that good, but you know he can handle the distance effectively, and while Workout ran well last time, it was 6.5 furlongs. Is he necessarily going to get better or even be as competent at the distance?
And one thing you can usually count on with Dane Kabisky's horses, they are that jump off and go type with some of that early speed.
Yeah, and this horse has the speed, has speed going sprinting distances. There's no reason this horse won't be forwardly placed.
Here's the 4 Workout, who is stretching out in distance for the first time. Does have 2 solid races to go off of. They added the blinkers last time out.
Yeah, and the Workouts do seem to have made a little bit of a difference. And maybe it was just the experience as well. And I think the experience is very, very important. But this was a race where it was all firsters except for 2. And the 2 with experience ran 1-2. Now 2 of the horses come out of this race have that extra race, and they could take another step forward. Now, that's not to say that Workout can't take a step forward as well. Workout very well could take a step forward in this race. But still, I think from what we've seen, that Brew Pub, the 7, at a better price is just a better gamble because we know that horse can handle the distance, and I think maybe every bit as talented.
We'll see if the experience pays off. It did in that last race that Workout comes out of. But for more on a first-time starter, let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Acacia, you touched on it, Pulpus. He is a little bit green. He was green with the pony. He was a bit green back in the paddock as well. Jonathan Thomas does a great job, and usually his horses come over looking very fit for their debuts or off a layoff. I can't really say that necessarily about Pulpus. He just could look slightly more tucked up. He just looks like a horse that's going to really benefit from having a start. Experience, fitness-wise, good-looking sort. I'm interested. I'm intrigued, but I couldn't pick him here as we'll move on to number 6, Recreated, for Rick Schosberg, stretching out for the son of Lauban. He was acting up pretty badly in his debut. He still was on the edge of doing so this time around, but he held it together a little bit more in talking with Rick. It seems as though he's a horse that is coming along from the mental aspect of things slowly. He's a bit better than what he was going into that last race, but he still has a lot of room for improvement. He's a very good-looking type, and I like the stretch out and distance. But again, he's a big price out there on the board. I think he'll move forward, as Andy said, but I just don't think it'll be necessarily a winning performance, Acacia.
Okay, Maggie, thanks. Recreative, stretching out in distance at 14-1 mentally. Coming along, though taking his time doing so. And oftentimes, Andy, with any of these 2-year-olds from the first race to the second, we can see a big change.
You really do. It's the biggest jump you'll see, as far as a performance going from first to second. It's just, we've said this before, you could make a long list of real great horses, major stake-winning types that have lost their debuts to horses that ended up in claiming races while they were going on and winning stake races a year later or even less time later. That experience, it's just such a good thing to have experience in one race under their belt. Some horses are just so good they'll win first time out, but it takes a lot for a horse to win first time out.
And some can be a little bit more physically or mentally later developing types, as I think you kind of touched on it in looking ahead to some of the 2-year-old races we'll see at Aqueduct, especially with the pandemic this year. A lot of 2-year-olds getting started a bit later than normal.
Yeah, that's why Aqueduct has been just an incredible amount of top horses coming out of Aqueduct. I think there's 9 or 10 horses that broke their maidens on Cigar Mile Day at Aqueduct that have gone on to win Grade 1s.
Wow.
Including some very, very good horses like Quality Road, Annals of Time. Orb broke his maiden on Cigar Mile Day. It's a long, long list of horses that have done it. Dame Dorothy.
Very good horse for Bobby Flay, as well as we'll see which 2-year-olds can improve today and which one will get his picture taken as they load in. Getting a look at Brew Pub standing nicely behind the starting gate with Dylan Davis, who won our 2-year-old stake yesterday in the Awad upset on
Excellent
the turf.
ride by Dylan, coming up the inside to get the money.
For Barkley Tag, of course, who has Tis the Law waiting in the wings for the Breeders' Cup Classic next week.
Speaking of stakes, a little later, I believe Love Struck, one of the favorites in the Chelsea Flower, was announced as a late scratch.
So do note that Love Struck out of the Chelsea Flower. We'll look to see her another day, as we do still have some stakes action still to come on the card here at Belmont Park. But right now, it's the 2-year-olds in maiden special weight, and we'll send it up to John Embrial for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow beginning for number 2, Pulpus, and he trails the field well behind. From the outside, skipping and a jumping. Workout is down at the rail and Recreate is in between horses, so it's 3 of them across, with Brew Pub sitting just off them in 4th. Then it's Right on Cue in 5th. It's a big break. 9 or 10 lengths back to Pulpus, who has now passed Mind Freak, the trailer, in 7th. Workout, the favorite, has come away with the lead now. Skipping in and jumping in, Recreated. They are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd after a quarter mile in the sloppy going in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Workout leads here by a length and a quarter. Skipping in and jumping runs in 2nd. On the outside is Brew Pub. Down at the rail is Recreated. Then comes Right on Cue, who's racing in 5th. It's 5 lengths back to Pulpus, and Mind Freak is at the back. 1/2 and 46 and 1. Workout is the leader here, but now Brew Pub is moving up on the outside. Skipping in and jumping is just in behind the front 2 and 3rd. Recreated has tailed off as they come for the quarter pole. It is Workout with the lead. Brew Pub on the outside runs in 2nd. It's being asked for more. Skipping in and jumping is in 3rd. Workout has the lead and is now opening up on the field. It's Workout in front by 4, with Brew Pub in 2nd. Workout keeps it going here. It's Workout by 6 lengths now, and Brew Pub is a clear 2nd. No doubt about the winner. It is Workout. Will win here by 7 lengths. Brew Pub was 2nd, and farther back, Skipping and a Jumping and Pulpus.
Work out your favorite, stretched out in distance, and gets the job done for Leah Giarmati as the Empire 6 sequence continues to be very formful.
Yeah, most people still alive after we see an even money shot get it done, and it seemed like a fast first quarter, and Brew Pub made a little move, but no match for Workout.
Workout, Jose Ortiz in the saddle once again. Son of Outwork for Leah Giarmati, owned by Brooks Robert as well. Congratulations, or Robert Books, excuse me. Congratulations to the connections, as there was no catching this 2-year-old here. Maggie pulled away, much the best this afternoon.
Leah has to be so happy. She's told me from day one that she's really liked workout and everything that he's shown her. And he's one that just from the get-go looked as though he was crying out for more ground, and he proved that to be the best option for him as he splashed away in the mud from this field. So very formful beginning, as you guys were saying, to this Empire pick 6. And he really destroyed this field. Very strung out field here in the muddy to getting sloppy racetrack, Acacia.
As the rain unfortunately continues, Maggie, but work out longer distance today, and we'll get to the winner's circle this afternoon. Is good to see that rewarded for Leah Giaramatti. Got the rain gear on, but I'm sure all smiles under the mask.
Absolutely. It's a sunny day anytime you win a race. That's a couple winners. Leah won a race last weekend as well.
Isn't that the truth? The win makes everything better, right?
Yes, it does.
You're only as good as your last win, so they say, and that counts for all of us in the world of horse racing. Back at Churchill Downs, we have the 4th race coming up there, a 6 furlongs main track race, $16,000 claiming event for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And the number 6 to the outside, La Femme Royale, currently your favorite. 2-1 now on the board as they head out from the tunnel. Fast main track. You hear that call to post, and we'll get right into our post parade, Andy, with the one Raintree Starlet.
Yeah, Raintree Scarlet seems like a horse could maybe get a good trip behind Potential Speed, and I thought dropping down for Ron Maquette made some sense.
4-1 right now on the board, as of course Ron Maquette has it there. Whitmore waiting for the Breeders' Cup next week. Here's the 2, Violation.
Yeah, I thought this horse was a little bit slow to get the job done in here. 6-1 right now.
One last time out on the turf as she'll move, to the main track today. Here's the 3, Unfading Beauty.
Another one without any early speed would have to improve and hope the race falls apart.
Last win came at Churchill, $25,000 company back in June. Here's the 4, Hetty G. Gabriel Saez is aboard.
Yeah, this horse has been running very well for Wesley Ward, and no knock on the current trainer I'm not really familiar with, but I'm not excited to take horses off the claim from Wesley Ward, especially moving up in company.
One for $8,000 last time out as she does step up today. Here's the 5, Honey Parade.
The 2 outside horses have speed, as Honey Parade does, obviously dropping significantly and cutting back in distance off the last couple races.
And here's your favorite, the 6, La Femme Royale.
Another horse with speed that should be stalking outside was Sean Bridgman for Matt Shearer. I thought she would appreciate the cutback as well. I thought the outside 2 were the logical. 1, 5, 6 to me. Winner feels like it's somewhere in there. The one maybe the one who benefits perhaps from some hitting up front.
Both of those, all 3 of those, in fact, taking attention out there on the track as it's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover. The horse attracting the money late in betting. That is the number 2, Violation, who was 10-1 on the morning line, 6-1 right now on the board. If you're interested in betting the Market Mover or any horse you like coming up, Twin Spires is offering you a $200 new player bonus. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. 6-1 on Violation, who is taking some money, but she does look like she's one that's a bit tough to trust in here, Andy.
Yeah, it's hard to really take anybody a super short price in this race. I mean, you've got horses coming, the 5 and 6, who seem like logical players, but they're both coming off poor performances. Now, they were running against better horses, and they were running at 7 furlongs. In fact, they're coming out of the same race. So this should be a much easier spot for them. But with Hetty G, Honey Parade, and La Femme Royale, I don't think we're going to see a blistering pace, but we could see an honest one. And a horse like the one, Raintree Starlet, who's also dropping, her running style puts her much better, and she's second off a little bit of a layoff, not really one, coming turf to dirt, and I think dirt is her preferred surface. She has back races good enough. Can she get back those races? And that's sort of a theme in this race. Who's going to get back to their good races? Because even though Hetty G, the 4, she has sort of the best recent form of these horses, I don't like her moving up in company and moving out of the Wesley Ward barn. I just don't trust her to run her best race.
2 minutes away for the 4th at Churchill as we owe you some prices back at Belmont Park. It was your favorite, the number 4, Workout, who gets the win today. Son of Outwork paid $4.20 to win. Brewpub in second. The ones with experience paying off in here is Skipping and a Jumpin' checks in third. Formful continuation to the Empire 6 sequence as back at Churchill Downs we do have this 4th race coming up. The number 5, Honey Parade, turning back slightly in distance and getting a drop in class as she wired the field 2 starts back, winning at 7/8 at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, she did it, setting an honest pace that day. We'll see. I mean, she's logical off that. That was a conditional claiming race. When you see the B after the claiming price, that means there's conditions, multiple conditions, and it may be a slightly different situation in this one. So likely that was a very much easier field, but she ran well that day, and she certainly could win off an effort like that.
And you bring up a good point about the conditions, as that could be restricted in whatever types of conditions they have listed there for the race based off of the availability on the backside of the horses that they have ended as well as
could have been non-winners of a race in a year.
Exactly.
She hadn't won a race since the prior August, so she would fit that. Or in her case, it was non-winners of 3 races lifetime, and the B suggests multiple conditions.
You're going to run in here in a race like the 6 La Femme Royale, as she's an 8-time winner.
Yeah, she's got kind of an interesting record, 8 wins, 8 seconds, no thirds. So when she shows up, she runs well, and she's got a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on. And to be fair, both she and Honey Parade were compromised by a much more difficult spot in her last start. So I don't mind that they ran as badly as they did, but for her, it was off a 9-month layoff. So can she bounce back? At least with Honey Parade, she had that good effort 1 race before it. So she's got some recency with good races, whereas La Femme Royale, who knows if she can run at all anymore after that last race.
That's the question, as she was in good form in January. We apologize for any technical difficulties you might have experienced wherever you're watching. We saw some here, as well as we do have some wind and rain taking place here in New York. So apologies if you experienced any technical difficulties watching the show. But loading in here for the 4th race at Churchill Downs, La Femme Royale on that drop in class, second off the layoff, is still your favorite. And a pretty wide open betting race here, Andy, looking at the board.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same way as them, as you and I talk about it. It's really hard. I mean, they've made La Femme Royale the favorite, and she obviously didn't run as badly as Honey Parade last time. But it's hard to look at this race and say, I really like this horse. I'll put Henny G in the winner's circle. Henny G is the one taking money I would stay away from. I would use the 1, 5, and 6 in multi-race bets starting with this race. That's about the best I can do.
And welcome back if you are tuning in on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you back with us as we, on America's Day at the Races, are getting set for the 4th race at Churchill Downs. We'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone, who has the call of this 4th race, going 6 furlongs on the main track.
And they're off. Hetty G was awkward coming out of there. Raintree Starlet racing for the lead. La Femme Royale was away sharply as well. They're 1-2 heading down the backstretch together. Violation comes on to be 3rd. Honey Parade is away 4th by 3. Eddie G and Unfading Beauty are at the back. So down the backstretch they go. From the inside post, Raintree Starlet. From the outside post, La Femme Royale. They speed off together. They are in front by 5. And a with the wind opening quarter mile in 21 4/5 seconds. So on to the far turn. Raintree Starlet, the leader by half a length. La Femme Royale cranks up the pressure second. They continue to spar up top, a margin of 4. Honey Parade is racing 3rd. Hetty G is 4th. Unfading Beauty is 5th, and Violation is 6th. At the top of the stretch, Raintree Starlet and La Femme Royale, their battle continues, with Honey Parade honing in from 3rd. Hetty G is 4th. Raintree Starlet still in front. La Femme Royale tried hard, but is back into 3rd as Honey Parade takes over 2nd and comes after Raintree Starlet. Raintree Starlet desperate. Here's Honey Parade up alongside. These two shoulder to shoulder. Honey Parade, Raintree Starlet. Honey Parade got it from just off the pace over Raintree Starlet, who ran well. La Femme Royale and Hetty G.
You heard it from Travis Stone. Raintree Starlet ran very well, but it was the number 5 Honey Parade to get the win for trainer Brian Lynch. And once again, apologies for any technical difficulties. We will continue with more live racing action on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us as we have more racing coming up.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, The tradition continues.
On Sunday, November 8th, after the Breeders' Cup, Fasig-Tipton will offer a catalog of exceptional quality, all in one spectacular session. A night of stars, featuring champions, Breeders' Cup winners, classic winners, leading race fillies, world-class broodmares, and selected weanlings. Nearly 50 graded stakes winners and producers catalog, no less than 26 of which are Grade 1. The world's premier breeding stock event, the November Sale, November 8th in Lexington, Kentucky. With online bidding available, where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. As we take a look at the field for the upcoming race at Belmont Park, the 6th race, a mile and a 16th on the inner turf, 30,000 non-winners of 2 in lifetime for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 2 races in here. As taking a look at the field, and currently One-Eyed Jack for Todd Pletcher, again looking for win number 5,000, taking the money, trying the turf for the first time.
What a horrendous favorite he is. And I don't imagine he'll be favored. I haven't looked at the odds on the board. This is a horse that's dirt form has fallen apart. I think Todd Pletcher would be the first to admit he's basically taken a shot here, and it's I'm not saying I don't mean desperate in a bad way, but he's trying to find the right, do something right with this horse. The dam was handle the turf, was second or third 2 times in 5 starts, as I'm sure you know, Acacia. The first foal, there's no pedigree. He's screaming this horse is going to move up the turf. This horse's good dirt form from early in his career has completely left him, and he's now running on a course that's taken a ton of rain, and you're going to take a short price on this horse? It seems just a horrible gamble.
It feels to me like the biggest thing is not that he's going to move up on the turf. I think you're absolutely right when you say handle it. He's by Uncle Mo. The dam could run fine on it. Yeah. Sure, he could handle on it. But will it make him any better? It doesn't seem like it would.
No, that's a great point. In other words, that's really the point. In other words, when you look for turf moves up the first time, you want to see a pedigree that says this horse shouldn't be running well on the dirt, but really could run well on the turf. The pedigree suggests the horse can handle it. If he runs back to his recent form on the turf that he's shown in the dirt, he'll probably finish last in here. Todd's trying something new. What's he going to do if he runs the horse in the dirt? He probably kind of hoped the race came off the turf. But even then, I think Todd Pletcher said, I don't know what to expect from this horse. He hasn't run well in his recent starts. Even his win down in Maryland at 1-5 was hardly inspiring, winning by a neck. Todd's doing the right thing. He's trying to find the right spot for this horse. But to hope that he handles the grass and handles this going at 5-2, at least with a horse like the number 4, who you have to imagine by post time, the 4 Stanhope will probably be favored. I'll try to take a look at doubles here and see if that's the case. Yes, the 4 will be a heavy favorite in this race. But even so, the 9 One-Eyed Jack will be a second choice. The horse handles the turf, but I think it's a great race to take a shot. And I'm betting a couple dollars on the 11 Joyce City, who I thought actually ran pretty well and better than some other horses at shorter prices coming out of that race. But boy, I'm not saying that One-Eyed Jack can't win this race, but as somebody who looks at probabilities and gambles, I'd be more than happy to book any amount of money on this horse at 3-1.
We'll see if he takes a step forward today or if maybe he just handles the going a little bit better. That will be the question, as Todd Pletcher is just one away from 5,000 career victories, as I'm sure you've heard at this point. But close to a tremendous milestone and many wins still to come for Todd Pletcher, who's continually done it at the highest level. Irad Ortiz going to be aboard this gelding by Uncle Mo, who does have some natural speed, but a short price right now on a horse doing something for the first time, as the main track is listed as sloppy. We are still on the turf. Turf is yielding here, and we'll see if One-Eyed Jack can handle it. Let's talk about the 4 Stanhope, who you like in here, Andy, and I thought was interesting, especially given the fact, not to mention the drop in class, but has some natural speed as well.
Well, that's the thing, and sometimes these courses that get so boggy, being forwardly placed is a help. We saw Shug McGay, who won earlier with that long shot. That horse was forward. It keeps you out of trouble, right? Now, the 9 One-Eyed Jack could also be forward in here as well. Could be the speed of the speed. But Stanhope was in a race where the pace just was quick, and it just completely fell apart against better horses last time. Now, on the other hand with Stanhope, and he is going to be a short price. He's probably going to be under 2-1. And you're taking under 2-1 on a course condition. These horses, it's very unlikely that any horse in this race will ever run on a course of this kind of condition. Closing day at the meet. We have 2 turf courses. They're great courses in good shape, so we can actually run these races. Most racetracks are going to come off the turf. So that is a big factor here. And my feeling in general, and even though I think Stanhope's the horse to beat, if you're going to be gambling these races, take some shots at prices. Make sure you're using some horses at prices, because any horse can handle this course and really like it. And if you think there's a horse that has a chance and is kind of a fringe player to price, why can't that horse move forward on a softer course?
Sometimes on these softer turf courses, you can see some what feels almost like wacky results, because some of these shorter priced horses just don't handle it. They tend to kind of spin their wheels a little bit. You almost see them look like they're running in place.
Well, course condition, even a main track that's sloppy, but turf especially that's softer, it plays no favorites. It's not like the horses that are the favorites are more likely to handle it. They're no more likely to handle it than the worse horses, and some horse could really move up. So just keep an open mind in these races. Listen, Freedom Whiskey, the one is running against better horses. I don't really like him, but he hasn't run terribly against some better fields. And I think the number 11, Joy City, we talked about, is 20-1 right now, or 18-1. This horse had a trip first time out, and you look at the race where he was 6 beaten a length and a half, or 8 finished, length and a quarter. He finished just behind Beachside and Barley One. Now, Barley One, the 3 is 5-1, and Beachside, I believe, is 8-1. I think this horse actually ran maybe better, had a tougher trip than them, and is a much bigger price. So why not take a shot with that horse? Probably won't handle the turf either. Probably won't be good enough. But at least the price, if I'm right, I'm getting paid.
And you'll get some action at 17-1. Get a little bit of excitement as it's time for me to step aside. I'll be downstairs reporting for the next couple of races, and I'll see you, Andy, in 2 weeks as I'm off to the Breeders' Cup.
Enjoy your time at the Breeders' Cup. We'll be seeing you on that broadcast a little bit, I'm sure, and have a good time down there. And we'll see you at Aqueduct the following week.
Yes, looking forward to the return to the Big A. But Greg Wolf coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way. Plenty of action still to come today on closing day from Belmont Park. Live racing from Churchill Downs as well.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Shine through, gotta get the world's been waiting on you.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Peek out the window. Go ahead. We do it all the time before heading outside. We want to know, is it hot, cold, raining, snowing? Horses, they're a lot like people. The weather affects them. When you're looking for winners, there are so many different ways that you could factor in weather conditions into which horse you pick. But let's start out with the most basic. In the top right corner of any race, there's a section described as wet. That lists the results for each individual horse over a wet track, like a muddy track, a sloppy track, or just a good track. The number on the far left represents how many times they've run over a wet track, and the next three numbers represent how many times they finished first, second, and third in those types of races. You can also find horses for courses by looking at how they've done over this racetrack in previous races.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and the Fox family of networks. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney, still with Andy Serling. Rain continuing to come down here a little bit on closing day. This late pick four we have coming up next, races 6 through 9 here. Very competitive. This 6 race, I know you were talking about it with Acacia. There's a lot of interesting horses at prices in this one.
Right, I know you and I both like the number 11 Joyce City a little bit as a price play, and I agree. The other thing is it's hard to be it's hard to trust anybody given this course condition. You know, with the rain we've gotten, and it's nice that we were able to leave these races in the turf. This race in the Chelsea Flower, the 8th, still on the grass, but you just don't know if these horses can handle it.
Yeah, and meanwhile, we have the Pumpkin Pie coming up in the 7th race. I have no clue in that race.
I like the number. I was fair down the outside, too. I mean, I do think the 1 has a chance, Bronx Beauty, and even Honor Way does. But I like Gotham Gala and Never Enough Time.
All right, we'll get to that. Here's our post parade for the 6th. This kicks off the late pick 4. Here's Freedom and Whiskey for Chad Summers.
It's actually been running reasonably well and actually facing better horses in his last 2. Not impossible to price.
Mitzrayim, Mark Hennig, Eric Cancel.
Another horse running a price. 2 races back, ran well enough to be competitive, and last time out, probably a tougher bunch.
6-1 next to him. Barley 1, Mike Stidham, John Velasquez will ride.
Got a very nice trip and a nice ride by John Velasquez, a contender.
5-2 favorite. The 4, Stan Hope, son of Street Sense for Brad Cox.
He's the horse to beat dropping down. He can be forwardly placed. We'll see if he handles the condition. I think he's the horse to beat, but at that price, I'm going to try to beat him in my bets.
44-1 on Right Down Gentleman. Going to try the turf for the first time.
This would be an upsetter, to say the least.
3 sprints. Actually won the debut against very soft company. Super Wicked Charm. Eduardo Jones takes over, and Luis Cardenas rides.
I'm going to have to improve off of the 2 turf outings, another long shot.
Shooting the Breeze had some really good numbers earlier in the year at South Florida. Back last year as a 3-year-old. Can he get back to him?
Well, yes, he can win this race, and 12-1 is a very big price on a horse that's good enough to win. The problem is, even when he's in good form, he found ways to lose. It just 1 for 16 with 4 seconds.
Beachside went by. Looks like he's a player for David Donk.
Yeah, he got an absolutely perfect trip, though, last time out.
First on turf for One Eye Jack.
Yeah, he's way over bet. He does not have a pedigree that suggests he should move forward on turf, and his recent form is very questionable.
The North remembers.
This is an allusion to Game of Thrones, right? Well, we'll see.
28-1. Did miss by a head on the turf at Soft Company at Monmouth last start. Joy City, 14-1, Charlie Baker.
Every time we see this horse, the horse that flash, it goes down 1 point. But I thought the horse had a trip last time and has a chance to get it done here.
And Reckless Spirit on the outside. Another one who had a wide trip and was rank around that first turn, too.
Yeah, I understand why people like this horse. I don't like this horse at all in here. I'm not, listen, no result on this turf course will shock me. But I just don't want a Jimmy Bond horse that's dressed up off of the way turf races make horses look with figures. But also, Jimmy Bond horses were really running in Saratoga. They're not running as well here.
Just one win at the meet. Louis Saz will be aboard. There's the 7. I guess we skipped over the 7 there, shooting the breeze.
But we
David
talked about
Canizzo.
We shot the breeze about this one.
We did.
A horse that, in his good form, likes to finish second. But he's a big price, and I don't think he's impossible in here. This is a wide-open race.
It is. Makes it a fun late pick 4 coming up. Let's check in with Jonathan Kinchin. Tell us how to make a little money here on this closing day at Belmont.
Well, you guys might have a better idea than me. I think it's a tough race. I kind of landed on the favorite here. Stanhope is a horse I've always kind of been interested in. I remember the word was out a little bit about Stanhope when the horse made the debut up at Saratoga. Finally got switched over to the grass, and I think it's important to note that, like Andy was talking right before you got on, Greg, Andy was talking about how you don't know what these horses are going to do, all of them are going to do on this turf course that has a lot of give to it. What I do know about Stanhope is that the one turf win that Stanhope had was on a turf course that was listed as not firm. I'm not saying it's as soft as it is today, but I think that is at least one positive, one thing you can lean on. I do think Stanhope is tactical, can be forwardly placed in this race as well, and it could end up getting a nice trip down towards the inside. Looks to be kind of the horse that possesses the most speed drawn to the inside. So if they don't get the lead, they can get that kind of coveted pocket trip in there, and I don't think the ground is going to be a problem for Stanhope. And like Andy mentioned, the drop is another thing to keep in mind as well. So got a lot of things going in the right direction for Stanhope. The only thing I don't like is the price.
Jonathan, I hope you're getting paid for that shameless plug you have in the background. If you want to do Restaurant Wars, we can do it all day long.
What shameless plug does he have?
He knows what I'm talking about.
He's such an embarrassment.
Which one? I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, no, he's playing dumb
See what's
now.
behind me here.
That's even more embarrassing. I think we may have to get rid of him. I've had enough of that, Jonathan. You're out.
You know what? This is his
It's
last
my last
show.
race with
This
him.
is his last show from Belmont for the year.
I've seen Andy there before, too. Andy's a man of Saratoga. He's like the mayor, Andy is.
You actually are the unofficial mayor of Saratoga.
I wouldn't want to be the mayor of Saratoga. It's a tough job.
Look out, Meg Kelly.
I'm
5-2
not
favorite.
running for mayor up there. If I go to Saratoga, I'm going to retire in Saratoga. No one can bother me.
5-2. There's a good look at this sloppy going in here. If you're playing this pick 4, look who moves up on and off track. It's not easy to decipher.
It's so much, wet tracks on the dirt, I don't think they really matter that much. They may be speed favorites, maybe this or that, but as far as horses, most horses run the same on dry or dirt tracks. Soft turf is a different story, and you so rarely run. We're pretty much never going to run races. You're going to have to get, extensive rain as we've gotten, then rain during the day, and it'd be the last day of the meet to leave the races on the turf, and even then you don't usually do it. So you're just never going to really have form to go on.
I know.
Guessing.
You say that a lot. I know that's your opinion. That's fine. But there's a lot of people who would disagree with you.
They're wrong. They're wrong.
Because your opinion's right?
No, because if you look through horses and you see their performances, the vast majority of horses run the same on both surfaces. And this is something that's been discussed with jockeys
Some horses
as well.
do.
There are some horses.
Move way up, though, right?
A few horses will move up. More horses will hate it. Some horses, very few horses will move up significantly on wet tracks. Some will. But as a general rule, I think it's overblown. I'm not saying it doesn't happen.
Okay.
I think it's overblown, though. I think people get, they'll see wins. Wins are usually a function you're running against. Speed figures, to me, are much more
There is a
important.
horse in the last pretty gaudy off-track record, Miss Jimmy, who I like anyway.
But Miss Jimmy's got a great record on dry tracks, too, right?
No, I'm not saying it's going back to the point we're talking about. I'm just saying a horse that has a very good off-track record. I like in the last, yeah.
Well, he handles. Oh, I think he can win too. He handles a wet track. He handles a wet track, but I don't think he's necessarily better on a wet track.
Set for the late pick 4, Stanhope. The favorite with Javier Castellano. John Imbrial with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Going out for the lead is Stanhope. Barley One is there. On the outside, it's Right Down Gentleman. And down on the inside is Mitzrayim. One Eye Jack is 5th at this point. And then on the outside, it's the North Remembers. Extreme outside is Reckless Spirit. Now they're moving up the backstretch with Stanhope, the leader. Right Down Gentleman runs in second. One Eye Jack now moves into third. And then it is the North Remembers in fourth. Reckless Spirit all the way on the outside in fifth. Barley One down towards the hedge in sixth. As Mitzrayim comes on through to take seventh and move up a spot. Beachside is next in eighth, followed by Freedom and Whiskey in ninth. Then it's Joy City and Super Wicked Charm. Shooting the Breeze is the trailer in 12th. Stanhope leads here by a length. Right Down Gentleman, along with Barley One and Mitzrayim. Stanhope is the leader, a little more than a length. Mitzrayim has now moved into second. Barley One is next in third. And on the outside, it's the North Remembers, who now takes fourth. Reckless Spirit is gaining some ground from fifth. One Eye Jack is now back running in sixth position. And then it is Beachside and Joy City. Stanhope, Mitzrayim, the two of them are right together, with Barley One just in behind in third. And now they're at the head of the stretch. Mitzrayim and Stanhope, Mitzrayim, and Barley One on the outside. Now it's Stanhope and Barley One, and they are 1-2. Reckless Spirit moving up on the outside at the third as they pass the eighth pole. It's Stanhope on the inside and Barley One on the outside. Super Wicked Charms putting in a late run along with Shooting the Breeze as they come on for the finish, and it's going to be Barley One to hold on desperately over the late closing Super Wicked Charm.
Barley One gets by Stanhope. Tried to do it the entire way on the front end. Gets nailed late. Barley One able to hold off. Wow, this Super Wicked Charm at a big number.
That would have blown up the pick six, wouldn't it? Wow, that horse is 56-1 in the six coming at the end. But Barley One, they were 1-2. It looked like he and Stanhope were going to finish well ahead of the field. Stanhope had every chance to win it. He seemed comfortable out there. He just doesn't have the stamina to get it done. But Barley One, John Velasquez, nice trip, gets the job done, holding off the long shots. This was some run by this horse, the six horse, huh? Super Wicked Charm.
Yeah,
Louis Cardenas.
Those two turf races, he had sneaky good numbers.
They weren't atrocious. I mean, once again, it's we were talking about. Horses are going to handle this surface, and I think you see the big gaps in this. There were quite a few in here that did not. And to be fair, you and I both thought the 11 was a little interesting. Now, listen, maybe it was a bad opinion on our parts. He ran so badly in here. I think that's a horse you and I have to lose a few dollars on the next time at Aqueduct, assuming he gets on a firm turf course. And it will happen. We will get a firm turf course again. It's supposed to be beautiful weather going forward.
Is it?
60s next weekend.
Oh, nice.
Back at the Big A. You can't wait to get back to the Big A, Greg.
I'm going to love it. It's going to be fun. Stanhope here starting a weekend, and here comes Barley One with a Hall of Famer, Johnny V. Son of Animal Kingdom. Up at 6-1 here, so...
It's kind of cool that John Velasquez Animal Kingdom.
Yeah, huh? Even money favorite, and now a 6-1 shot in the first two legs of the late pick five.
I'm rooting. Oh, in the pick five, I was rooting and thinking about the big payout in the mandatory. This is a big price, but I want the small players to have a chance to hit this thing. So I like to see them, be logical results. I like to see the small players have a chance in these Empire, mandatory payouts.
Back at Churchill Race 5, $50,000 maiden climbing event, mile and a 16th. Bibu, 6-5. Start number 2 for Brad Cox, son of Elusive Quality. Florent Giroux will be aboard.
For what it's worth, Brad Cox has maiden special weight to maiden claimer, as this horse is, stretching out from a dirt to a route. He's 7 for 18 with a 270 ROI and 5 for 13 with second-time starters. Good stats for Brad Cox. Short price, though.
There's Ames Mr. Greg Foley takes over training here, son of Summerfront.
Ran the turf before that, is not bred to improve on dirt and needs to.
First two turf at Ellis. Here's Pilot Prince Paul McGee.
New gelding for this race. That's the one thing maybe to recommend.
Kenny McPeak, Hoist the Main Sail, son of Mizzen Mast.
Kenny McPeak has some good numbers going turf to dirt with maidens. He'll need to do that. This horse has enough pedigree to just good to handle the dirt.
Very short price here on Bibu. Start number 2. Beat 10 3/4 lengths in the debut. Did take money and had some problems early in the race.
I think this is the 17th horse I've seen today owned by Madacat Stables. And we're only halfway through the cards.
Well represented in this game. Storming Lion, Tom Drury trains.
another horse who ran the turf in both starts and got good enough figs. We'll see if this horse, I mean, the pedigree says dirt and turf.
Here's a Run Happy Circus at 12-1, start number 2.
Could this horse be a little bit interesting for Matt Shearer off the trainer change, Circus? We'll see.
Some
He didn't do
money
any running.
first time out.
A little bit of money first time out at Gulfstream. I know this horse had a little bit of a look, maybe as a stranger in here, stretching out.
Yeah, and some problems at the beginning of that race. 13-1 right now.
Yes, he did. Lost all chance, it seems like.
Get signed up with Twin Spires, and you'll get a $200 new player bonus upon sign up when you use the code GET200. Go to the Twin Spires app. You can also go to twinspires.com and take advantage of that new player bonus. Again, the code GET200 to get signed up and fire away. Check in again with Jonathan here on this 5th at Churchill.
Yeah, I like the 2 Pilot Prince in here. This horse ran for a $150,000 maiden claiming tag last time, a condition we don't see very often. I just consider that a maiden special weight. I understand that there is horses that you could have claimed out of that race, but not a very common claiming price. I think Pilot Prince ran well enough on debut turf sprinting. Then they finally got the horse going longer, took some money that day, did not run well, but then seemed to run a little bit better on the dirt. Got a nice speed figure that day for the race back September 27th. And I just don't trust the 4 Bibu. It feels like this is a pretty quick give up for this horse. They ran one time. The horse took money sprinting, and now they're stretching out and dropping. It just doesn't feel like a confident move, at least not the move that I want to take on a horse that's even money. I think the 2 Pilot Prince is much better value on the board at 5-1.
All right, JK, thanks. Yes, start number 2, Andy. You mentioned recent gelding for Paul McGee. So we'll see if there's improvement here. It was 11-1 in that dirt debut and was at this Churchill track last time out.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Jonathan. 4-5 on Bibu is just absurd. I mean, just didn't do any running. Yes, going to improve second time out. Yes, it's not a lot going on in this race. But, I mean, this horse is even money here. How do you make money in the game betting horses like this at even money over time?
So 6 furlongs in the debut. I mean, this if the horse can run even a little, the distance shouldn't be a problem, right?
No, it shouldn't be, I guess. I mean, Elusive Quality, I don't really think of him as a sire that you want, with distance horses in the dirt. I mean, I don't really think how much it matters. It's just, you're still taking 4-5 on the come. I mean, you could say about all these horses, well, we don't know. Most of them have been running on the turf. Okay, that's fine. But at least they can handle the distance. I think there are better gambles than taking this horse at 4-5. I think he's the horse to beat. But 4-5, doesn't that seem awfully short to you?
You're taking 4-5 on a horse trying to do something for the first time, but he is dropping down in class. He didn't show a lot to warrant, though, even a ton of talent in that debut, where you say, look, maybe he showed a lot of speed against better, and he's dropping or something like that gives you confidence.
Right. He was nowhere near at any point during the run of the race. I think that's a great point, Greg. And neither one of us assessing, certainly not me, that he's not going to win this race. I'm not saying he can't win by any stretch. I'm not saying I don't like him. But the idea of betting is you got to get paid. And I don't think if you bet this horse at even money 100 times, you're going to make money. I think that's a bad gamble as well as Brad Cox does. He's got to stretch out. He's got to be a racehorse.
Well, they're only going to run it once, not 100 times.
Well, but
I'm just kidding.
Who are you? Where's Acacia? And like a horse like the 3 hoist the mainsail. Has speed. Yes, this horse running the turf. But Ken McPeak's numbers going turf to dirt with maidens are actually pretty good. And the pedigree suggests this horse should be able to handle a dirt course. Doesn't mean it will, but at least that horse, you're getting paid if that horse wins. I'd rather bet the 3 hoist the mainsail at 4-1. Jonathan likes Pilot Prince. So, there are some alternatives out there.
And even with some intrigue, maybe we'll see how the Run Happy runs. They spent $230,000 on this Run Happy. Compromise beginning. We'll see how it goes. Start number 2 in a new barn. Sean Bridgman will ride. Short price, though, on a trainer who is going to try and have his main runner go out a champion again. Monomoy Girl, the distaff.
12 wins and 13 first-place finishes. One of them DQ'd, and one second-place finish, 14 starts.
14 starts,
I mean,
yeah. Just amazing.
Things could have gone in a way that she'd be looking to do what Personal Ensign did, which was retire 15 for 15 with a Breeders' Cup win. Or was Personal Ensign 13 for 13? It was 13 for 13.
She's been incredible.
Incredible. She's got a real challenge, though, in Swiss Skydiver. I got to tell you, Swiss Skydiver, I get a bigger fan of her every day. Every time I look at her PPs.
And with a win, she's got potentially Horse of the Year hanging in the balance as well.
Swiss Skydiver?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Winning that race, I think she's certainly a finalist.
Here's Travis Stone, 5th from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Storming Lion, alertly, right out of the starting gate to the front. Bibu is away okay and is hustled up on through and hoists the mainsail. Bit green in the early stages, settles into 3rd. Circus is up into 4th as the field races into the clubhouse turn. And Bibu is out to set the pace. Opens up to lead by a length. Storming Lion backs off just a bit to track from 2nd. Hoists the mainsail toward the inside, is racing. 3rd, Circus is 4th. 3 more back to Pilot Prince. And Ames Mister at the back of the pack, about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead, the backstretch run. And it is Bibu in front. Bibu in front by a length. Storming Lion is running in 2nd. There's 5 furlongs to go. Circus has moved up to be 3rd outside. Hoist the mainsail toward the inside, is racing in 4th. The half mile's on the board in 47 and 1/5 seconds. There's 4 furlongs to go, and Bibu continues to roll along up top. Heading for the far turn, Storming Lion putting in a run now. Here's Storming Lion coming after Bibu. They round the far turn together. Hoist the mainsail, 3rd while inside. Pilot Prince is asked to go now from 4th, 3 lengths to make up from there. Circus is tailed off into 5th, and Ames Mister's at the back in 6th. At the quarter pole, Storming Lion takes charge at the top of the stretch, hoists the mainsail, pops outside for the final quarter mile. Bibu is back into 3rd. Racing past a 3/16 pole. Storming Lion wandering about the track, so too hoist the mainsail, but hoist the mainsail's closing in. Storming Lion trying to hold on, half-length lead. Hoist the mainsail outside, continues to gather up ground. These two nip-tuck down to the wire. Storming Lion and hoist the mainsail. Hoist the mainsail is up to win it. Hoist the mainsail by about a half a length in the end. Storming Lion was 2nd, a long way back to Bibu and Circus.
Hoist the Mainsail, well named, son of Miz and Mass, getting on dirt for the first time. Start number. Whoa. Oh, it's a non-wagering event.
Yeah, well,
technically
that was the
start.
one when they only loaded some of the horses. You may recall, we were in Saratoga discussing it. Brian Hernandez had a work cut out with him. He gave his horse a perfect ride, but the horse didn't cooperate. They came to the stretch, lugging in, lugging out, but Brian got her straightened out, or him straightened out, and he managed to run down Storming Lion. A terrific ride, nice trip. Kenny McPeak, the trainer of Swiss Skydiver, makes another win. Turf to dirt with a maiden. Bibu, who drifted to 7-5.
Oh,
you can get him for cheaper than $50,000 next time he runs.
Mile back to that horse who I might have got nipped for 3rd, by the way, at the wire.
I think he held 3rd.
Okay.
A very, very
close.
Not a distinguished 3rd, nonetheless.
You're going home.
I am. Well,
All right.
I'm going to my office.
Did you enjoy the meet?
I love being
We'll
Belmont.
see you at
I love
Aqueduct?
Belmont Park. I love Aqueduct. I love being with you guys. Richie's coming in.
Mig joins me next.
Team.
Richard Bigliori. Goodbye to you. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you at Aqueduct.
I look forward to seeing you. I'll see you Wednesday.
All right, sounds fun. Mig up next with me as we continue along. Back-to-back stakes next at Belmont. Pumpkin Pie and the Chelsea Flower back-to-back here on closing day at Belmont. Stay tuned.
Over time, the Alapa story has been interwoven with its prestigious neighbor, the mighty Claiborne Farm. The recent massive and meticulous renovation at Hill and Dale at Alapa will usher in the farm's next chapter with a clear vision of the future, which sees a modern, efficient, vital, and vibrant nursery, alongside its world-class stallion operation, all the while respecting the history of this important estate. In fact, the stall door numbers remain Claiborne yellow as a tribute to the illustrious racehorses that once trained on Alapa's 1 mile oval during the mid-century modern era. One such name is that of a coal-black filly who would be named Ruffian and would come to be known as one of the greatest racehorses to ever look through a bridle. Such is our heritage. Such is our inspiration. Here, the obscure becomes obvious.
Cloud computing in the Preakness.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on closing day at Belmont Park. Also coverage from Churchill Downs, our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, back at Belmont. Late Big Four began with this horse right here. Barley won, getting by Stanhope, who tried to go gate to wire. John Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, riding for Mike Stidham. And a 3-year-old son of Animal Kingdom returns $14.40. 56 to 1 shot was flying late in here for trainer Eduardo Jones, who had just claimed that horse. That would have completely blown up this Empire 6 on a mandatory payout day. Back at Churchill, Hoist the Mainsail for Kenny McPeak, son of Miz and Mast, and Phoenix Ladies Syndicate owns this one with the win. Brian Hernandez Jr., $8.60 for the victory to start the single 6 jackpot on this Sunday card. One of the Twin Spires in Louisville. Joining me on set, champion jockey Richard Migliore. Mig, good to see you here this afternoon. We have back-to-back stakes here coming up on this final day of this Belmont meet with the pumpkin pie and the Chelsea Flower. We're going to have a yielding turf course. A couple of horses, though, we know we're going to take a lot of money in there. Certainly Caldy and Chad Brown with a couple in the race. I think one's preferred.
Yeah, no doubt, but I think the conditions are the great equalizer. Just having turf that is this soft, and now a few races run over it, so it's going to have more cut in it. It's going to be about who handles the ground.
And Gracia seems like going to take plenty of money for Chad Brown in there, but you got Fluffy Socks as well, who comes in off a win last time out. But yeah, tough conditions to try and handicap and see who's going to move up on this soft turf. Up next, this 7th race in the pumpkin pie. Traveling 7 furlongs here, and that's a look at Never Enough Time. Michael Trombetta, Luis Saez comes in off back-to-back wins, including a stakes victory at Pimlico last out.
And she does have speed. Speed, I think, is always good in conditions like this, and she is 1-for-1 on the wet, albeit against much lesser kind of company.
Here's the resume. 5 wins, 9 lifetime starts, couple of wins. That's not correct. Trying Belmont actually for the first time. And here is the skip at and the victory back on October the 3rd at Pimlico.
Yeah, and she was very game this day. Again, showing that speed that's been her weapon. Ran very, very well, and she held off Bronx Beauty here. She's going to have to hold off Bronx Beauty again, who also has a win over Wet Going. But I didn't see much excuses for Bronx Beauty this day. Just second best to Never Enough Time.
Only try on and off track. It was a win in the mud in the first start of her career. That was Laurel. Muddy conditions that day, different track. No two off tracks are alike, but for what it's worth, did handle the off going.
Well, you do like to see that, though. It gives you a little bit more confidence. And you're 100% correct, though. Every wet track is different from Aqueduct to Belmont or Belmont to Saratoga.
Let's head downstairs, get a Paddock report with Acacia Courtney.
And Greg, we'll look at the two coming out of the ski pat last time out on the Preakness undercard. And there had been some other pace, it seems, sign on in that race with the presence of the likes of Liza Starr. And Never Enough Time was just faster in there. And while she physically doesn't have that kind of lighter frame type that we tend to like faring better on a wet track like this, she does have very small feet. And that usually seems to help for a horse to kind of skip over this surface a little bit more, a cuppier kind of hoof build to her. Also, to my eye, seeing her in the ski pat last time, I think she's actually put on some weight since last time out. Physically, she looks phenomenal. Could not look any better. She's beautifully muscled. She's great in her coat. And I had, again, noticed this of her last time. I just really think that she even looks better in her condition. The track, again, a slight concern, but seeing how she just also seems totally unfazed by the whole thing, I think is a positive as well. As she should potentially just wire the field in here, whereas Bronx Beauty, the one who comes out of the ski pad as well behind her and was actually favored in that race off of the big win in the Regret. She was up a little bit closer last time, but I did think that I agree. I think that she never had any excuse last time out, chasing up Never Enough Time. Now, she's a funny one. She's a 5-year-old mare. She's kind of a little bit of an awkward mover at the walk, but she's an energetic type and clearly seems to handle an off-track fine, given that second place behind the very talented Shalon, who maybe is not in the best form this year as she had been, but she's got some good races on the go back as well. I like her. I think she's... The question for her, in my mind, is the 7 furlongs. I think she's better going a little bit shorter in those tighter, compact sprints, whereas Never Enough Time, no qualms with her going a little bit longer distance today. Looking at the number 2, Pacific Gale, who has arguably just over her life been facing the best company coming out of several graded stakes tries. Unfortunately, since coming back here in 2020, she hasn't been able to get a win, and she's had some really disappointing performances, though she does have a lot of class. She just always looks great. The one thing I will say about her today is that she's pretty quiet, pretty laid back, whereas some of the others in here are pretty sharp, just kind of pulling their handlers around a little bit more. I would like to see maybe a little bit more energy for her. She's another one, though she's run well, going a touch longer. I prefer her physically with that rounded overall build, going the 6 furlongs versus the 7, but she has been facing good company. We'll see if this is a good spot for her. I just do wonder if Pacific Gale has some of those good races that we have seen, and if we're going to see them again on the track, Greg.
Yeah, I wonder if she's quite the same or she's kind of tailing off a little bit.
Well, it feels like that at the age of 5, that she just hasn't found that form. She hinted at it in a few starts, hasn't quite gotten over the hump. I thought last time could be the time because I had spoken with trainer John Kimball, and he said he just didn't seem to think she trained as well in Saratoga. And we got back to Belmont, and he really liked what he saw from her. Now she showed high speed in the Gallant Bloom. I don't blame Jose Lascano for taking a shot. You know, maybe he thought he could take it away from Frank's Roquette that day. It didn't work. Goes back to Johnny Velasquez. She's got a good run in the Harmony Lodge over a muddy track here at Belmont for him. And I'm certain they're going to go back to a more patient tack today.
Meanwhile, Gotham Gala for Ono de la Cour. 2 starts back, sloppy track. It was a race taken off the turf. At Monmouth, lined up against Valiant, and this was sort of the coming out party for Valiant, who would go on to win the Spinster out of this, and now is going to line up in the distaff.
Yeah, well, it definitely flattered this effort from Gotham Gala that she came back to win the Grade 1 Spinster. Now, she beat her pretty handily here. You could see that Valiance was, kind of ridden out, not all in, but it was a long way back to the third horse that day, 15 lengths, in fact, back to the third horse. So it was a good effort from her. What do you think about the 7 furlongs for her?
I think cutting back, it's going to be great for her.
Yeah, it kind of intensify her finishing kick, if you will.
Having said that, I wasn't very high on Gotham Gala in this horse. By the way, the horse that beat her, Valiance, in that race, 6 for 8 lifetime. She's won 3 in a row, and as we mentioned, going to the distaff. With more on this group, let's go back to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, the 6 never enough time, obviously taking a lot of money here. But for me, I like the horse that ran behind Never Enough Time on the rail, Bronx Beauty. If you look at that race, Never Enough Time got loose in that race. The pace was not particularly fast. Horses can get very comfortable out on the front end by themselves. Saved some ground in that race a little bit. Wasn't very wide, while the one, Bronx Beauty, was chasing, was wide all the way around there. Lost some ground, a little bit of geometry for you. And I just feel like Bronx Beauty feels like the one that I want out of that race, especially based on the prices. Now, I'm a little bit concerned with the Bronx Beauty being kind of stuck down towards the inside. It can work out, but it can also not be good to be down on the inside there. So we'll have to see how it unfolds, but I definitely prefer the 1 over the 6 as a betting proposition. I think the 4 Honor Way is another one that's interesting as well. Has run at Belmont Park 9 times, has been first or second 7 of those times. And I just feel like the configuration, the big turns, Honor Way seems to appreciate that. And I know the racetrack's going to be a little bit different today with some moisture in it, but I think Honor Way makes a little bit of sense too in here to try to beat the favorite. I'm just not crazy about the 6 in here, guys.
Well, Jonathan, I'd like to ask you something about that. Doesn't it look like on paper, at least, the 6 Never Enough Time is going to get comfortable once again on the lead? I just don't see who can entertain her early.
You're right. It does look like she's got a chance to be a little bit loose in here, but I do think that she's run one time on a sloppy racetrack. And it feels like anytime I feel like a horse is going to be loose, someone happens to go. And like you've said before, Richie, the guys in the room, they're looking at the forum as well, and the idea that Never Enough Time could get loose. You'd think that someone would be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe even Manny Franco with Bronx Beauty down the inside doesn't want to get stuck down in there and wants to kind of take the race to Never Enough Time.
Yeah, Bronx Beauty, JK, used to have a lot of speed. This horse used to have 21 and change, 44 and change speed sprinting. Not really been the case of late, but drawn on the inside too. As Jonathan said, Manny might have to make a decision here. At least see if he can get it. As you say, come out aggressive.
You got to come out forward from the rail. And then even if the outside horse goes, at least you make that horse commit. Don't let her gallop to the lead and drop over in front of you. Make it at least her work for it and create separation. Give yourself options.
And what about Pacific Gale, who was coming out of a grade 2 in the Gallant Bloom and was on the lead?
Well, I know John Kimmel was not very happy with the fact that she was on the lead there. He says not her style. He really wasn't happy with that. And, Johnny Velasquez gets back on board. So I'm sure the instructions are going to be pretty explicit about having her settle and finish.
I'm with you. I think 6 could be loose in here. We'll see what Manny does. That's going to be the kind of matchup early on to watch in this race. Does the 1 try and press the 6 here? On the pace early. Here is Bronx Beauty, 10-time winner from 23 starts.
You love when the horse has a gem of consistency like this, and she shows up pretty much every single time. And I think she does have to show some speed from the rail.
Numbers-wise, Pacific Gales just seemed to go a little bit backward this year, but she's been tackling tough company.
I know John says she's been training great, but that hasn't really translated to the afternoon. Look for her to take a more patient tack today.
Honor Way, another 6-year-old mare here who has a great resume. 11 wins, over $570,000 in earnings.
Yeah, second best to Frank's Rocket, who's Breeders' Cup bound, and she is honest as the day is long.
Likely taking on the boys in the sprint, Frank's Rocket. Gotham Gala, Arnaud Delacour showed you that race against Valiance back at Monmouth.
Turns back to 7 furlongs, which I agree with you, Greg. I think 7 furlongs is just going to help her.
And potentially the lone speed in this race, and a filly who has won at 7/8.
Never Enough Time, I think, is the main speed in here. It'll depend a lot on if anybody makes her work for it early.
And I thought we had a situation yesterday where it looked so easy in the grade 3 Bold Ruler. Lone speed, share the ride. Didn't work out. Got the lead, but didn't hang on.
didn't hang on, and then, you know, interesting trip for the winner, too. Kind of forward, backed off, came back out, ran him down. Maybe he really didn't want the 7 furlongs, though.
That was Majestic Dunhill. We'll have more on that race a little later on today. You can get signed up, started with Naira Bets, get a $25 free play, plus up to a $200 deposit match for new members when you get signed up with the promo code CUP25. That's for new members. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started through the Breeders' Cup as we take a look again at Bronx Beauty in here, who you can make the argument maybe with a little more ground. Last start was at 6 furlongs, would have been able to run down Never Enough Time.
I tell you, I love what I'm seeing from her in the warm-up. Manny Franco leaving the pony. Good gallop over to the backstretch. She's aggressive. She's eager, but she's not over the top with it. You saw him kind of have to break his hold a little bit and took his left hand off the rein. That's using an indirect rein, taking a horse a little bit off balance, shaking the bit in her mouth to gain control. She's winning me over in the post parade.
7-2 right now from that inside position. Meanwhile, with more on Gotham Gala, the 5. Let's go back to Acacia.
And this is the horse that I'm going to land on here, and Greg. And coming into this race, I was thinking that Never Enough Time was going to be the pick to wire the field, just as I thought was Share the Ride yesterday. But the more that I looked at Gotham Gala in here, as she just looks to me physically the most like the horse that will handle the off-going. She's a very light frame, almost European-looking type, that really slender build to her. Typically, I like a horse with just a little bit more substance, but she's the figure and the build that really tends to skip over a track like this with no problem. And while she stayed with the pony out there on the track with Javier Castellano, she has been sharp from the get-go. She's had her ears pricked. She's been on her toes. She caught my eye immediately when she walked in the paddock, and she is kind of the unknown in here as she's turning back in distance. And while she's a more leggy type, she doesn't necessarily strike you immediately as a sprinter. I don't mind her at all in the 7 furlongs. I don't feel like she's going to be too far back, just what I've seen from her as her attitude goes, and I'll take a slight shot against the favorite and just thinking that she will really handle the going today. Right?
All right, Acacia, thanks. 5-2. Gotham Gala. Acacia and Andy like the same 5-year-old mare in this race.
And I respect both of their opinions. The one, Bronx Beauty, and not because I'm a native New Yorker. Maybe if it was Brooklyn Beauty, you can accuse me of it being a homer. But she won me over in the post parade. I just loved the way she looked getting over the ground, galloping over to the backstretch. I think she's got enough speed to create her own trip. And I kind of got the feeling, too, that 7 furlongs last time at Pimlico, she might have run down Never Enough Time. Well, now she has more than enough time, 7 furlongs.
I'm going to try again with the speed outside here. We'll see if Luis Saez gets to run free or gets pressured from the inside. Here's the pumpkin pie. Johnny Brielle with the call.
And they're off. Never Enough Time from the outside. Sprints out for the early lead and is quickly in front by a length and a half. Bronx Beauty, Pacific Gale right together, second and third. Then it's Gotham Gala and On Her Way as they move up the sloppy and sealed backstretch here at Belmont, and it is Never Enough Time in front by a length. Pacific Gale in second by a length. Bronx Beauty is down at the rail and racing in third, length and a half to On Her Way. Gotham Gala is now the trailer. The opening quarter, 22 2/5 seconds. It's Never Enough Time. The leader here as they go around the far turn. Never Enough Time in front by a length. Pacific Gale is right behind in second. A break of 2 to On Her Way, who's now moved into third. Bronx Beauty has dropped back to fourth. Farther back, it's Gotham Gala. Never Enough Time, challenged here by Pacific Gale, and On Her Way on the outside, a close-up third, the half and 45 seconds, and they're at the quarter pole. It's Pacific Gale in between horses, Never Enough Time at the rail, and On Her Way on the outside. Here's On Her Way to challenge Pacific Gale for the lead as they move for the furlong marker. And it is On Her Way taking over now. On Her Way getting clear from Pacific Gale. It's On Her Way who's opening up here. On Her Way over the sloppy going here, and she won at the end by 4 lengths. Pacific Gale was second, then Never Enough Time, followed by Bronx Beauty and Gotham Gala.
On Her Way, that's her 4th win on an off-track, 12th win overall. Charlie Baker with his 6-year-old mare, Jose Ortiz aboard.
She certainly relished the going today, and she's honest. She shows up every time. She got a real nice position down the backstretch, perched out there, out in the clear, not getting a lot of kickback in her face. And always nice to see Saul Kupferberg in the winner's circle. His family, long-time supporters of New York racing. But look, she just got that nice outside, clean trip. Looked like Pacific Gal was really running her A race today, but no match for On Her Way.
I love those silks, too.
Yeah.
Copper with the black cap.
That's quintessential New York right there. It really is.
5-2 on Her Way. 6-year-old mare by Caleb Esposi. Again, 12th win in her career, Acacia.
Yeah, she really is awesome. And her 40th start, too. And she got such a good trip today, as Richie mentioned. It looked like, for instance, the 5 Gotham Gala, who dropped back and seemed to absolutely hate the kickback that she was getting in here today. I thought that On Her Way just looked comfortable the whole time. Jose Ortiz keeping her clean, as there was definitely some pace to run at up front today, as Pacific Gale took it to the pace setter. Never enough time, but I think it's also cool that we have a 6-year-old mare and a 5-year-old mare in the top 2 spots in here. These two definitely in good form, and good to see Pacific Gale showing some more life today and running a strong race. But it's hard not to like a mare like On Her Way by Caleb's Posse in her 40th start. Now getting back into the winner's circle in the pumpkin pie, Greg.
Well, the prices from this one coming up again, 5-2 on Her Way. Good for Charlie Baker, Saul Kupferberg, and Jose Ortiz. 6-year-old mare. She's got plenty left in the tank, but she loved this going today.
Over $600,000 in earnings now, and she was well beaten in the pumpkin pie last year, but she came back for a second helping and got it done.
That was great. That might have been your best of the meet right there. That was really good. We'll have those prices coming up in a moment. I can't wait to have a little on Thanksgiving. You go for pumpkin pie?
I'm not a pumpkin pie guy. I'm not a sweets guy anyway, but
okay.
I know, everybody thinks I'm crazy. Nah, don't like pumpkin pie.
That's un-American. 6th at Churchill. Race taken off the turf. Maiden special weight. And 2-1 right now on Briefcase Bully. And we have our post-parade coming up in a moment. Briefcase Bully. Cherie DeVoe. Be on the main track here for the first time in this race taken off. Here's part of the entry, 9-5 on Captain Maestri. Gets post 2.
Yeah, ran well when it came off the turf on debut, going a mile, back at the same distance, same scenario. Is a half to a stake winner on the turf, though, Mr. Ryder.
Thrill Ride entry mate draws in off the also eligible list.
Yeah, a couple of sprints, was trying to close there. Ian Wilkes, a trainer that's horses get better with racing.
5-2 on the remaining half of this entry here.
Yep. Briefcase Bully run well on the turf. Let's see how it translates to the dirt, but must have encouraged them the way he trains in the morning.
Union Rags, 3-year-old. Here's the 4, gets the rail. Carmichael, Victoria Oliver.
A good run in the mud at Gulfstream back in April, and then came back on the turf. Well beaten last time sprinting.
Old Gray Ghost is at 8-1. Eric Reed.
This horse has shown some speed sprinting as well. Isn't impossible.
First time starter. Taking money. 5-2 Brazilian Air, son of Candy Ride.
Entered for the turf, but the dam Flash Forward was a stakes winner on dirt and a good stakes winner, rated stakes placed as well.
This horse went for $875,000 at auction, owned in part by Peter Brandt, Robert LaPenta, 3 Chimneys. Here's the 11 Imperial Conflict at 7-1.
Yeah, first-time starter, decent works on the dirt. Gets Robbie Alvarado, your Preakness-winning rider of Swiss Skydiver.
Yeah, and that horse was a main track only. You're getting 7-1 on the son of Will Take Charge. Let's go to Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, the 2, Briefcase Bully is the market mover. Took some money off that scratch of the stablemate, the entry mate. This is one of those situations we saw a couple times yesterday, and I guess it's just part of the weather we're dealing with, where you see these horses that have turf form, but they're being bet like the race is being run on the turf. Briefcase Bully just doesn't really seem like one that's that needs to be this short of a price. Obviously, the turf performances have been nice, and if this race was being run on the turf, I could understand why the market would be so keen on this horse. But I think the entry is a much better proposition for a number of reasons. One being that both horses seem live, but not only do they both seem live, but they have contrasting styles. It feels like Captain Maestri is going to be coming from off of it, and it feels like Thrill Ride could potentially be forwardly placed, and I feel like they'll be ridden that way. The instructions, I would imagine, would be that, one of them go on with it, the other one take back, make one run. So I think the entry is a much more a much better proposition at 9-5 versus 5-2. You get 2 for 1. You get 2 different styles. I don't care if the pace is fast or slow. The entry of the 1 and the 1A seem to be the way I would go.
Well, if you want to bet, thanks, Jonathan, the market mover, or anybody else to this upcoming race, you could do so with Twin Spires and take advantage of that $200 new player bonus. Twin Spires app is where you can go. You can also go to twinspires.com. The code to use, GET200. And sign up to get that $200 new player bonus right away. Now, here's a look at this very expensive first-time starter. Son of Candy Ride. Keeneland September yearling sale 2018 went for $875,000.
And again, we look at pedigree as one of the things that helps clue us in, particularly with horses that don't have established form. And this horse is out of a mare that was very good on dirt, better on dirt than on any other surface. So you don't know if that's going to pass along. Sometimes we look at siblings. We talk about Briefcase Bully, who's also taking money. The best sibling to this horse was Bridgetown, who was a very accomplished turf sprinter.
Yeah.
But as they say, Mrs. DiMaggio had 3 sons. She only had 1 Joe. Come on, it's a rainy day,
it's a great
closing
point.
day.
It's a very good point, and it works the same way with horses, right? Not everyone they throw turns out to be a superstar.
Well, there's a certain amount of the individual that you have to look at, and the pedigree is only going to take you so far. It's up to the horse to go on and do it. Now, there are a lot of horses that create their own pedigree as well.
Chad Brown, of course, trains this one. Usually has them ready to roll first time out. 2-1 second choice on the board right now. Brazilian Air.
Looks like he's handling himself very well. That's another thing you want to look for from, the things you can't see on paper or in the form is how horses are handling themselves, particularly if they're a first-time starter. You don't want to see them so upset or worried or nervous. He looks like he's just been there and done that, but that's what we've come to expect from Chad Brown trainees. They're just so well schooled. They leave no stone unturned in their preparation, and that's a big help.
We'll see if it was worth the wait for this horse. Obviously had some expectations for this one, and they've had to wait a little while to get him to the racetrack, so today's the day for the debut. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard in the silks of Peter Brandt. Entry, though, remains the favorite at 9-5, and you got Captain Maestri. I agree with Jonathan. You have the horse who already went a mile on the main track. This is start number 2, a horse who could certainly move up. That was an expensive son of Tappet. And you have the other half of the entry, who has the foundation of 3 sprints and showed at least some brief speed last time out, now going a little longer.
And that's something I believe into, foundation. Particularly a distance like a mile, because they tend to run a little bit quicker than like a mile and a 16th race. Its run is more of a elongated sprint, if you will. So I do think foundation does play into it. And then you look at connections. And Ian Wilkes is a trainer that will race horses into condition. He believes that it helps them mentally, physically to actually develop during races.
And the other half of that entry, very underrated Neil Pessin, who trains the straight one, Captain Maestri.
Well, we talk about it a great deal on this show. There's so many really good, accomplished horsemen, very capable horsemen. It's about getting the horses in your barn. It's just like a jockey. I've never seen a jockey get off and carry a horse. You need the horse. Horses make all of us.
Neil Pessin, of course, trainer of Bell's the One, who just beat Serengeti Empress back on Kentucky Derby. We're set here for the 6 from Churchill. Travis Stone with the call.
An Imperial Conflict. They're in the gate. And they're off. And the Brazilian Air breaks out okay. Captain Maestri Thrill Ride. Old Grey Ghost, Imperial Conflict on the outside is showing speed 2. Old Grey Ghost, Brazilian Air, and Thrill Ride, those three fastest out of there. Imperial Conflict from the far outside post races up to be 4th. Briefcase Bully comes away in behind while 5th. Carmichael's on the move inside 6th. That it's 5 lengths back to Captain Maestri, who's at the back. So it is Old Grey Ghost, a leader. Half-length advantage. Brazilian Air broke alertly and is right up and on the pace as well, racing in 2nd. Thrill Ride comes on to be 3rd. Briefcase Bully is right in the thick of it, 4th and moving up. Carmichael's down inside and up close 5th. And on the outside, it's Imperial Conflict in 6th. Those first 6 tightly packed halfway home with Captain Maestri at the back. 45 and 4/5 seconds was that quarter, so the pace is swift. And Brazilian Air puts a nose in front for that far turn run. Thrill Ride is 3 wide right there too. Imperial Conflict has been wide throughout. In behind is Carmichael and Briefcase Bully. They're 4th and 5th and right within striking range. Old Grey Ghost is dropping out of it with Captain Maestri at the back. Off the turn, into the stretch. Thrill Ride comes away with the lead. Down the center of the track is Briefcase Bully. In between is Imperial Conflict. Carmichael's bottled up in behind. Has to switch inside 2 lengths to make up on new leader, Briefcase Bully. Briefcase Bully bounding away from the pack, opening up by 4, now by 5 and by 6. Briefcase Bully, full of run under the wire. 5 lengths in the end. Carmichael 2nd, Thrill Ride 3rd, and Imperial Conflict was 4th.
Wow. First time on dirt for Briefcase Bully, son of Union Rags for Cherie DeVoe. Impressive.
Very impressive. You know, when you see horses putting separation on fields, it's not always because that horse is running through the wire. It's because the horses behind them are tiring, deteriorating. Watch this horse's stride the last 1/8 of a mile. He is reaching out. He is covering ground. He really devastated this field. Briefcase Bully, he was very impressive.
I think he's going to stay on dirt.
Off of that effort, I would have to think so.
That was big.
That was big. Now, you know, we talked about it before the race. Half to a very accomplished turf sprinter. Well, he sure didn't have any issue with the dirt, the distance, any of it. Briefcase Bully beat up on his rivals.
2 beauties today from you already.
I got energy
Save some
today.
material. We got a long show ahead. Briefcase Bully with a win. 4th time out, first time on the main track. Very impressive. Goes off at 2-1 in the end. While the firster for Chad Brown, not a big surprise, went off the 9-5 favorite in there. 2-4-1A in that 6th at Churchill. Back at Belmont, on her way, a 12th career win. Jose Ortiz, Charlie Baker, Sal Kupferberg. Winning Connections pays $7.30 for the win. Pacific Gale ran a much better race today. 4.26 finish. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
6-year-old mare on her way into the winner's circle in the pumpkin pie, and with her winning pilot, Jose Ortiz, as you wanted her back in Saratoga too, and she really is just as honest as they come. She looked pretty comfortable every step of the way. Tell me about your trip.
Yeah, she was very comfortable. I think when she put me 2-3 lengths behind the pace, she's very tough. She always got a great kick from the quarter pole to the wire, and I think I know her really well. I've been around her for a long time now.
She's 6, back to the winner's circle. Has to be special. Jose, congratulations.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Pumpkin pie winner in her 40th start on her way. Hard not to root for a mare like this, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. And she loved it on this sloppy racetrack here this afternoon. Let's take a look at the Empire 6 mandatory payout fall along here. Total pool, wow, I didn't realize it got that high, $3.39 million. She's a black belt, started it off. Short price workout that a lot of people probably either singled or went too deep in that race. Barley won though, you get 6-1, and now a slight upset with On Her Way.
And On Her Way, certainly Jose Ortiz kind of putting the exclamation point on his meeting, being leading rider. You know, his brother Irad got his measure barely in Saratoga. Jose getting it done at Belmont. It's incredible to have 2 brothers this talented on the same circuit.
That's amazing. Chelsea Flower, more stakes action coming up next. 2-year-old fillies going 1 mile and a 16th in here. Chad Brown has a couple in this race, but got to deal with Coldy for Brad Cox, who was just second to the undefeated Plum Ali. Perfect 3 for 3 for Christophe Clement. Could be the favorite. The Breeders' Cup filly and mare's juvenile fillies turf. We'll be back.
This gleaming chestnut
wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit springhillcheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery. The best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by Nyra Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Nyra Bets app. You can also go to nyrabets.com to get started. Another stakes race coming up. It is the Chelsea Flower. And we mentioned Caldy. There she is. Again, beat by Plum Ali last time out. I was trying to get out. I bungled it. Likely, certainly one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf coming up for Christophe Clement. She's been very good. This horse set the pace in the Miss Grillo Group Grade 2 last time out for Cox. And can she get the mile and a 16th, or you think she'll get run down again today?
Well, it's kind of interesting, and you know, we talk a lot about the ground, and we've had steady rain, and they've run some races over the turf, so the ground has cut it in as well. But what we've seen is horses laying up close, holding on, I think, because the horses behind them are off the bridle, struggling through it. So maybe, in actuality, the off-going is going to help her. And make no mistake, she is getting beat here in the Miss Grillo by a seriously good filly in Plum Ali, who has done nothing wrong in her career as of yet.
Well, she's going to try and do it on the front end again. Might have some company. There's a quick one on the rail as well. With more, let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, Greg, and we see 3 fillies in here taking a similar amount of money. One of them is Caldy. The other 2, well, they're out of the Chad Brown barn. Go figure. As we'll check in with number 4, Ingracia here, who of the Chad Brown duo is the one I like most. Looking at her, you know, she's just a very elegant filly. She's well balanced. I think that speaks well for a horse trying to get over what is going to be soft. It is soft. I'm glad they labeled it soft because it really, truly is soft, more like a bog, actually, as the rain has intensified throughout the afternoon here, as this is the last turf race that will run on it today for the meets for 2020. Getting to the end of 2020. Love it. Anyway, Ingracia. I like what I see from her. I thought last time in the Jessamine, she was the widest of all. She lost the most ground of any horse in there throughout the entire running there at Keeneland, and she made up the most ground. So really, I think the margin of defeat could have been closer if she was able to pull a more ground-saving type of trip and lay a bit closer, though we'll see if she does lay a bit closer. She was able to do so in breaking her maiden at Saratoga, but that was through slower fractions. I think it would be in her best interest to be close. Moving on to number 8, Fluffy Socks. I love that name. She has rattled off 2 wins, both of which out of town, but she has moved forward since her first start. The only other time I have seen her pre-race, she's so much more fit. She's just very soft. She looked like a filly that Chad was actually bringing over, just needing a start. And she's moved forward, progressed from there. She's shown she can handle a yielding or softer course as she did at Pimlico, but she did sit the perfect trip by Trevor McCarthy, saving every millimeter of ground over the rest of her foes in that Salima. Number 9, Golden Voice, also coming out of that Salima, had the roughest trip, I think, of any of them. She was fighting her rider early on through slow fractions, and then she was getting knocked around and had to check and bottled up in the stretch. Just never really got a clear running path. Now, they've kept her in the saddling stall almost to obviously dodge the rain, but maybe also just to keep her a little bit more quiet for the fact that she was a bit headstrong in that Salima. She looks healthy to me. I like what I see from her, and maybe she can move forward at a price after a troubled trip down in Maryland, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Post parade here coming up next. It is Fluffy Socks, 1 of 2 for Chad Brown. Current 5-2 favorite. Just barely over this one right here, Caldy. Both Caldy and Fluffy Socks at 5-2 on the board. Now it goes back to Caldy in here. Fluffy Socks in that win in the Salima. She handled that yielding going that day. It was a stakes victory. Saved every inch of ground all the way around the racetrack, and then the rail magically opened. Got a great trip that day.
Got a great trip, but sometimes when the ground is yielding or soft, horses create their own trip because they travel while other horses are struggling. I know you're not sold. I just like the fact that she has that win on a yielding ground.
Oh, Gracia, in her debut, the other Chad Brown filly, in a maiden special weight, got up to win on a turf course that had some give in it. Was listed good that day at Saratoga.
Yes. And I think that's important. Some horses are just going to get off balance, lose their confidence, and you'll see pretty early on the ones that are carrying the riders into the race, in the bridle, and the ones that are struggling, bobbling along. This makes the handicapping puzzle that much more difficult.
We're going to start with Psychic Ability, who's going to potentially make life very difficult on Caldy in here. Jose Lezcano aboard.
And from the inside, showed really good speed last time, stretching out to the mile. And she has what we talk about, foundation, 5th start.
So Daughter of Honor code. Michael Pino sends out, was in that Salima behind Fluffy Socks, ran 4th.
Yeah, and she showed that she could handle soft ground. And she also had traffic that day, maybe with a cleaner trip.
Here's Ingracia again, won the debut for Chad Brown on a good turf at Saratoga, then was 3rd behind Aunt Pearl, who's undefeated for Brad Cox, won the Jessamine.
Yeah, I think that was a solid effort in the Jessamine. You pointed out she did handle less than pristine conditions, breaking her maiden.
The other Chad Brown, Fluffy Socks, winner of the Salima with that perfect trip that day.
I think you got to really take into account that she handled, yielding ground, because this is beyond yielding, though, today.
Mischievous Dream, Christophe Clement into Mischief filly.
Another filly making her 5th start, so she has that foundation we look for. Joel Rosario is the kind of rider I like in off conditions because he keeps a bit in horse's mouth, keeps them balanced, has that kind of, the good hands we talk about.
Turf debut for Caldy. She aired. She won by 6+ lengths. Gate to wire. Tried to go gate to wire in the Miss Grillo, and only Plum Ali, who's 3 for 3 undefeated for Christophe Clement, beat her.
Yeah, and she was very game that day to be 2nd. She really fought for it. See how she handles the ground.
Golden Voice, Mike Maker, also was in that Salima behind Fluffy Socks, behind Tick Tick Boom, ran 5th.
Another one that had traffic in the Salima, had a check, but showed that she was handling it. At least she was running through it.
Yeah, you can make a case, I think, for Tick Tick Boom. Ran very well late. Blinkers go on today.
Blinkers go on. Getting a very good price for a filly that wasn't beaten badly by Fluffy Socks after a wide journey. She has to work out some sort of a trip with an outside draw.
Chelsea Flower, minute to post. Let's check in with Jonathan.
Yeah, guys, I'm on Ingracia and Caldi. I'd give the edge to Ingracia, like you mentioned. I think it's very important to note that Ingracia back at Saratoga ran on a turf course that had some give into it. It's obviously could be a different situation. It could be a different type of give to the ground, but nonetheless, a horse that has run well on ground with some give in it. The other thing I like about it is my favorite thing to say is that day the pace was really slow in that race where she was trying to close into. So the performance wasn't overwhelming the way that she won, but I think I even said that day it was much better than it looked because she was trying to pass horses that had energy left because they didn't go very fast early. And so I think she could be extremely tough here, and I love what Maggie said about her from a physical standpoint that leads me to believe that she's not going to have any problem handling the surface. Caldi's another one that I just feel like she's a classy individual. She's been facing Plum Ali, and I just think that she is another one that she's going to be forward, she's going to be involved, and I think that helps her chances as well. I think the two favorites have the rest of this field over a barrel, and it's also important to note the 4 Ingracia back in the Jessamine. She was chasing a filly by the name of Aunt Pearl, who I think is the most likely winner of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf.
Yeah, I mean, we got 2 fillies in here who faced probably the top 2 choices we're going to see in that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf. Ingracia faced Aunt Pearl, and then Caldi faced Plum Ali. Meanwhile, Mig, you're going with the 6 in here, Mischievous Dream for Clement.
And this is purely on, I just think she maybe has an opportunity to handle the ground. I like Joel Rosario in these situations when I really think that it's open for an odd result because of the conditions.
All right, we'll see what happens. Ingracia for Chad Brown becomes the favorite here at 2-1. Caldi, how much pressure will she take early from Psychic Ability, who has the rail, and Jose Lezcano and Wingate to wire in a maiden race at Monmouth last start?
And being outside of her, does Javier Castellano choose to sit off Jose Lezcano because he's inside of him?
Coming off a speedy bullet drill as well, Caldi.
Always a chess match.
They want her in front, don't they?
You would think, but being outside does something.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. Here's the Chelsea Flower. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. Psychic Ability away well from the inside post. Caldi is right alongside now. So it's Caldi and Psychic Ability heads apart for the lead with Golden Voice. Next in third, Ingracia is down towards the hedge and racing in fourth. Then it's Mischievous Dream in fifth position. On the outside is Fluffy Socks in sixth. At the back, Tick, 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 Boom, and Zayarat. The field goes up the back stretch. It's long shot, Psychic Ability leading the favorite, Caldi, through a quarter in 23 and 4. Psychic Ability by a little more than a length. Caldi is second by a little more than 2. Then it's Golden Voice and Ingracia. They are together third and fourth. Mischievous Dream, Fluffy Socks, those 2 races a team. And at the back, the duo of Tick, 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 Boom and Zayarat. Psychic Ability continues to lead here over Caldi. Psychic Ability, 3/4 of a length. Caldi is in second. The half one in 50 and 2. And now these 2-year-old fillies go into the far turn. Psychic Ability, a half length. Caldi now getting closer on the outside in second, just in behind. Ingracia and Golden Voice. Room on the inside for Mischievous Dream. And now she's coming on through. And Fluffy Socks is rallying on the extreme outside. And now the field is coming for the top of the stretch. It's Caldi, challenged on the outside by Fluffy Socks. Psychic Ability down towards the hedge in third. Then Ingracia, Mischievous Dream looking for a way through. Here is Caldi. Here's Fluffy Socks on the outside. And now those 2 are together. Ingracia is in third. Tick, 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 boom. And Mischievous Dream as they pass the 8th bowl. Ingracia is coming on through now. Fluffy Socks drifting out. It's Ingracia. Fluffy Socks on the outside. Ingracia, Fluffy Socks, they are very tight as they come on for the finish, and it is going to be extremely tight. A photo finish in the Chelsea Flower. Ingracia on the inside and Fluffy Socks on the outside.
Ingracia, Fluffy Socks, stablemates. This was awfully tight. What'd you think, Mig?
I think it was the 4 Ingracia. It'll be about the Bob because the 8-horse Fluffy Socks does kind of run with her head out and down, and sometimes those horses get a little bit of an edge, but it certainly looked to me like the 4 with your leading rider, Jose Ortiz, might have out and outed his brother.
I'm with you.
Irad on the 8 Fluffy Socks. Put on a good show.
Chad Brown 1-2, or maybe 1-1. Ooh, that's tight.
Sure looks like the 4 got it on that shot.
Another angle.
The only one that's not anxious is Chad Brown, though.
And certainly the owners. Different ownership groups here.
These 2 fillies put on quite a show. And you could see number 8, Fluffy Socks. She looks more like she ran in a dirt race. She's covered with the kickback from the turf. You know, a lot of moisture in the ground on the grass here.
No, it was these 2 and a long way back to everyone else. Psychic ability, Jose Lezcano would not let Caldy get to the front. Javier had to take back because Jose wanted that front early on.
Well, he had the rail, and I always talk about it. I'd rather have my rider be aggressive and hold his position, go forward from the inside.
That last jump, I initially thought the 4. I don't know now.
I still think it's the 4.
Let's go to Maggie for more.
You guys have a much better monitor than what I'm looking at. I'm just looking at the big infield board. I thought initially the 8 got it just because she has a bigger head and lower head carriage. But, oh, I think the 4 may have just timed it perfectly. But, I mean, how would you like to be Chad Brown here? Well, I'm going to win this race, but who is it going to be for my owners? That's for sure. And Gracia, I thought, got a really good ride in hindsight, as she is your unofficial winner, by Jose Ortiz, because he kept her closer than maybe her last race in the Just Line, which was a fast pace, but it held together. And he just saved the ground. He waited patiently. When Fluffy Socks went to drift out, he recognized that, ducked back to the inside, and initially I thought he was going to toil a bit there in the lane, but got the job done here for Don Alberto's stable and Chad Brown. But both fillies running very, very well, almost too good to have an eventual winner, Greg.
I know someone had to win this race, but yeah, if you're dueling ownership groups here for the same trainer, Chad Brown, this can't feel like a defeat. Both these horses, these 2-year-old fillies, ran tremendous.
They both ran winning races, and that's a race that didn't deserve a loser. They really both put it on the line, and when it's inches and a head bob up and down, you actually feel bad for the one that doesn't get the lion's share of the purse.
You never felt bad when you won a race like that, did you?
Not when I was riding. I was mercenary.
Jose Ortiz, Chad Brown, Don Alberto stable by a whisker over the stablemate, the Chelsea Flower.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf and star performers both at home and abroad, Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. Plus Halliday, winner of the Grade 1 4-star Dave Handicap at Saratoga. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday afternoon. The 7th coming up at Churchill starts off their late pick 4 here, a maiden special weight. Everyone trying to get that first win of their career, United and Resolute. Just missed by a half length last time out for trainer Tom Amos, son of Violence. Second choice on the board at 5-2. The favorite's a first-time starter for Phil Bauer, a 2-year-old by Anchor Down, who stands for $7,500 and sold for $250,000.
Must be an outstanding individual.
Here's King of the Night, 18-1.
Out of a mare that's had 5 horses to race, all winners, and she won her first 2 starts, albeit disqualified out of her debut, but came right back to win for Tommy Albatrani. So maybe there's precocity here.
Same sire of Tis the Law here at Constitution, first timer. They spent $230,000 on this one.
From just tremendous connections, Steve Asmussen for the Winchell family, he knows how to get them ready.
5-1. Test of Will, hard spun colt who went for $150,000 at Keeneland September yearling in 2019.
Larry Jones certainly knows how to win with first-time starters as well. Got a couple of sharp works.
Race Reno for Jack Sisterson and Calumet Farm.
Not taking much money on the board. That's one of the clues we look for, particularly with a first-time starter.
Determined to Rise debuts, son of Broken Vow for Ian Wilkes.
Kind of has a pedigree that speaks to a horse that may want to go longer. Ian Wilkes probably trying to get him started, a trainer that races his horses into condition.
Well, here's the expensive son of a sire that does not stand for much, Angkor.
The fact that this horse is taking all the money, he must be training lights out in the morning. And he does have a good, steady work tab.
Got a bullet gate drill at Churchill back on October the 16th. That was the fastest of 49 that morning. Skip Intro has a race under his belt. This is start number 2 for son of Liam's Map.
And a half to Whitmore, so he's got a lot to live up to there. But certainly has the pedigree and could improve off of that one race.
Whitmore making his 4th start in the Breeders' Cup Sprint this year. SWOT Analysis, Mark Casse.
This is out of a mare that had 1 foal to race. It was a winner, albeit at a much cheaper level.
It's another Anchor Down 2-year-old, of course, the favorite we mentioned, going for that big number, or horse who was the favorite. United and Resolute. Tom Amos now becomes the top choice, son of Violence, with Tyler Gaffleone.
Now, this is a neat horse. I mean, he runs well on turf. He runs well on dirt. He doesn't seem to care. He just wants to go out there and give it his best try. Makes a lot of sense, particularly from the outside post.
Yeah, I thought we saw this horse at Saratoga. He ran really good against a horse that we thought might be a star in Calibrate for Steve Asmussen. That was the dirt debut for United and Resolute. We'll see. This is start number 3 on the dirt for him this afternoon. You can play all the action with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, and they offer you a $200 new player bonus to bet the action today. Download the Twin Spires app. You can also go to twinspires.com. The code to use if you're a new member, get 200 to start that $200 new player bonus right away. Jonathan, your thoughts here on the 7th?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to note, like Richie said, the 7 Skip Intro, a half to Whitmore, such a cool horse, and it's one of the things I love about this game is that you can fall in love with these horses, male and female, and you get to see their offspring. You get to kind of relive the moments that those horses brought to you. And like Richie said earlier, it doesn't mean that this horse has to be a good one, but the horse was bet on debut, and the horse ran okay first time out, and hopefully will run better second time out with that experience. I do think the 9 United and Resolute, not only does he have Tom Amos going for him, which is what more could you ask for? This horse is drawn to the outside, has some tactical speed, will be able to kind of keep an eye on the other 8 horses to the inside, have a good feel for where they're going to be, and I like that outside stalking trip in North America. It feels like the last couple of years, that's where you've wanted to be on these dirt racetracks, and I feel like United and Resolute should get a great trip in here unless Skip Intro remembers that he's related to Whitmore.
He's been working sharp since that debut, and a lot of times these 2-year-olds, they need a start to just get that education, and we see a big jump forward in that second start.
Yeah, mentally and physically, the light bulb goes on. Thing I find interesting about the 9 United and Resolute, this is his 5th start, 4th different track, third different distance, fifth different jockey. And all he does is show up and try every time.
And Tyler Gaffalione aboard for the first time this afternoon for our colleague Tom Amos. He ran real good in that Saratoga Dirt debut this summer. See if he can break through today. He's got the outside post. There's the half to Whitmore. Skip Intro moving in under Joe Talamo. Fourth in that debut, split that 8-horse field. And has come back with a bullet drill and the second best of 76 in the morning on this Churchill track. Travis Stone with the call. Here's the 7th.
Last one moving in, United and Resolute. They're in the gate. And they're off. Encore with a good start. SWOT analysis is also there. Skip Intro comes on for some early speed. United and Resolute on the far outside. And King of the Night comes through toward the rail to make it 5. And Test of Wills right up there too. 6 and a scramble on early. Break a 2 back to Race Sereno, who comes away 7th. And it's 5 back to Convention. And Determined to Rise, the last of them all. So down the backstretch run. SWOT analysis comes on through to put a nose in front, but Skip Intro keeps pace at the inside, and Skip Intro holds on to that lead. SWOT analysis is running in second. Right there to his Encore, third, advancing up on through. United and Resolute is spun out 4 wide on that far turn run. Test of Wills right in behind, racing 5th and only 2 lengths off the lead. Race Sereno's got a shot as well, and then it's King of the Night as they come to the top of the stretch. So the field turns for home. United and Resolute wide off the turn. Skip Intro's also right there. Anchor's in with a shot in between. Test of Will stuck in behind horses. Race Sereno and SWOT analysis. 1 furlong to go. Anchor comes away with the lead. It's Anchor in front trying to open up. Skip Intro battles on but is back into second. United and Resolute and Test of Will. They're coming for the wire. And Anchor is under the line, the 3-length winner. Skip Intro was second. United and Resolute was third. And Test of Will was fourth.
Word out on this horse by a sire who stands for $7,500. They spent $250,000 on him. Rigney Racing. They have a runner.
They have a real runner. And I was talking about it through the race. He backed out. He was in front on the rail. He allowed Skip Intro to get over and drop over in front of him. Gabe Saez had an opportunity to get back up in between horses outside of Skip Intro, so he kicked on him in 3/8 pole to get back up in there. For a 2-year-old to do that, not only from a physical standpoint, to have the stamina and the ability to do it, but the mental capacity to back out and make multiple runs and then finish the deal, this is a real horse here.
His Kentucky Derby future odds just plummeted.
I don't know how far he'll go, but he can run.
That was impressive. Back at Belmont, the Chelsea Flower. It was the Chad Brown stable. Which one, though? Wow, Ingracia, Fluffy Socks, just about nothing separated these two at the wire.
And you saw the key to the race right there was the move from Jose Ortiz on the 4 Ingracia. He was trying to get out around his brother on the 8-horse Fluffy Socks. She started to drift. He had definitely angled back to the inside, and it was the narrowest of margins, but that move won him the race.
And the rail's basically down today. It hasn't been used a lot over the past few weeks. You think that made a difference?
Not as much. You know, I think there's just so much give to it. I don't know that made a huge difference, but if he would have continued to try to go outside his brother, there's no way he gets up to win.
Sister.
No, his brother. Irad.
Oh, you're talking about the jockeys. I was talking about the fillies.
No, they're stablemates. I don't necessarily think they're related.
$6.50 for the win. Let's take it to the Empire 6 follow along. Ingracia by a nostril. That was a great finish there. Chad Brown 1-2 in that race. Barley one's been the price. That's really been the one to have here. We'll see what happens this 9th and final. A lot of ways to go. I think there's some intriguing prices coming up in this nightcap. We'll talk more about it when we come back. Stay with us. 6 furlongs in the main. Coming up next, it's the final race of the fall meet.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
New York breds are New York tough, like 'Tis the Law winning the Florida Derby, Belmont Stakes, and the Midsummer Derby.
'Tis the Law. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
Learn how you can be New York smart by becoming a New York breeder or owner to take part in a program that offers tens of millions of dollars in purse money and awards for owners, breeders, and stallion owners. Get with the program at nybreds.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Claybird Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We got the nightcap coming up at Belmont. What were you going to say?
I love that shot there with the young horses roughhousing in the field. That's how you make a horse. Let him be a horse.
That's a cool shot. On the main track here to close out the meet. Can we go out a winner? 6 furlongs, New York Breds, entry-level allowance coming up. It's wide open. The favorite's 7-2, and Honey Money, the last time we saw her, she ran a big number. The fillies, I should say, behind her have not come back to do much. She's been off since March, but there is a lot to like. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
Greg, you said it. There's a lot of question marks in regards to Honey Money. Yes, she didn't beat much that day, but she absolutely drowned them. So you kind of have to weigh the performance against how easily and commandingly she did it against what was like fillies who have not even broken their maiden yet, as also the layoff. You know, it took her a start to break her maiden. She took that massive jump forward from first to second starts we typically see with the Linda Rice horses. But she is a beautiful filly. She's big, she's good looking, and I would say she's probably 90% fit. Now, is that level of fitness good enough to win here? Maybe, because it's not the strongest A other than that we've seen. But could it wear on her a little bit, as she does look to be forward in here from the outside, which is always a good place to be given this sloppy track condition. Number 8, Flash Pack and Barbie, is a little interesting. She was a late scratch going back to September 19th, actually, and I can't exactly remember, and I unfortunately didn't write it down. I got to do better with my notes. I can't remember if she broke through the gate or if she went over in the gate, but there was some issue with her doing something in the gate where it led to her being a late scratch. And I liked her that day. I like her here once again, and if anything, she's a lot more settled than what she was going back to some of her previous efforts. She looks a picture here. She's really fit, having not raced since late August, and I think as she's a big price on the board, is the other alternative to your current favorite. Greg?
All right, Maggie, thank you. Favoritism shifts temporarily. We're going to see a lot of that, I think, coming up in this race, but Impossible Dawn of the 7 is going to continually take money in this race. There's Jose Ortiz, who will be aboard, our current favorite here, coming off a maiden score back on October the 4th. Meanwhile, the 11 in here, Honey Money, all the way back in March at Aqueduct, start number 2. And Maggie said it dusted a field by 6 lengths. Now, Khalidad, who was second behind her, she's 0 for 6 in her career. Dancing Kiki, third behind her, she's 0 for 13 in her career.
Yeah, and she was impressive this day. I think you're asking the right question, so exactly what was behind her. Now, she ran in February, ran well, but ran like a horse that was in need of a start that day. It kind of loomed up, got a little tired, then reported home with this big victory, easiest kind of winner. Looking at her from here and listening to Maggie's comments, she does look like she potentially could use a run like she did February to March to be at her best.
If she can reproduce what she ran that day, though, the rest of this field going to have a tough time in here. Here's the 7. Impossible Donna. That man aboard, Jose Ortiz. He's locked it up already. Congrats, winning the Belmont riding title. 40 victories for Jose. 12 better than Jose Ortiz in second. I'm sorry, Jose Lizcano in second.
Lizcano, yeah. I mean, he just, listen, he's been riding well the entire year. Was beaten one winner for the Saratoga title by his brother. They both rode remarkably well up there. And, you know, very nice to see him rewarded for all of his effort. Always nice to be leading rider. You have such a good sense of satisfaction until the next meet starts, and then everybody's even again.
But, too, beyond that as well, it creates more business for you, right? Going into the next meet and setting yourself up down the line?
Oh, absolutely. Your agent has the ability to make phone calls and say, you can have the leading rider. It's a little bit like, riders can be inducted in the Hall of Fame while they're still riding. I always thought that gave guys an edge when their agent can say, well, you can have Hall of Famer so-and-so. And it's an easier sell for their owners, isn't it?
Yeah. Here's Hardstone Melody, 20-1 for moving to the Rich Schosberg barn.
A 6-time winner. She's coming down from Finger Lakes. Probably been facing a little bit easier.
She's a super freak. We'll see next at 13-1. I ride Ortiz Jr. on board here. Turf to dirt.
Turf to dirt. They tried the turf. She obviously didn't care for it. Back to a more preferred surface.
Turf to slop, excuse me. City Temper, I think intriguing. Turf to slop as well, and won on a sloppy track at Saratoga.
Can show really good speed, and I think he's a major player.
Another major player right next door to this 4, Banker's Daughter. A win, 2 back, and then the first time against winners just missed.
And I think she kind of opened up a little quick last time and got a little bit lost on the lead. I think Dylan needs to be just a touch more patient with her.
Eric Cancel on Hannah Dances.
Hannah Dances has shown very good speed up at Finger Lakes, and again, don't know what she's been beating up there, but she does have good speed.
Miss Jimmy, been at Finger Lakes for most of her career. She ran huge on the slop at Saratoga this summer.
Ran huge in the slop in Saratoga. 7 for 14 lifetime with 5 seconds. You've got to respect that.
Impossible Donna coming off that maiden score and meets leading rider aboard.
Now, interesting, when this filly debuted in July of 2019, showed no speed and flew home. Now she's had more speed putting herself in the game, so you know she can be adaptable.
Flashback at Barbie, Manny Franco, Jorge Abreu.
Another one that ran okay in the slop last time, only beaten 3 lengths.
25-1. Waylon Josie, 2 for 19 lifetime.
2 for 19 lifetime, and would be a surprise.
19-1 on Ruby's in Time, who took a big move forward last time out and went gate to wire for a win. Luis Saez rides.
Yeah, she found a race that she had never found before, making the lead. Can she make the lead with this group? I question that.
And Honey Money on the outside, again off since March, but that last performance, a maiden score, won by 6 lengths.
It looks really good on the track galloping over there. Just wonder if she's tight enough to fire her best shot today.
All right, the final race of this Belmont meet. You could play it, get signed up, started with Naira Bets, and get a $25 free bet in your account and up to a $200 deposit match for new members. This is good through the Breeders' Cup. Use the code CUP25 to get started. Signed up, go to NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app. Jonathan Kinchin, bring us out a winner, please.
I'm going to do my best. Look, I think they're going to fly in this race. There's 11 horses in this race. 9 of them have been first or second at some point early in the race in the last couple of starts. It just feels like they're going to run in here. It's a sloppy racetrack. I feel like it's a big field. They're going to be trying to get position moving forward. The problem is I don't really trust a closer. I guess I'm going to start with doing what I like to do most is pick the speed of the speed, because if you can't really fall in love with a closer and it feels like they're going to go really fast, well, then you defer to the one that's going to be the fastest. And I think that City Temper down on the inside with Kendrick Carmouche is going to be involved in the race early, and I think that one presents some value at 9-1 on the board as well. And you know what you're going to get from Kendrick, while the others might try to be a little bit hesitant. Kendrick won't do that. I think if you're looking for the closer, I guess it's the 6, Miss Jimmy, who's cutting back from the one-turn mile. You think this horse will probably be finishing, shouldn't get hooked into that speed duel, but it's tactical enough not to get too far behind. So those are the 2 that I think make the most sense in here, but I wouldn't talk anyone off of any horse in here except maybe the 1.
Yeah, the one that looks like hard-pressed to make an impact in this spot. I like this 6 a lot, Miss Jimmy, in here. That sloppy track performance, the number she ran that day, and that was at Saratoga, ran second to Bustin' Scones, was as good as anybody's produced in this race. It was as good as Honey Money's maiden score back in March at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and she's consistent. She shows up. She tries every time. Has won half of her lifetime starts. Mike Luzzy has not been winning any races this year. Mike Luzzy can still ride, and he's produced some good rides here on hopeless long shots. Now he's riding a horse that actually has a chance, and I would expect he'll deliver a good ride again.
9-2 right now. 7. Look at the resume, too. 7 for 14 for Miss Jimmy. 12 of 14 starts, she's been first or second.
Gotta love it.
And we saw a horse from Finger Lakes come and win incredibly impressively here. Bears Mafia, just a couple of weeks ago, has won 7 in a row.
And, you know, this is what you love about the New York breeding program, too. She is bred and campaigned by her owners. Her owners bred her. So they've been invested with her since before she was even conceived, just deciding who to mate the mare to. You love to see that, and, the fact that they still have her, and they're obviously having a good time with her.
Can this one repeat what she did last time out? Ruby's in time. Louis Saez hopped aboard. She went gate to wire. No doubt that's going to try and be the plan again today. But as Jonathan mentioned, the presence of City Temper and Kendrick Carmouche could make that job difficult today.
Yeah, you would think so. And in these conditions, riders tend to be a little bit more aggressive, trying to get that position where they're not getting inundated with throwback in their face from the slot.
Honey Money will be the last to load. The layoff since mid-March for Linda Rice. Can she come close to reproducing what she did in that maiden score in the second start of her career? Daughter of Central Banker. Final race of this Belmont Fall Meet. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. Banker's Daughter is going out for the lead. Now coming on through is City Temper. Down at the rail is Hardstone Melody. Far outside is Honey Money, who's a close-up 4th. Hannah Dances in between horses, runs in 5th. Then it is Impossible Donna. Ruby's in time on the extreme outside. And down at the rail is She's a Super Freak. Then we come back to Flash Packin' Barbie, followed by Miss Jimmy, Waylon Josie. Hannah Dances has now plummeted to the back of the pack in 11th. The quarter went in 22 and 1/5 seconds. Hardstone Melody, City Temper in the white blinkers. Banker's Daughter is 3 wide. 4 wide is Honey Money. 5 wide is Ruby's in Time. Just in behind is Impossible Donna. Down towards the inside is She's a Super Freak and Waylon Josie on the outside. The half went in 46 seconds. So it is Banker's Daughter and Ruby's in Time on the outside, with Impossible Donna racing in 3rd. Banker's Daughter trying to hold off Ruby's in Time, and Miss Jimmy is coming from out of the clouds here as they come down for the finish. Here is Miss Jimmy from way out of it to win the finale as the curtain falls on the Belmont Fall Meet.
Miss Jimmy, Mike Luzzy, closing like a freight train here in the slop.
And this filly was struggling with the kickback. Mike was saving ground in behind horses, and he was having to keep after her, did not lose position. Finally was able to angle to the clear, and once she got the kickback out of her face, she dropped her head and ran, and is just a really fun filly to watch. 8 career victories now from 15 starts, and congratulations to Mike Luzzy. He can still ride, just needs the opportunities, and his agent, Mike Monroe, getting the money and running by a very game Banker's Daughter, who I might have held on for second, but make no doubt about it, Miss Jimmy, she likes the winner's circle.
Yes, she does. 8 wins from 15 starts with 5 seconds as well. Oh, that's a game performance. Let's go to Maggie.
Daughter of Colonel John, and really kind of exploiting all the conditions available for her, because they write different types of conditions up at Finger Lakes. So she was still eligible for this state-bred A, other than because of the purses being so much lower, I think is something that has to do with it at Finger Lakes. So, I mean, just a cool filly that they've never had to run for a tag. So that also helps, and she just shows up each and every time. And Mike Luzzy with the well-timed ride as well. And Ruby's in Time, actually, she visited the winner's circle last time after a well-needed drop in class, but it seems as though that perked her interest a bit in being a racehorse again, and I thought she ran well to be third in a much tougher spot, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Miss Jimmy, she's fun to watch. Closes out this Belmont meet. Bruce Anderson, Mike Luzzy. Good for him.
I'm really happy for him, and I can't speak enough about, you know, when a rider gets older and people just kind of start turning their back on him for no reason other than he's just older than some of the guys. It's had to be a very frustrating journey for him, and to close out Belmont with a win, you know, I hope it bodes well for him going forward to Aqueduct.
With those prices, wrap up the Belmont meet in a moment. Back to Churchill. We have the late pick 3 coming up. Entry level allowance here at 3/4 of a mile, 4 to 5. Girolamo's Attack, Safi Joseph, Tyler Gaffleone, coming off the second win of his career. That was at 6 furlongs here at Churchill back in late September.
Yeah, and he's got some gaudy buyer speed figures. He's fast, but he's tractable. He looks tough.
Here's the big S, Ray Handel.
Ray Handel, the horse is down in Kentucky as well. This horse has been training at Belmont Park and has to work out a trip from the rail, but it's got some good races and some good company he's kept.
Other half of the entry is trained by Brad Cox, who's been off since April. Ran on the Southwest behind Silver Prospector, ran third that day. We just saw Silver Prospector come back and win impressively.
Yeah, and of course they were trying to stretch this horse out to see if he was a Derby-type horse. I think getting back to sprints is more really what he wanted all along.
Energizer, son of Uncle Mo, Steve Asmussen, second beat a length last out.
Yeah, big price, but taking a stand against Steve Asmussen can be a dangerous proposition.
Violent City, Ian Wilkes runner, won his debut at Gulfstream in January, and then had a very good first out effort against winners with second beat a length. We haven't seen him since February, though.
Yeah, and Ian Wilkes, not a guy that cranks him up to win first time, so it just speaks to this horse's natural ability.
Girolamo's Attack, when he broke his maiden, he dusted a field with an 89 buyer. It was 32 maiden claiming, but then he proved he was for real with his next effort.
Well, Maximum Security came out of a maiden 16,
yeah.
Right? So, but no, this horse followed it up with another big effort, and remind me to tell you about Girolamo when we have time.
Breaking news, 14 to 1, Joe Talamo, Ron Moquette.
A horse that's a closer would have to get a real sharp pace in front of him.
Corey Lannery, rider change on full authority.
Yeah, just a little bit light in the buyer speed figures would be a major surprise.
And Larry Jones trains Kadri, son of Mark Valesky.
Boy, his second start was really strong. He runs that race. He puts himself right in there.
8 to 1 on the outside runner. Gabriel Saez rides.
Looks good on the racetrack, doesn't he? Tell you one thing, Mark Valesky, not a sire that's not very high profile, throws a good-looking horse.
We'll see. This horse still very lightly raced. It's the 4th start of his career. He was rank in that first try against Winners. He's got some upside, no question. Let's go to Jonathan for our market mover.
I don't know why Richie's so shocked. He's got great-looking kids, so it can happen in horses and humans. But Girolamo's Attack, I think, is we'll make that the market mover here. This horse is taking a lot of money. Of course, has fast speed figures for Safi Joseph, and is one that I can understand how people could be hooked up to this horse. But I think the 3 Violent City is interesting as well. But Girolamo's Attack, let's take a look at this last race real fast. This horse didn't break particularly fast and still got the job done despite that. I think when horses have troubled trips and still find a way to win, it really, really upgrades the type of athletes, the competitors that they are, for me, in my opinion. And that's why you're getting 3 to 5 in this race on a horse who overcame that adversity. And if you see this horse is finishing like a good horse, and that was off of a significant break as well, so you'd expect the horse to run better second time out. Often these horses will improve and with starts after they've had that time off. And speaking of time off, the 3 Violent City that I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is a horse that's coming in off a significant layoff as well. It hasn't run since February 22nd. But what you'll notice about Violent City that I think is important to pay attention to is this horse won on debut for Ian Wilkes, the longest layoff you can essentially have for a horse, where making the first start. And if Ian Wilkes knew what it took to get this horse fit to win first time out, then you'd like to think that he'll be able to know what it takes to get this horse fit to win first off of a layoff. I think it's also important to note the talent that this horse might have. Winning first out for Ian Wilkes, he is 4% in his career. 28 out of 665 times a first-time starter has won for Ian Wilkes. If you win first out for Ian Wilkes, you got a little bit of talent.
Well, there he is, and he showed more talent, too, in his second effort when he was second, beat only a length to Americanus. We'll see. Off the bench, certainly JK makes a good point. He was ready to go. Fresh first time out. We'll see if that's the case today. If you want to bet the Twin Spires market mover or anybody else this upcoming race, the promo code to use is GET200, and you'll get that $200 new player bonus in your account. Go to twinspires.com or download the Twin Spires app to get started. 3 to 5 favorite, Girolamo's Attack. Here's the 2, though, Energizer. Steve Asmussen. The maiden score, it came at Ellis at 3 to 1, and then his first try against Winners came here with this beginning. Well, let's pick it up at the stretch instead.
Yeah, I mean, he ran very game. He tried very hard, and, again, I say it all the time. You throw Steve Asmussen out or make a habit of it, it's going to bite you. I mean, this horse ran very big here. He tried very hard. I'm surprised he's as big a price as he is. I will say, though,
clear of the third-place finisher as well.
Watching that replay of Girolamo's Attack after not breaking very well.
Putting the field away.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive. And, I like to make comparisons to other sports, and I talk about boxers. A lot of guys can throw a punch. Not that many guys can take a punch. Well, when you get off like that as a racehorse and then finish the deal, he showed he can take a punch and still finish.
And now even money as a result. And look, when he broke his maiden, he did it on the front end, gate to wire. It was a 32 maiden claiming group for what it's worth.
Sure.
But then, as Jonathan said, overcame trouble, slow start, comes from off the pace to win. So definitely there's athleticism there.
I used to work his father all the time for Godolphin Stable, Girolamo. I was working all of their horses. Actually went out to California to help prepare them for the Breeders' Cup. And, there were several that I was riding, but I wasn't riding all of them. I wasn't riding him, but I was working him. This horse would wheel so fast on the gallop out in the work. He'd work 5 furlongs in 59, and about a 16 past the wire, he'd turn around just as fast as he worked and go the other direction. He never did get me off. I was always able to stay on. I don't know how, probably just sheer fear. But Rick Matee was the assistant. Henry Spiller was the other assistant who trains in Europe now for Saeed bin Surur. But he was such a tough horse, Girolamo.
Let's see if this one can continue his win streak. Used to be with Larry Pilati, now with Safi Joseph, who trained him to that victory in that starter allowance. trying to win 3 in a row here. Tyler Gaffleone rides from post 5 on the 4. Here's Travis Stone.
And they're off. And Girolamo's Attack is racing for the lead. Energizer is showing speed as well. The Big S toward the inside is up close. Those 3 right across the track. Violent City comes away in 4th. Full Authority is 5th. Country 6th. Breaking News 7th. And Answer In is keyed up at the back in 8th. Down the backstretch run. The Big S going head-to-head with Energizer. Girolamo's Attack is right there in the outside. And those 3 smacked across the track with 4 furlongs to go. Cadre's on the move with Full Authority. Right there to Violent City. Answer In's been very restive throughout, fighting the rider every step of the way. Breaking News is starting to pick it up from last, but it's a tight pack as they round the far turn. The 3-horse battle up top continues. The Big S on the inside with a narrow lead. Right there, Energizer. Girolamo's Attack. Kadri comes on 4 wide. Full Authority comes on 5 wide. Breaking News pops outside for the final quarter mile. And Violent City's in behind horses. Answer In switches outside too. Wide open. Girolamo's Attack comes away with the lead. Breaking News is bearing down. And Answer In's on track 2. And Violent City sneaks through down toward the rail. Here comes Violent City. Girolamo's Attack. Breaking News. And Answer In. Those 4 across the track to the wire. Violent City up the rail to do it. Violent City the winner. Breaking News photos with Girolamo's Attack for 2nd. Answer In was 4th.
JK made the case. If Ian Wilkes was ready to get this one to go on the debut, the layoff should not be a problem. It was not. Julian Leperoux aboard for the victory.
Nice patient ride by Julian Leperoux. Picked his way through the field, found that inside gap to start his rally, and Violent City has a lot of ability. You know, again, Ian Wilkes can win with first-time starters. He doesn't crank them up to win first time. The fact that this horse ran so well on debut, comes back off the layoff. Nice run from him.
This horse, 2 really impressive wins in a second. In 3 starts, wins the debut, and now wins off a lengthy layoff in here. What about Girolamo's Attack?
He's had a good trip this time. He broke well enough. He was attending the pace 3 wide. I mean, if you want to try to make an excuse, you can say, well, he was a bit wide throughout, but I don't think he had any excuse whatsoever. I thought he was in the position he needed to be in, particularly with a favorite. And the 5-horse, who is more of a closer, Breaking News, rallied well to be, looked like he got him for 2nd anyway, but make no doubt about the winner. This horse is a horse with a future.
Developing 3-year-old. It's only his 3rd start of his career and his 1st since February. For Ian Wilkes, he wins at 6-1 in here. Son of Violence. Back at Belmont, meet in the books. Miss Jimmy closes it out. Mike Luzzy, good for him. Gets his first winner of the meet. Teams up with Bruce Anderson here. And this filly, 8 wins, 5 seconds now from 15 career starts.
Just got to love a Hickory filly like this. Shows up every time, honest as can be. And like I said, I'm very happy to see Mike Luzzy find the winner's circle. And his valet, Harry Rice, was right there in the winner's circle with him. Saddled this horse for him. So Miss Jimmy gets some money. Congratulations for the Finger Lakes Connections.
Empire 6, $3,746 on a mandatory payout day. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Mike Luzzy aboard Miss Jimmy. And Mike, Miss Jimmy, what a filly. I mean, she's now won more than over half of her lifetime starts. And what did she give you the feel of during the warm-up and during the race?
I mean, her record obviously shows she likes off track, and I went away from the pony, and she just glided right over the track over there, went in the gate. A little feisty in the gate, but most good race horses are. And I had horse the whole race.
Now, Mike, obviously first win of the meet during the last day, last race. Sometimes it's trying with all these younger guys. How do you keep yourself motivated?
It's been rough, to be honest with you. I got hurt in December. I was back, I missed January, February. I got back March 8th and rode a few days. And then COVID hit us all. And then I come back to a meet I didn't have any business. But I just hang in there. I've been there, I've done that. I still enjoy riding. Still think I can ride. Like you said, there's a lot of young riders, a lot of talented riders. But when I get something to work with, it's pretty easy.
Well, Mike, it's so good to see you in the winner's circle. You're one that everybody roots for. It's very easy to cheer you home. So congratulations here with Miss Jimmy.
Thank you so much. And it's great, and I love it, and I'm still going to do it. I seen where Aaron Grider announced his retirement, and people start asking me, and I'm not ready yet. I mean, I'm still feel fit, and I'm still strong. I just need the horses.
Don't we all, Mike? Congratulations. Safe trip back up to Saratoga.
You got it. Good night, everybody.
Always love to catch up with the veteran Mike Lezzi, who gets the job done this evening aboard Miss Jimmy. Greg.
Good for Mike, and proven, as you just saw in that race, he absolutely can still do it.
Oh, absolutely. He can horseback. It's about getting opportunity. And, you know, there's a certain period of time in a rider's life when you're very young, you don't have the experience, but physically you're probably at your best because you're just a younger athlete. Then you get to a point you have the experience and you're still good physically, maybe not as good, but there's like that balance. And then you reach a point where, well, now the experience level's higher than the physical ability part. You know, there's a window. Mike can still ride, and I'm glad to see him win. And he brought up Aaron Greider, announced his retirement, another rider who can still ride less and less opportunities, and you start weighing out if it's important or not. I mean, my career ended, I was 44. It was done. I wish it could have went on forever. There's a time there will be a last ride for every rider. You hope they get to pick when it is.
Great to see veteran rider Mike Lezzi here go on a winning note here in this final race of the Belmont meet. Next race we're going to line up here in New York will be at the Big A in South Ozone Park at Aqueduct, and we're going to have live coverage of opening day. Here's how the Empire 6 played out on a mandatory payout day. It returns $3,746 for, you know, really one. Well, I guess 6-1 was the biggest price, but Miss Jimmy D, we both liked in the last, was very logical, had a gaudy record.
Yeah, I thought that was a generous price on it.
Really generous. When we come back, spotlight shines on the law. Been working, ready to roll for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Can he get back to the winner's circle against older horses? We'll talk about it next.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's gonna go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Kef Call Futility.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Got more coming up from Churchill Downs here. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Violent City, ready to roll off the bench for Ian Wilkes. Son of Violence, now 2 for 3 in his career.
Man, look at the trip he was able to work out, sitting behind that phalanx of horses, a patient Julian Peru waiting for a spot, sensing how much horse he had underneath him. And boy, he really ran nicely, professionally. This is a departure from the way he ran in his first 2 starts, where he was, you know, a little bit further behind, in behind horses. He showed a whole nother dimension for a real quality colt from a top trainer in Ian Wilkes.
What'd you describe him being behind?
A phalanx.
Nice vocabulary, Mig.
I went through the P's in the dictionary last night.
$14.20. I would have missed that on my SATs. 3, 5, 4, 24 to 1 shot. Breaking news, by the way, running second in here under Joe Talamo for Ron Moquette. But there is Julian Leperoux, Lothenbach Stables, Ian Wilkes. And this 3-year-old Son of Violence, a future one to watch next time out.
Absolutely a horse with a future. We saw a few today from there that I think we need to keep our eye on going forward.
9th race was scheduled for the grass, mile and 3/8. It's now on the main track at a 1.25 miles, an allowance optional claiming race. And Romantic Pursuit, 8 to 5. Blinkers go on. Brendan Walsh. And we have a main track only on the outside as well. Time for our Breeders' Cup Spotlight. And we're going to shine it on the Classic. And the Belmont Stakes winner and Run Happy Travers winner, Tis the Law. Son of Constitution, $2.6 million in earnings. That's a look at the resume. 6 victories from 8 career starts. Has never been off the board. And he gets away from the only racetrack where he's been beat.
And I think that's very important to point out. And the fact that, you know, he's been so good at his home base, Belmont Park, as we watch him win the Belmont Stakes. And he got to perch out there in that stalking spot and just really never had a straw in his path, and he kicked away. But I think he's always done better, Greg, when he's had an opportunity to train at a racetrack. And I think that's why we've seen this departure from Barclay Tagg's normal procedure to get down to Keeneland early and get several works in there leading up to the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, they felt that, and here's a look at his Run Happy Travers, and this was really a huge performance when he's had a couple of works over a track that you see the true Tis the Law.
Yeah, and the true Tis the Law is the best 3-year-old in the country. I have no doubt about that. And listen, he got beat fair and square by Authentic in the Kentucky Derby, but I still believe if this Tis the Law showed up, the Travers Tis the Law showed up, nobody would have beat him.
And we were talking about it off camera before we came on today. Do you think possibility, having run a 1.25 miles in the Travers, a lot of people felt like, oh, we know he could go the 1.25 miles. He's the horse. But do you think that might have taken something out of him having to do it again a month later?
I do. Back-to-back 1.25 mile efforts. I do think it potentially took something out of him. And again, going back to the fact that his 2 defeats came at Churchill Downs, I don't think that's a coincidence.
And look, to be fair, he met a better field in the Derby too.
Well, no doubt.
And it's going to get even tougher in the Classic.
But he had pretty much a similar trip in the Derby that he did in the Travers, and he loomed up outside, and Authentic keeps finding, and he just kind of stays along one pace, if you will. You know what? I don't want to take anything away from Authentic, and I don't want to sound, people to take me the wrong way. He was the best horse on the day. I just wonder if they're both at their very best on a track they both handle, if Tis the Law is not the better horse. My opinion is he is.
Are you going to say, and I don't know the answer, but you think he didn't handle that track? Do you think it's fair to say he doesn't like Churchill Downs?
Well, no, he ran second, so to say he didn't handle the track I think would be silly. No, I think he handled it. I just don't think he handled it as well.
Okay. Here's a look at his work. This was Saturday at Keeneland, 5 furlongs, 59-1.
Look at him visually. Does he look like he's going 5 furlongs in less than a minute, meaning that he's throwing an 1/8 in there someplace, at least 1/8 in less than 12 seconds? He didn't look like that physically the way he was doing it. Now, I'm going to throw a question out there because I'm a big Barclay Tagg fan. I think he is a Hall of Fame trainer. He's been drilling this horse with purpose. I mean, almost every work has been sub a minute, 59, 59. does it feel like maybe he's feeling some of the pressure and is really tightening the screws on him? Or is he just a good horse that's doing it the right way?
Well, you know, we saw some of the works from this horse in the past, too, where he'd be kind of goofing around, throwing his head, looking at the stands. That's kind of how he was because he wanted to do so much more.
Yeah.
Maybe now they're just letting him do more because they realize he can handle it.
And he's doing it the right way. And again, make no mistake, I'm throwing out food for thought. I think Barclay Tagg is a surefire Hall of Famer. His resume speaks for itself.
Well, now he's going to have to deal not only with Authentic again, but with older horses. Tom's d'Etat, the two elders from the Baffert barn. He's got Authentic, of course, who he's got to try and turn the tables on, but he's got Improbable and Maximum Security to deal with.
He's got a strong hand, Bob Baffert. And the question for all the 3-year-olds is how are they going to handle older horses? Historically, we've seen it in the fall of the year. Really good 4-year-olds beat really good 3-year-olds. You know, I go back, obviously, a little further, the 70s, when I saw Seattle Slew get the measure of Affirmed. These were great horses. The next year, Affirmed getting the measure of Spectacular Bid. As a 4-year-old, Spectacular Bid ran the table, 10 for 10. They couldn't even get anybody to run against them in the Woodward. It was a walkover. So I just wonder if any of these 3-year-olds are up to some very good older horses. And the oldest horse in the race is, I think, the horse getting the most overlooked.
Maybe the horse to beat.
Tom's d'Etat.
7-year-old.
A 7-year-old horse who was beaten in the Whitney, but with a huge excuse.
Throw that race out. Yeah, had no chance once he didn't break well. And again, it was 10 years ago. Al Stahl won the Classic with blame in that Zenyatta race. Can he do it again 10 years later with a horse that he deserves so much credit for, the way he has gotten this horse to become, in that Stephen Foster, at that point after that win, he was the top horse in the handicap division. We'll see if he goes out that way to end 2020. But he, on his best, could be the best in that group. Still more coming up. We got the late double from Churchill Downs. 1.25 miles on the main track. Race taking off the turf coming up next. Stay with us.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first-crop yearlings are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This November, the stands here won't be filled with screaming fans, but they'll still be shaking. Don't miss horse racing's ultimate international event, the Breeders' Cup World Championships from historic Keeneland. The whole world will be watching and wagering as the sport's greatest stars battle for 14 World Championship titles. So get ready for the Breeders' Cup, live November 6th and 7th.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, and our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, home to some of the world's leading stallions, including Curlin and Kitten's Joy. And we have a daughter of Curlin coming up in this 9th here at Churchill. Golden Curl, there she is, the 4, trained by Brian Lynch, coming off a victory. That was on the turf. This race, of course, taken off. But a horse who was won on the main track as well, broke her maiden, going 7 furlongs at Keeneland last year.
Yeah, so she showed that she's, able to compete on the dirt. Question is the 1.25 miles. She's never been quite this far, but the pedigree, certainly being by curling out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare, you would think she would be able to go this far.
9-2 right now. You look at those two races at Churchill and at Keeneland, coming off a bit of a break off the first start of her 2020 campaign, and flattened out really in both of them. I guess that's the concern here, and why you're getting 9-2.
Yeah, no, and that's fair enough. And again, the question is, anytime a horse is going a distance they've never tried to go before, although you have several of those types in here, you're going by clues. You're going by how they've raced in the past, and pedigree. Pedigree, to me, is always a big part of the equation.
Meanwhile, the 9-5 favorite, Romantic Pursuit, the 8 at 9-5, and that 9 horse there, that's the main track only runner who comes in off a win gate to wire, won by 9 lengths in an entry-level allowance at Churchill. That was at 1 1/8 miles.
1 1/8 miles, and certainly the way she finished up that day, the 1.25 miles would have been well within her scope. Now, Romantic Pursuit has won at the distance, but not on this surface. So that's, there's questions, I think, for everybody here.
Yeah, Romantic Pursuit won at 1 3/8 miles on turf.
On the track.
But Romantic Pursuit has a second and a third on the main track, so at least has shown some ability here for Brendan Walsh now. He used to be with Kieran McLaughlin. Here's the 2, gets the rail with a scratch of the 1, cash out, Rusty Arnold.
Yeah, has run some decent races on the dirt. Rusty Arnold trained the first of his over 1,800 winners back in March of 1976 at Gulfstream. Been winning races for a long time.
5-2, taking a lot of money in here. Street Cry out of a Tis Now mare. Should love the distance. 4 is Golden Curl, who we talked about, the Curl and filly.
Yeah, she's taking some money too. The question is the 1.25 miles.
War Rose, 10-1, Miguel Mena rides.
Yeah, I would be a bit surprised. This horse has been keeping not quite as good a company, has she?
Should be close to the pace. No, more success. Well, we'll see. Does have a couple of wins, or at least one of them on an off track, though, I should say, but a couple of wins on dirt. Gamble and Train, Adam Beschizza on board for Buff Bradley.
Yeah, and the question mark is the dirt. She has never tried it.
9-5, Romantic Pursuit. Blinkers go on.
Blinkers go on. Pedigree that says she get 1.25 miles, has run marathon distances before. Is she going to be as proficient on the dirt?
And then Singita Dreams, gate to wire, 9-length win in a race intended to be on dirt last start at Churchill Downs.
All of her dirt starts are good, and the fact that she powered away at Churchill Downs going 1 1/8 miles, I think she makes a lot of sense.
Co-favorite, right? Well, there's 3 on the board, actually, at 2-1. You could bet this race and all the action we bring each and every day with Twin Spires. Go to twinspires.com. You can download the Twin Spires app. The code to use at sign up to take advantage of a $200 new player bonus is GET200. Get signed up. Get started. Let's go to Jonathan Kinchin for more on one of these 3 runners, the 2, 8, and 9, all at 2-1, JK.
Yeah, I like the 2 cash out the most. I mean, this is an interesting race because it's taken off the turf. It's going to be running at 1.25 miles, and it's kind of neat. Every time they break from the 1.25 miles gate at Churchill, kind of makes me remember this other race that they run there usually in May. This year it was in September, the Kentucky Derby. So it's always interesting to see it. It doesn't happen that often, but I think cash out's interesting. Has a little bit of tactical speed. Is down on the inside, should be able to be able to save ground on both turns. It's a long run to the first turn, but should be able to get out of there. Has some nice dirt form, although the turf form, the last turf race wasn't bad at all, but does have the numbers in the past that suggest that this one could be dangerous. So I'm going to go with the 2 cash out of the 3 horses that we see sitting at 2-1. But I do think it's important to note, Romantic Pursuit puts the blinkers on. Medaglia d'Oro out of Questing, a really talented mare in her own right. So very interesting homebred for Godolphin from a pedigree standpoint. But I'm going to give my lean to the 2 cash out and Rafael Bejarano.
All right, one of those 3 on the board here at 2-1. JK, thanks. Here's the still current favorite, and this is the one Jonathan mentioned, putting the blinkers on. The Dam Questing. But just 2 for 15 so far in the career.
2 for 15, making a nice impression. The mare questing, she won going a mile and a quarter in a little race in Saratoga called the Alabama, as well as the Coaching Club American Oaks. So obviously her mom was very proficient on dirt and at longer distances.
This one already graded stakes placed on turf. Has run second. Has run third on the main track. JK, we're taking a look at her now. She's still the favorite in here. Why ultimately did you give the edge to the 2?
Well, like you guys mentioned, Questing's not Questing, but Romantic Pursuit's record hasn't been particularly well, but particularly good. You know, it's had a lot of opportunities to get the job done, only a couple of wins. So and the horse is going to end up being the favorite in here. So I just thought that the 2 presented a little bit of extra value. But I do think it's something, if you ever want to do a trivia question, this is a good time for me to teach you one with this horse. You can ask people, who is Irad Ortiz's first Grade 1 win? It's Romantic Pursuit's mother, Questing. So I wanted to point that out. I thought it was interesting. Irad's won a lot of Grade 1 since then, but Questing, this one's mother was the first one.
That's good trivia.
We need to have an America's Day at the Races trivia show.
You know what? They have.
And you play for prizes.
They have a big trivia tournament in Saratoga, horse racing trivia.
Mm-hmm.
Every year, we should put together a team. Me, you, JK, we like 4 of us. Ernie Munich's pretty good. I mean, we could do that. We would be tough. I like that. I like that trivia JK just gave us.
Yeah, that was a good one. 2-1 favorite now becomes this one here, who has the recency of an impressive win on dirt at Churchill on a race that was supposed to be on the main track at 1 1/8 miles. First Samurai filly. It's going back and forth now between the 8 and the 9 for favoritism. But who's going to pressure this horse early?
Well, you know, one thing I've always felt about Romantic Pursuit, and I don't think your best turf horses are one-paced. They have a turn of foot. They have an acceleration. I've always considered Romantic Pursuit somewhat one-paced. And if I'm Tyler Gaffleone, I'm not taking anything away that comes easy. I want to make it a demanding test of stamina and let her keep galloping. And maybe that's how you get the best of her.
All right. War Rose, the 5, by the way, wants to be up close early.
Well, she's probably the speed. I mean, she's coming out of sprints, right? But ride the race like she's not even there. A mile and a quarter, you're breaking up in the chute. You got a 1/4 of a mile to the first turn. If I'm on Romantic Pursuit, I stay right in that path. I'm not deviating. If the 9 wants to go faster to get around me, fine, or you want to take back and drop in, but I'm staying out in about the 6 path.
Well, this one has the potential to maybe be the quickest in the race.
Who? The
4.
Oh, no, she's definitely going to be in front, but you got to count on her coming back. Ride the race like she's not even there. She'll come back to you. Don't try to engage.
You don't think she's going to love the extra ground?
Until about...
I'm talking the 4 right now.
I understand. Oh, the 4. I thought you were talking about the 5.
No, the 4.
You don't think the 5's going to outrun her?
Yeah, the 5 definitely wants to be in front, but look at Golden Curl, okay? When she breaks her maiden, that was a maiden special way to Keeneland. She was in front. She went gate to wire that day. She has speed, and now she gets back on the main track. It's going to be interesting to see what Declan Cannon does.
You're making a compelling thought, and you're making me think. I still think I ride the race like there's no way she gets the 1 1/4. She beats me, she beats me.
8-5 now on Romantic Pursuit.
She's going to do her mama proud today.
Maybe. Oh, look, she's accomplished. It's a pretty good resume to earn $283,000. Graded stakes place in the Sands Point. She'll only be 2 lengths of the
Belmont
Jockey Club Oaks Invitational.
Yeah. I mean, and with her pedigree.
Just missed again. Well, didn't just miss, but was second behind Ferenca. She's faced some good runners on the turf. But maybe dirt will be what she wants to do. She hasn't been on it for a long time.
Well, again, I go back to I always thought she was a bit one-paced. But with her pedigree, she's worth a lot of money anyway. And she'll be having little Romantic Pursuits running around someday.
4-year-old filly by Medaglia d'Oro getting back on dirt for the first time in a long time. Blinkers going on. Clicks down to 3-2. Last in line will be the main track only runner, Singita Dreams, coming off that 9-length gate-to-wire score, going 1 mile and an eighth here at Churchill. There she is stepping in under Gabriel Saez. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate and the rough. And War Roads with a good beginning from mid-pack, racing straight to the front. Singita Dreams on the outside with Romantic Pursuit. They're together second and third. Gambling Train comes away fourth. Golden Curl fifth and Cash Out in sixth. Moving by us for the first time, War Rose secured the lead at once, trying to back down the pace. Singita Dreams races up into second. Romantic Pursuit tucks in behind, settling while third. And then it's Gambling Train in fourth. Golden Curl moving up fifth with Cash Out outside. So out of the stretch for the first time, the field moves around that opening turn, and it is War Rose the leader by just more than a length. There's 7 furlongs to go. Singita Dreams is tracking the pace in second. The pace appears moderate at best. Romantic Pursuit is down inside, racing third. Cash Out alongside of that one fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. The back two are Golden Curl and Gambling Train, about 6 lengths off pace-making War Rose. So War Rose continues to roll along up top, leads by a precise length with 5 furlongs to go. Singita Dreams trying to keep up with that one. Second on the outside, a margin of 2 back to Cash Out, who's in the clear while third. Romantic Pursuit is covered up inside fourth, within striking range with 4 furlongs to go. Farther back in the field is Golden Curl and Gambling Train, the trailer. Round the far turn, Singita Dreams putting in a bid now. Here comes Singita Dreams after War Rose. And now these two are knocking heads round the far turn. Romantic Pursuit is right in behind with Cash Out. Golden Curl is fifth within striking range. They're coming to the top of the stretch. Singita Dreams rests a short lead away. Bump there with War Rose off the turn, awfully awkward with Singita Dreams, trying to get back on track. Nonetheless, she's still in front. Singita Dreams leading by 2. Cash Out fully extended. Romantic Pursuit fully extended. War Rose is back into fourth, and Golden Curl is fifth. 16th pole, Singita Dreams is still in front. Cash Out trying hard with Romantic Pursuit. Time is running out. A little bit awkward, but nonetheless the winner, Singita Dreams by 2.5. Cash Out was second, Romantic Pursuit was third, and Golden Curl was fourth.
9-2-8, Singita Dreams crosses the wire first in here. There was some big-time bumping in the stretch.
Yeah, watch Singita Dreams return for home. I don't know what she does here. It looked like Gabriel Saez overreacted, thought that she was going to duck in and pulled her out. It looked like she really hampered the eventual runner-up, the 2, Cash Out. But that was a very erratic move, and that wasn't her. That was Gabe Saez turning for home. He basically grabbed her, snatched her to the outside. I don't know if he thought he was going to duck in and bother the 5, War Rose, or somebody hollered, but he overreacted. Kind of watch the start, and what I was talking about, if I'm on the 8, who didn't break particularly sharp, I'm going to try to keep my path. I don't want to get shuffled down in. I don't want them to fold over and force me into a position. Keep an eye on both Gabe Saez on Singita Dreams, who has crossed the wire first, and Tyler Gaffleone on Romantic Pursuit. Look at this. He's got his horse's head in his lap, trying to keep him from forcing him over in behind the 5, and he loses that battle. He winds up getting forced in behind the 5, and I think that kind of compromised the rest of his trip, because as he backs out, then Cash Out gets first run and puts him back in behind horses. Romantic Pursuit never got covered, and it was all because of what took place the run past the wire the first time.
So this is hanging in the balance here. It was, in the end, a pretty comfortable victory. But how much do you think that could have taken out of Cash Out's ability to make a run here?
That was a pretty dramatic move she made, and really kind of made the race, the flow of the race completely stop. Watch. I don't know if he thinks she's ducking in. Look at the way he grabbed her, and then he grabbed her back in after he's the one who grabbed her out, and he's looking around like he knows that he bothered somebody. And the worst thing you do is look back. It makes you look guilty.
But it's human nature. I mean, like, it's got to be tough not to, I mean, the infraction's the infraction, too. Let's see if we can get another look at it. It's right out of the turn, too. And does that make it even worse? Where along that turn?
Well, it's right off the elbow, so
yeah.
It looks very dramatic. Again, I don't know that Rafael Bejarano ever had to check, and I don't know if it affected the 8, Romantic Pursuit at all, who I just think got uncomfortable when she got kind of forced in behind the leader there. She never got into the rhythm that you'd like to see. Again, what I believe is a bit of a one-paced horse, you know?
So one more look, red cap in front here, and the horse to the outside, the 2, is going to take the brunt of this angle.
This is dramatic here. I mean,
kind of takes away the ground. Yeah, I don't know if.
You see, now Rafael Bejarano didn't overreact, and sometimes you need to overreact a little to sell it. You know, you want the stewards to see that, yes, it did affect me. It was pretty erratic and pretty dramatic.
Took her path away from her, right?
No
But
doubt.
then immediately recorrected.
Yeah. I mean, I think he was overcorrecting to begin with, thinking she was going in, and then she came out, and now listen, we talk about this a lot. As a jockey, you get on the phone to talk to the stewards. What do you think you're saying there right now? If you're Rafael Bejarano, he cost me the race. He knocked me down. He took all my momentum. My filly never found her stride
And
again.
if you are Rafael Bejarano, what would you say in your day when you were riding? That's exactly what you'd say?
Yeah, absolutely.
I had no chance to win.
I was just starting to ask her to run. She was starting to build in her momentum. He took all my momentum away. She was never able to regain her stride. I was going right by him, and he completely stymied me. That's what you got to say. Whether it's true or not is a whole other story.
So you weren't always truthful.
Well, but that's why it's silly for the stewards to talk to jockeys.
I agree with you.
Because, you know,
Would you ever throw in, he told me after the race.
Oh, well, you might throw in something like, yeah, he asked me after the race, did he bother me? Well, yes, he bothered me. You know, listen, if human nature, if they're asking you, you're going to defend your position. What benefits you most? It's akin to a referee throwing a flag in football and asking a defender, pass interference. Did you hit him before the ball got there? No, of course not. He touched it. And then the flip side, asking the receiver, oh, he took my legs out from under me before I ever could touch the ball. Of course you're going to defend your position.
Do you remember a time where you were at fault and you feel like you talked your way out of it?
Oh, absolutely. I convinced the stewards that the other horse came out of step, touched my horse's hip, and turned my horse's weight in towards them, and that it was completely out of my control. My horse was weak behind. As soon as that horse touched my hip, it turned my horse the other direction, and it took me 2 or 3 strides to pull off of him. And they bought it. And particularly because we had a steward here that was a retired veterinarian. So if you threw in something about a horse's soundness when my horse was a little weak behind, he tend to bite. And human nature, you learn what works. Listen, I had an advantage talking to the stewards. I could be a little bit slick. The Brooklyn in me would come out.
We'll see what happens here. This hanging in the balance.
He doesn't look. His body language is telling me he thinks he's coming down.
Yeah, that sounds like it was not a great conversation with the stewards.
His body language is negative, no?
It does look that way, no question. But again, too, and I wish we could see it again, and we're at the mercy of Churchill Downs right now, what they're showing us. Was there much contact, if any?
At the end of the day,
it looked more dramatic at first.
Bejarano looks confident. Like, yeah, don't worry, we got this. But it was such a dramatic move that could play into the decision. I honestly don't think it affected the outcome.
And by the margin, the horse won by, he won clear.
Yeah, and honestly, Bejarano didn't have to stop her that much. You know, he had to kind of come out and follow her path. I don't really understand why Gabe Saez reacted as dramatically as he did. Maybe he felt something we couldn't see, and that's always an issue. And I will tell you, when you're the winning rider and you're waiting down there while the inquiry's going on and your horse is walking in circles, watch, he directs her out here. You see, he looked to the inside. I think he thought he was going to bother the horse inside of him. It really was odd. I don't think it cost anybody a placing, but
it's too bad because this horse ran very good.
She ran really, really well, but the worst feeling ever, being down there with your number blinking, and the longer it blinks, the more sinking the feeling, because usually the longer the inquiry, more likelihood you're coming down.
And as you're waiting there, sometimes the trainer comes down sometimes too, and Do you get a mouthful or an earful sometimes?
I was sitting in the winner's circle here for the Man of War Stakes on a horse named Win. Sally Bailey, a trainer. I thought I was coming down. I shut somebody off. I closed the gate. And while it was blinking, she was telling me, if this number comes down, you will never blankety blank, 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 blank ride this horse again. And I left the winner's circle. I went down into the hot box at Belmont Park, was watching In the Silks from the steam room. Somehow they left the number up. I made it back to the winner's circle for the trophy presentation, and it looks like I'm going to pass out. I'll bring the picture. You'll laugh. But she was ripping me up.
I would love to get the back view to see how much contact there was, because it's hard to tell even from the head on.
Do you think that maybe Tyler Gaffleone on a Romantic Pursuit was trying to get inside of him and he hollered and he overreacted thinking that he was bothering somebody else? It seems like he reacted to somebody screaming at him.
Let's see if it becomes more clear here. So in second right now, Red Silks. There's the two behind.
You see where the horse in the Godolphin Blue is creeping up? Maybe Tyler thought he could split them, and as he headed there, he hollered, and he reacted to that. I'm speculating. I really don't have any idea.
I don't know if it was that.
I mean, the only thing I thought when I heard somebody holler is, well, I know where they are now. Now they can just eat it. You know, you never reacted like to help anybody out. Wow, that hind shot was interesting, wasn't it? I hope they show that again.
Wow, this is a long. We had a 12. Was it a 12 to 14 minute inquiry the other day with Silver? Was it Silver Prospector?
Was it that
for
long?
Steve Asmus? It was really long.
What?
Wind up being upheld. No
they took
change.
him down. They did.
And this is now at 7 minutes in counting.
I think they took this number down, yeah, because you saw the reaction by the
cash out, put up, change on the board, 2-9-8-4. Your winner taken down and play second for interference with the two cash out. Wow. We'll have the prices for you when we come back. By the way, cash out went off as the favorite at 9-5. We'll be back. Back on America's Day at the Races, program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We had a change in the ninth after a lengthy inquiry into the race. Wow, your eventual winner, the ninth Sangeeta Dreams, taken down and cash out. The 2 put up as your winner.
Again, you know, we watch it. We don't know that it had any effect on the outcome, but it certainly was a dramatic move by Sangeeta's Dream. Is how you say it?
Sangeeta Dreams.
Yeah, Sangeeta Dreams. And cash out gets put up, but I don't know that the result would have been any different, but he did some kind of dipsy doodle at the top of the stretch.
$5.80 for the win. 2 for 22 coming in. And the little assist to get the victory here. Tough beat if you had Sangeeta Dreams.
I agree. Tough beat. You could see the reaction from the connections of Sangeeta Dreams.
She was the best.
Yeah, by the winner's circle there. Threw their arms up and kind of walked away. Discussed. Always hard. So hard to win races and then lose them in the steward's room. But
Rigney Racing probably going to be okay. They got a real good 2-year-old we saw earlier in Angkor, who has a big-time future.
A real good 2-year-old there, and somebody very smart told me years ago, a couple rooms you want to stay out of. The operating room, the courtroom, and the steward's room, because you never know which way it's going to go.
10th and final, you saw a quick look at the odds there. $15,000 maiden claiming event, 3/4 of a mile. That's going to close out this Sunday card at Churchill. We'll dig in a little deeper to it in just a little bit. We're going to talk some Real Ryder Cup right now. And you can get more information. You can donate as well at therealrydercup.com/donate.
Very cool.
These are the winners. Penelope Miller, all the way Jose. Again, that's where you can donate again. Let's take a look at Penelope Miller.
Such a good cause.
And the routine here.
And this horse is just a lovely jumper. You can see how collected he is, the way he sights every jump. His ears come forward. He's leaving on the mark. There's always how many strides you need into a fence, Greg, and you don't want to leave too long. You don't want to leave too short. This horse is just a lovely horse, and proof again, once again, off-the-track thoroughbreds can be retrained for wonderful second careers.
Penelope Miller unanimously voted by the board for this year's title. And she raised just under $14,000 since 2018 when she first competed on Team Racing Analysts. Here's Laura Moquette in Ultrasan. The People's Choice Award had the most votes on the online poll. Congrats to Laura. Her prize, an assortment of some goods from benefactors at the Retired Racehorse Project.
And again, what a lovely canter on this horse. They're just such great athletes and all for such a good cause. And you know, no losers out of this event. Everybody's a winner because they're all doing it for the right reasons and showcasing the incredible talents that thoroughbreds possess, not just on the racetrack, but in other disciplines as well.
Again, you can go to therealrydercup.com/donate and give to a great cause as well. Well, congrats to Laura Moquette, who also happens to be a big part of Team Whitmore, will line up for a 4th straight year. Incredible in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Owns a 2nd, owns a 3rd. Maybe can break through this year. Laura, the assistant trainer, and the wife of Ron Moquette, who has done a masterful job keeping his horse now running at the highest level into his 7-year-old season. Can he break through this year? He's definitely a horse who marches to the beat of his own drum.
It is Whitmore. Holy mackerel, what a horse.
Well, COVID has made us be very flexible. There was no races on the horizon anywhere. So I decided, well, let's be efficient, and he just got through running the monster race. Let's give him a little breather, and that way we can have a fresh horse all the way through the year. Anytime you can win it at Saratoga, it's a huge feather in your cap as a horseman. He is everything. He's helped us, get on the map, and we appreciate him, and we love him for that.
I had the trailer parked out front of the barn the night before, just so I could be quick to get out of there. It was already packed. And I think you might have watched it all night waiting to get on, because when I came to get him really early in the morning, he was like walking over me to get in that thing.
Laura, she knows him, she gallops him, she's taken him all over the world, and he's as familiar with her or more than he is me.
He's always picking on people and horses. Like, he does really funny things to entertain himself. He plays with towels. He stops in the middle of the shed row and, you know, at the office doorway before he walks past because he knows you have candy in there and he won't walk until you give him one. If you're out grazing him, if you start walking him towards the doorway to come back in the barn, he'll like walk fast and cut you off so you're not able to take him back in the barn. Or if you get in front of him and get past him, then he'll just stop and refuse to come in. It's like he's the boss and we're all working for him. It's kind of funny.
If you touch him behind his withers, he will fire.
Whitmore.
He's Conor McGregor with 4 feet. Reddish haired, bad attitude, and backs it up. He doesn't take anything but respect. If you disrespect him, you're going to lose.
Whitmore now stepping up to the starting gate. Number 2, Whitmore, has broken through the starting gate. Will have a slight delay.
Well, he is definitely his own horse. He's got a mind of his own. And that was when he broke through the gate in that dramatic performance this summer. We'll see. I mean, the good news for him, he's run big at Keeneland.
Yes. He's run big at Keeneland. He's earned over $3 million, $3.2 million. And
this was against a horse who probably would have been the heavy favorite, but volatile to the sidelines. He'd be reloaded after he broke through the gate and wind up second behind Volatile.
Yeah, and the effort that he gave here after breaking through the starting gate, Volatile having everything his own way on the lead, and he's trying to rally inside, and eventually he's going to kind of work his way outside of Volatile, and he ran terrific. I mean, he really ran a great race, second best under the circumstances, but got to respect him. And, you know, he's tough, he's quirky, but most good horses are. They have willful personalities.
Kind of cool, too. We have a couple, we talked about another one, too, a couple of 7-year-olds that absolutely can make an impact. Tom's D'Etat, he's going to be one of the horses to beat in the Classic, and Whitmore, he's been second. He's been third in the Breeders' Cup Sprint before. And as that Vanderbilt showed against Volatile, no one's going to beat Volatile that day. He was alone on the lead, got to go easy fractions. We'll see if he can step forward. His Phoenix, a little troubling. 90 Beyer speed figure. He's going to need better, obviously. We'll see if he can step up.
Well, maybe he saved his big effort for the big day.
14 wins in his career, just such a cool horse. $3.2 million in earnings, and really got to give Ron Moquett and his team a lot of credit for what they've done with him over his career. This is the group that's expected to line up in the sprint. Of course, the incredibly talented 3-year-old Yalpan for Steve Asmussen. He is a perfect 4 for 4. He has been incredible. He is lightning quick. It's going to be a big test for him.
Steve comes up with these fast horses, and you think Matoli, you know, Volatile, who didn't make it, but Yalpan, a 3-year-old.
Have a backup plan like that. Wow.
Nice to have bench strength.
And Vekoma for George Weaver. This hasn't gone 6 furlongs since his debut back in September of 2018, but George Weaver does not seem to sound concerned about it.
Well, he's going to come into it fresh and sharp, and he's fast. And, but, you know, the couple of races he ran here make him very, very logical in there.
Met Mile win was pretty good.
Wasn't bad, huh? Met Mile. That's a stallion making, race.
It is.
Yeah.
It was dirt mile or sprint for Vekoma, and they're leaning sprint, and he's won at Keeneland as well. Keeneland win. In that bluegrass, and he's got that funky running style. But he was a horse. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see him at Saratoga, but he was putting together early on a kind of campaign that was a Horse of the Year campaign.
Yeah, no doubt. But, you know, things happen. They get sidetracked. But, you know, he's got a very capable trainer. He can get back to what he needs to do. And what's interesting is we're just less than a week out from it. Come sundown Saturday, all these questions that we have right now will be answered.
There's going to be a filly in the mix as well against the boys. Frank Schrockett for Belmont, adding more intrigue to that race. We still got one left here at Churchill on the Sunday card. Still, well, 4 to 5 on Fugitive. Fugitive for Mike Maker. Tyler Gaffleone was just third for Maiden 30 and now drops down again to 15.
Trying to find his level. It certainly has the most consistent races good enough to win here.
That is a short number to take in a 15,000 maiden claiming event, but this is the lowest level he will have run at yet. He was in some maiden specials. He was competitive, too. He was in that Verb race back in May at Churchill. Talented runner, and just hasn't worked out for him. So today looks like very likely could be the day for him. And that's why you're not going to get much value.
I got a crazy long shot here for you.
Talk to me.
2-horse, Amas. Watch his first race. Got slaughtered at the break. Was buried in behind horses. Actually, I think ran much better than it looks for trainer Danny Pites, whose horses get better with a race or two under their belt. 28-1, I'm swinging away.
It was 40-1 in the debut. 28-1 for start number 2 today. He's actually stepping up in class.
Sneaky race.
Okay. Get a look at him here in a moment. 7-1 on Canoe. It's a first-time starter by Tappet for trainer Jack Sisterson, Calumet Farm.
Yeah, well bred out of center court. Nice mare that actually Rusty Arnold, the winner of the last race, trained. 120,000 as a yearling.
I've been working steadily at Keeneland. We're going to see him here in a moment as they continue to come through the tunnel. And there's Adam Beschitza on Canoe. Gets Lasix for the debut. Here's your long shot play here, 28-1 next door. Amas, the son of Hardspun.
Yeah, I mean, it's from Shadwell Stable. Danny Pites, very capable. This horse was eliminated at the break first time out, and I think it was a sneaky good race for him.
Secret move, Michelle Lavelle, start number 2.
The horse being a little bit green with the pony, didn't show a tremendous amount on debut, but does drop a bit in class.
Maxed up, 5-year-old debuting.
Took him a long time to get to the races. Kind of reminds you of Roy Hobbs. Took you a long time to get here, Roy, but...
well, Roy was worth the wait. We'll see. Maxed up. This is a low level to debut at now as a 5-year-old. Not a great sign. Smart call, Norm Cassie, Empire Maker 3-year-old. Was at this level last start, ran second.
Yeah, and he's a logical contender, getting an aggressive warm-up from Ricardo Santana.
Jack Loves Nova, 9-2 for Al Stahl.
Showed improvement after dropping back from that mile and a quarter. Takes another slight drop in class. Another contender.
The 4-5 favorite, Fugitive. Mike Maker, son of Candy Ride. Very, very logical. Wow, and look at him. That might be value here at 4-5.
Fugitive making a nice appearance on the racetrack. He has speed. Can they catch Fugitive?
You're so good. 20-1 on Winging Ways, Rafael Bejarano.
Another horse that can put himself in the game and has run some competitive races.
And on the outside, 7-1 on the son of Bayer in the 10.
Yeah, ran okay last time. Has shown decent speed at times. Gets the outside post. Corey Lannery sticks, one of always your leading riders on the Kentucky Churchill Downs circuit.
Time for our Twin Spires market mover. And Jonathan, I got to say, great call on the last, just like you drew it up.
Hey, listen, you know how many times I've been taken down for a loss? When I get put up for a win, it counts just the same for me. You know, it's a circle of life. I think the Lion King said that best. But the 8, Fugitive, is the market mover here, the Twin Spires market mover. Sort of taking a lot of money, obviously, 4-5 on the board. When you're looking at these maiden claiming races, I'm always looking for horses that are dropping. Typically, it's that maiden special weight to maiden claiming drop that usually shows itself. But this horse already did that once. He made that drop to maiden 30 at Keeneland and ran well. Ran third, was beaten almost 2 lengths that day. Got stuck down on the inside. I just feel like getting out to the outside and dropping even further down to the maiden 15. I feel like this horse is going to be hard to beat. A lot of times you have to play the guessing game when it comes to these droppers. Are they dropping to win? Are they dropping to lose the horse? I think in this situation, this is a realistic spot for this horse. I think that 3 Diamonds who had a great Saratoga meet this summer, by the way. I think they realize this is not part of their overall program, what they're looking for, what Fugitive has to offer in the future. Let's put him where he can win. And if someone does want to take him and think that they can do something different with him, they can pay us $15,000 and we can try to win this purse and try to make up for some of the money on all the other horses we spend money on. So I think Fugitive makes a lot of sense in here. The 7, Jack Loves Nova, is another one, ran for $20,000 last time. And this horse is interesting, taking a little bit of money, but I feel like this horse kind of got a setup last time, so I don't necessarily think Jack Loves Nova can win this race. I don't see Jack Loves Nova beating Fugitive, but I do see Jack Loves Nova running on late and getting a piece if you're looking to play exactas, trifectas, or superfectas.
All right, Jonathan, thanks. If you want to play the Twin Spires Market Mover or anyone in this race coming up, you can do so with Twin Spires. Download the Twin Spires app. You can also go to twinspires.com. Code is GET200 to start that $200 new player bonus in your account right away. Wow, favorite looks so good on the track.
Yeah, from a physical perspective, you can't get past what we saw on the racetrack on the 8, but swing away, Merrill. Swing away. I'm swinging away.
Here's Smart Call, Son of Empire Maker. He's 5-1 right now. He ran at this level last start at Keeneland. Wound up second, beat 2 lengths.
Ran really well. I mean, he ran well enough to win this race. I mean, I like the way he ran, and Ricardo Santana get an opportunity to get a little more acquainted with him.
You might have to run a little better than that to win today and beat Fugitive.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're fairly interchangeable off of their races. You know, Fugitive slightly better, but also look at the disparity in price as well.
No, quite. You're getting 5-1 over 4-5. What would you rather take?
Well, I'm going to take 17-1 on the 2.
Here's Fugitive again. He just really stood out the way he looks and warming up here. Tyler Gaffleone will be back aboard. And again, a further drop, more reasons to like him from 30 to 15 today. Just don't like the price at 4-5. So do you want to take value? It's his 8th time trying to break through and break his maiden. Here's your long shot. Your 2, Amos. What are you seeing?
I think he looked great in the post parade. I like what I see. Again, listen, will he be a surprise? Absolutely. I thought I saw something in the first start that pointed out that he does have some ability. Now, he's going to have to improve, and he's going to have to work out a trip. But if he wins, I'm getting paid. So it's either going to be Taco Bell tonight or Chateaubriand.
We'll see.
No, I'm going to eat the same whether he wins or loses. I'm just kidding.
You're going to have the Chateaubriand no matter what. We know.
No, come on.
Hey, you eat good. You eat well, my friend.
Well, a lot of years of not being able to eat at all. Now we make it up for lost time, right?
Well, this firster's taking some money here. Canoe for Jack Sisterson.
And he could have an upstream battle from the rail. It's getting late. I'm punchy.
This I wasn't going to say it, but officially this needs to come. The meet is coming to an end here in Belmont.
Somebody's off their horse here. The 9 horse has lost his rider.
That's Rafael Bejarano in Winning Ways.
But the pony boy, the outrider, was able to hang on to the horse, so he didn't go anywhere. Let's make sure Rafael is okay and is able to get back aboard.
3-5 right now on Fugitive, meanwhile, for Mike Maker. And you can still, even if the favorite wins, there's ways to create value. With the, play your 2 in underneath in the exacta.
Well, what's the strategy? When you like a long shot, obviously you bet them to win. But what's the best strategy? Just bet win in place or back wheel them in exactas?
3-5. Yeah. It's
like take 4 or 5 of the contenders and bet him underneath.
Both ways.
Right.
Key him in second, key him in first.
Okay.
At that big a price? We're set. Travis Stone with a nightcap from Churchill.
They're in the gate and the rough, and Fugitive Caught a flyer right off the mark and is in front by length and a quarter in the first few jumps. Montenay comes on to be second. Secret Move moves up the inside from third. Smart Calls away fourth. Jack Loves Nova's fifth. Winging Ways on the move from sixth. Canoes in seventh. Amos is eighth, and Maxed Up is at the back in ninth. Montenay comes up to challenge Fugitive for the lead, and they go head-and-head down the backstretch with Secret Move and Smart Call right in behind, third and fourth, and there too is Jack Loves Nova, 3 or 4 wide, racing fifth. Winging Ways is stuck out 4 or 5 wide in sixth. Meanwhile, Canoe finds a seam in between horses, advances smartly up on through to within 3 lengths of the lead. So round the far turn, Montenay and Fugitive with Smart Call looming to their outside in third. These 3 across the track. Canoe's now fourth at the quarter pole. Off the turn, into the stretch, Montenay takes the lead. Fugitive has to fight back. Smart Call trying to get on track. Wandering about the track is that one. Farther back, Jack Loves Nova's getting on track. Late in the game, there's a furlong to go. Montanay's in front. Smart Call's leaning left hard, but is still trying to get by as Montenay drifts out ever so slightly. These two streaking through the stretch with Jack Loves Nova third. Here's the wire. Montenay won it. Montenay the winner. Smart Call just couldn't get by. Jack Loves Nova, Fugitive, and Canoe.
10-6-7 finish unofficially. Montenay crosses the wire first. But what did you say to me?
I do believe there'll be an inquiry. Montenay was drifting out through the entire length of the stretch, hampering the 6 Smart Calls forward progress. They made a little bit of contact there, and late, I mean, it just really inhibited Ricardo Santana on the 6 Smart Call for being able to ride his horse forward, even late, going to come out again right in here. This was much more subtle than the inquiry from the previous race, but I think this actually did more damage, and I'd be surprised. I mean, we have to wait to see a head-on, but I'd be surprised if there's not a change here.
And initially, it was a left-handed stick from Corey Lanner. He finally went back to the right.
Yeah, and now the horse is drifting. And the 6 wants to lug in, but he's not the one shifting ground. The 10 horse is the one shifting ground. Like I said, we'll have to see a head-on to get the true feel of exactly what happened, but it was evident to me on the pan shot the 10 was coming out.
All right, we'll try and get a head-on look at it here. Unofficially, 10-6-7-8, and Fugitive had to battle up front for the lead and just had no response in the lane.
He didn't, and the horses that ran 1-2 were in close enough proximity. I can't really make a lot of excuse for him there. I mean, he looked great on the racetrack. He broke well. He was sharp. When you're on the favorite, you're supposed to ride him like he's the best horse. That's what Tyler Gaffalione did. He just wasn't good enough today.
And here we go. The inquiry and objection sign is up. Stewart's going to take a look at this one again here.
And again, I read jockey's body language. I was reading Corey Lannery's body language galloping back. He had the guilty look.
Well, there he was with the left hand. Again with the left.
He is going to eventually, he went to hit left-handed, he went back right-handed, but now the horse has kind of got a little bit of that drift on his mind. And watch the horse on the lead's ears, even as he comes into the wire.
Horse turn his head out a little bit.
Yeah, and a horse that doesn't have the most focus, you could tell.
And we are looking at the head-on off screen. We're going to get a look at it here in a moment. Here it comes. So Gold Cap, the one who's victory in danger here. There was a minor bump.
There's one
again
to me.
That was the worst.
Late. He was on the borderline from about the 8th pole to inside the 16th pole. He went over the line, to me, the last 40 yards. And again, you're going sideways. This horse is coming out into you. It's hindering your forward progress. See, that to me, late, is why it should come down.
Ricardo Santana Jr. giving it to Corey Lannery. And
we've seen that in the winner's circle at Churchill Downs. Fisticuffs.
Behind the scenes, is it going to be a little more dramatic than that? They might not be smiling.
Nah, I think if they wouldn't be kidding around.
They're
if there
good-natured.
was. Yeah.
And there's Ricardo explaining what happened, and it looks like there's a very good chance he's going to be put up for a win here.
Yeah, again, all of this till late, I thought maybe could have got away with it. He was on the line, and right in here, to me, he goes over the line.
And the fact that it was just, 2-3 separate times.
Yeah, it was a culmination.
COVID protocol, well done, Ricardo. Wiping off the phone.
It bothered me. I might have hit him with the phone, but
I was going to say, these guys so cordial, getting along. This was very different back in your day, wasn't it?
Yes, yeah, it was. It was definitely a lot
Would you just drop the phone and walked away?
Maybe.
You're terrible. Well, you can see it again there. There was, I don't know if that was slight. That was pretty significant. Comes out again right there.
Yeah, I really don't think there's any way this horse stays up.
Especially after what we saw in the last, right?
This was a steady drift hampering his forward progress, and then late it was, I thought, even worse. It'd be interesting. See, I never liked hanging out there, especially with the guy, if my number was blinking with the guy who claimed foul, or if
Well, look,
I
if this
claimed
was
foul.
a graded stakes race, I don't think we'd see this camaraderie going on.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's very well, but racing's racing. I went to ride the favorite in the Ohio Derby years ago. I won a 2,500 claim earlier in the card, and I was so happy. Winning's winning. You just want to win.
But it seems pretty clear here.
I believe it is. Would you be surprised if this number stayed up?
I would think there'd be a change.
Yeah.
There was enough that it certainly impacted Smart Call's ability to win this race.
And I would like to take the moment to thank the riders at Churchill Downs for giving us so much to talk about, because we've had a lot to fill.
Still waiting stewards, taking their time with this one.
See, now Corey's body language is more confident than the body language you saw from Gabe Saez in the last race, isn't he?
Here we go. They got word. We're waiting. And it's Smart Call who was put up for the victory here. We have a change. 6-10-7, the new order of finish. Ricardo Santana Jr.
I think it was a very logical change in the order of finish.
Seemed pretty cut and dry. Smart Call moved up back-to-back DQs. You don't see that often.
Not very often, and my long shot was terrible.
I wasn't going to bring it up, but yes, it was.
I'll own it.
Star Guitar Story of the Week is coming up next, and it's from a race back here at Belmont. We'll tell you who it was when we come back. Stay tuned.
Constitution is best up-and-coming sire.
He's beautiful. He's well-balanced.
He's throwing classic-type horses and horses that can go on to be stallions.
This horse has a chance to be very important.
There's really nothing not to be excited about. He's done everything right so far.
He's going to have a big career as a sire, even much better than he did it as a racehorse.
Whether it be long, short, grass, dirt, they can do it all.
He's over-delivered as much as any horse that I've seen.
He's really a dream of a stallion.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Back at America's Day at the Races. Churchill in the books. We had back-to-back DQs in the last two on the card. Pretty amazing.
Really, very, very rare to see that back-to-back races. I think it was the right call in the last race for sure. It hampered this horse, the 6-horse Smart Call, from getting by. There was just no way he could get by the outside runner. Montanay, am I saying that properly?
Yeah.
The 10-horse Montanay. Stewards, I think, got that call correct.
So, $15.80 to close out the card with Smart Call. Breaks through start number 8. This was a $240,000 son of Empire Maker. Norm Cassie, Huber Racing, and Ricardo Santana Jr. He was all smiles afterwards. I don't know if Corey Lannery was.
Yeah, it's always tough to be taken down, but I think Corey, in his heart of hearts, knew that it was the right call. And then the thing you sweat out next is you have to go to a hearing with the stewards, and they determine whether you deserve to be suspended for those disqualifications. And just to date myself again, Greg, was riding a lot for Mark Cassie, Norman's dad, when he first came to New York many years ago when I was about 18, 19 years old. And Norman was a baby. I actually changed Norman's diapers as a baby. He spent. We watched him one night, me and Carmela.
So glad to have you say that on
he
our
hates
show.
when I say it, but you know what? He won, so congratulations.
He's grown up a little since in that time, and doing it on his own and having a great start to his career. That is amazing. How quick they grow up.
It happens too fast.
Our star guitar, star of the week. It is time to unveil. Horse who had a couple of very narrow defeats, should have won that first defense on turf. Wound up being won by Therapist. Stephen Christophe Clement admitted probably Majestic Dunhill should have won that race. He broke through and got a win yesterday, the 5th of his career in the Bold Ruler.
He was very game about it, too. Was up on the pace, eased back off of the leader, came out from behind him and ran him down. Very, very game performance from him, and one of those ice water rides from Joel Rosario. Sometimes it doesn't work out for him. We saw him in the Zagora yesterday, horrible trip on the filly that wound up 3rd, but these are the kind of rides that he'll deliver, and all is forgiven.
Brought to you by Star Guitar, the Louisiana legend who's coming on strong with winner after winner. This was impressive to run down this lone speedster here. George Weaver, Randy Hill Stable, Joel Rosario, and a 5-year-old son of Majestic Perfection with, again, the 5th win of his career. Share the ride. It's a nice horse. He ran down. He was coming out of the Grade 2 Osberg last start.
Nice horse, loose on the lead.
Yeah.
Really hard to do that, but George Weaver's been having a terrific year. Consistently, quietly, George delivers.
Hoping to deliver in a big way with Vekoma in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, who, again, we mentioned, going to be going 6 furlongs for the first time since his debut race.
I don't think he'll have an issue. I think he's fast, and I know he'll have him sharp.
Meanwhile, we're going to talk a little Breeders' Cup Mile. Horse who had an issue and missed a little bit of time for Todd Pletcher. Halliday was so good in the Grade 1 4-star, Dave. Let's look at this Bernard Baruch first. I think Todd Pletcher felt speed wasn't doing that well. Didn't want to go to the lead in this race. Some Like It Hot Brown did go to the lead and got the win. Corrected that in the 4-star, Dave.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have the outside post too, it kind of lends itself to being just a little bit more conservative out of the gate. Well, I'm outside, I don't have any pressure, I'll let him follow. This horse is speed. His weapon is his speed. I don't think they'll make that mistake again.
What about missing some time? How effective? Obviously, you want to be going in at your best. Looks like he's back on track in terms of works, though, but did miss some time.
He did miss some time, but Todd Pletcher is so proficient at getting horses prepared for big days, and watching him train on the Belmont training track his last breeze, I think he's in good order.
Going to be fun to see him back, see if he could do it again. Grade 1 winner of the 4-star Dave this summer. That is our show.
Belmont.
We're going to see you next, everyone, at Aqueduct. Next week, Belmont meet comes to a close. We are back On Wednesday, though, we'll bring you action from Churchill Downs and Parks at 12:30 Eastern Time on Fox Sports 2. It was on her way in the pumpkin pie in Gracia. Edging out the stablemate. Congrats to Jose Ortiz and Chad Brown, top jock and trainer of the Belmont Fall Meet. We'll see you Wednesday.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include multiple stakes winner and grade 3 victor Recruiting Ready, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Taylor Spirit, and juvenile stakes winner South Bend. In the Pennsylvania Derby, Algorithms notched his first grade 1 winner with a thrilling victory by Matt Wizard. In the ring, his juvenile sold up to $275,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.